Good morning. Good morning. It is so good to have you guys here today for day 2 of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. This is pretty exciting. I am excited to have you here. I am excited that you decided to come and join in with us. I'm just excited. So this is day 2. And if you were here yesterday, we had a blast. We had a lot of fun. And this show is streaming live. So you could just imagine some of the fun we were having was interesting. It was, yes, we had some things happen during our live show, and that's what, anytime you have a live show, you're going to have some interesting stuff going on. So we did have a few hiccups in the early parts, especially me. I had a hiccup right away by not turning off a connect, and it was causing some serious reverbs, and it's like, but we got it all done, and that's to be expected with a live show. So I want to welcome you all to the first annual Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad you were able to join us. This is day two of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. We'll be doing some similar things. The artist lineup is a little different. We try to switch up the artist lineup every day so that you can see different artists at different times, but every artist goes live every day. So that they can share different things with you. And the beauty of it is that they're sharing a lot of different things with you every day. And that's the nice thing. The way the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show is set up is it's a virtual tour into the artist studios, being able to talk to them live. You can interact with them while they're live. We have live feed that goes to them. They're all on. Good morning, Thomas. They're all on live watching the show. And so they're loving the comments you're making. They can see all the comments you're making, and they can answer the comments you're making. So if you're making comments during their show, they will answer you. So definitely make comments because they love to hear from you. We got some really great comments yesterday. Lots of people were engaged and interacting with the artists while they were live, which was nice. And that's basically what we're expecting. That's what we want. We want you to be able to interact. We want you because it's an interactive fine art show. It's not just virtual where you just go in and look in rooms and look at artwork and things like that. And that's fine too. If it's just a virtual show, it's fine if you go in and look at the rooms and things like that. But this is a virtual interactive show. I created a virtual interactive show because I wanted you to be able to not only go into their rooms and look at their artwork, but I also wanted you to be able to talk directly to the artist, talk directly to them, and not to feel intimidated or anything, because they are actually looking forward to having you come into their rooms and chat with them and interact with them. They're all prepared and they're all set up for that. As a matter of fact, they're extremely, extremely excited about having you come in and chat with them. So definitely go to their links, and I'm going to show you how to go to their links in a few minutes. I'm going to go on the website and show you how to interact with the different artists on their Zoom links, but you can also interact with them right here when they're live chatting. When they're talking live, you can interact with them as well. And the way you do that is we have this little section. I'm just going to bring what Thomas set up. We have this little section. So when they're live, we have this little comment section where we bring your comments up and they can actually see it. So definitely make comments because the artists love to hear from you, and they, it makes them smile when you say good morning to them, or I love your work. I love your work. That gives them quite, it makes them smile, and they love to hear it. Also, the other thing that we have is we have the live stream every day. Each artist do the live stream every day, but we also have their gallery rooms on the website where you can actually go on the website and view some of the work that you see in their galleries if you want to see it up close. Because I know for me, even after I've seen it, I want to see it a little bit up close. So having that extra gallery room to be able to, it's like, oh, I like that guy. I like what he was talking about. I'm going to go and head over and check out his gallery room on the website. So go over. There's a link in the in here, and I'll be posting more links in the feed. So you can just pop over to the galleries and their gallery rooms and check them out and check out their work. And within the gallery room, up above, if you click on the right, there should be a Zoom link. So you could actually Zoom right into their studios and speak with them personally anytime they're not on the air. Some of them have schedules, so the schedules will be up for you to know what time they're going to be available to talk with you live one-on-one. That's the beauty of this particular show, is the interactive parts of it, is to be able to talk and interact with the artist live throughout the entire day. This show was created to be a virtual arts festival, a virtual art show where you can still interact with artists. You know, with the whole coronavirus happening, a lot of art festivals and a lot of art shows shut down and was not able to have their shows. And then some shows went virtual, and some shows did different things so that they could still function within this pandemic sort of world. And it's not only the pandemic, then you have the social and racial aspects to it. That's the unrest that's going on. So a lot of shows are like, I don't know if I want to go on. So this show was created so that people could actually enjoy it from the comfort and safety of their homes and still have that interactive quality to it, to still have that interactive feeling to it, so that you could come in and be engaged with the artist and be engaged with the artwork and ask questions, get answers in real time, not, send an email and have to wait for it. Here, you can get your answers in real time. So if you have a question for an artist, you can get it in real time because the artist is right there for you. Yesterday, we had a great speaker, Mr. Charlie Palmer, and we had such a great time. He was on about 5:30, and you can still go and check out Charlie Palmer on our YouTube channel. You can still go and check him out. If you missed it yesterday, trust me, it is worth checking out. It is worth going and watching it because it's up on our YouTube channel, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show YouTube channel. Go and check out that. If you missed it, trust me, it's something you want to go and check out. He had so many answers for so many questions that artists had, and he went through his entire process of how he works, how he thinks, how he disciplines in himself, and his whole thought process was absolutely amazing. So if you missed that, I definitely go back and check out Charlie Palmer's segment from yesterday, from last night, because it is definitely worth watching. And especially if you're an artist, go back and check it out. Go and check it out. Mr. Palmer gave so much enlightening information to artists as well as just individuals. Things you can apply to your own life as just a regular person. Yeah, I said a regular person. It's like, yes, you're not an artist, you're just a regular person. So, but regular people are good too. But so if you missed that segment, go back and check it out. We do have a great speaker today, and his name is Larry Poncho Brown. You guys met him yesterday. He actually joined me yesterday morning for a little bit, and he also had his own time. He will be our speaker today at 4, and trust me, you do not want to miss Mr. Poncho Brown. He is a very profound young man, and he shares a lot of information. What I like about both of these artists is that they're give back. They're always looking to give back, and they mentor tons of artists. They mentor a lot. They both mentor younger artists, older artists. It doesn't matter. They do a lot of mentoring, and so they teach, and so very, very profound. So that's something you don't want to miss. At 4 o'clock, Larry Poncho Brown will be on. So definitely tune in for his segment because I think you will definitely enjoy that. And then let me see, what else? So I went over, I want you to know, check out the store. That was the other thing. The other aspect that we have here on the website that's also linked to this virtually live stream show is you are able to go and purchase. Oh, here's somebody. Lynn was there last night, and Lynn said Charlie Palmer was fantastic. Charlie Palmer was fantastic. So you know what? I might have to get Lynn on the show tomorrow or something like that, because Lynn has been very active. Thank you so much, Lynn. Lynn has been very active in participating, and we appreciate that. So I might have to bring Lynn on the show just so she could share how much she's enjoyed watching and spending time on the show with us, and we've enjoyed having her. So I'm sorry, my but the other part of the show that we have right now is we have the store. So definitely go in and check out the show store. We have a store and it has all of the artists' work in it. So when you go into the rooms and see something you like, because I know you'll see something you like. Most of us do. I've seen a lot of things I like. And so when you go into the store and you see something you like, you are able to purchase it right here, right on our website. You don't have to go and call the artist and figure things out. Now, there are some things that the artists will have in their studios that's not on the website, and you can work out some purchasing things with them during that time. But the vast majority of the things that they will be showing you is on the website. So you can go into the website store and you can purchase the artwork that you see right here on this show. Amazing. Ta-da. So this show, like I said, it's set up to be a virtual interactive fine art festival just for you that you can do right there in your home. All of the things that you can do at a fine art festival, a physical fine art festival, you could do right here in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. You can watch the artists live, talk to them one-on-one in real time right here. You can zoom into their studios and talk to them and see the art up close and personal, and you can make purchases right here. Okay, that's exciting. So, and this is the first, and I get to say that, this is actually the first virtual interactive fine art show. So I'm proud. So you are now, so if you're here, you are a part of the very first virtual interactive fine art show that's out there. So I'm going to show you how to get around our website, just in case you've been having some little problems. I'm going to actually take you through our website and how you can get around our website. So let me pull up our website because I want you to be able to get around it, and I want you to be able to, let's see, let's get to, we're going to go to our website right now. That's where I'm taking you to right now. So there it is, the Beauty of Blackness. So we're going to go to our website right now, and we are on the home page, and I'm going to make that a little larger. Okay. So right now we are on the home page of our website, and I'm going to walk you through how to find all of the things on the website. So after you leave and you see something you like and you really enjoy the artist, you want to go and you can actually interact with the website as well while you're watching the show. That's the other fun part. You can interact with the website. You can interact with the website on your phone. You can interact with the website on your tablet. You can interact with the website on any of these devices while you're watching the show. So as you can see on our first page, you can actually click on this link right here, this giant, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show will stream live from September 3rd to the, and then you can actually click on that and get to the schedule link. But right here, I just wanted to scroll down. This right here, if you want to watch the show on our website, you just merely click on this link right here, because this is the live feed from the actual broadcast. So you can click on this, and I'm not going to because it'll just give a lot of feedback, but you can click on this right here and you can watch the show right here on our website live. which is very convenient because you can do all your shopping at the same time, watching it live. And then down here, it just has our featured artist, Larry Poncho Brown, and then it just gives some other information, Charlie Palmer. And we also have a guest speaker coming in, Anthony Jason Sturdivant. So this right here gives you just a little, oh, this is a little tidbit of what's going to happen and what's going on. And then if you click on this link right here, this large link, this will take you to the schedule. So if you're looking for a particular artist, so that's one way to go to the schedule, but I'm going to also show you up here. If you go up here in this section, you can also get to the schedule. So if you're looking for an artist, you can find that artist right here. So today we're on the Friday schedule. So you can see Thursday is all cleared out because all of those events have been done. So Thursday schedule is all cleared out. So we're going to bump that out. But today we're on the Friday schedule. And right now you're here with me, Louise Cutler, your host. And I didn't even tell you that. Did I put my little host thing up? Hold on. Let's see. I'll see if I put my host thing up after. So, so we're on Friday schedule, and you can see the different people that are coming up. We have up today, we'll have Craig Scribbins. He'll be our first artist today. He's actually a digital artist, and he does some amazing stuff. And he'll even walk you through some of his process, which is awesome. Craig, let's see, and that's some of his work. So you can click the show more and kind of see a little bit of what Craig does. And then we'll have Thomas coming up after that, and then a nice musical performance at 12:15. But you can go through here and see all of the different artists that are coming up and when they're coming up, and see right here at 4 o'clock, we have Larry Poncho Brown will be coming up, and Miss Corinthia Peoples will be coming up after that. So right there, you can find out when the different artists are coming up and when, and so you could literally make a schedule for yourself of who you want to see and who you want to interact with. Right up here, 2020 artists, you just click on that and you can find all of the artists that are participating in the show right now. And so right here we have our featured artist, Larry Poncho Brown, and we also have Mr. Charlie Palmer, who also has work. He was our speaker last night. I just spoke of him, was our speaker last night. And you can see down here, Mr. Brown has a link. That's his Zoom link right down there. And if you click on that, it will take you, right now, it'll take you to, okay, so if you click on Mr. Brown's page, it'll take you to his gallery. And this is where you can go in and see his work. And you can click through all of his work and view his work. And then if there's something you want to see, you just click on it and you can make it larger. And this is Follow the Path. Now in here, it has the names, it has the titles, but if you, the pricing and everything will be in the store. So that's where you can see. And if Mr. Brown had another, if Poncho had another gallery, you'd click on this right here and you'd be able to see how many galleries are in with Poncho's gallery space, in his room space. So that's how you get to Mr. Larry Poncho Brown. And then if you look right up here in this right-hand column, if you look in this right, on the right, you'll see his Zoom link. This right here is how you would get to speak to Mr. Poncho one-on-one, in face, in personal, and trust me, he is definitely someone to speak with in person, one-on-one. He is a very fun guy, loves to share information, loves to share about his work, and has he's just one of those artists that works day and night. He has so much work and he creates so much work. He doesn't have so much work because he doesn't sell it. He has a lot of work because he's constantly in a state of creating, constantly in a state of creation. And that's the beauty of what he does. So if you click on his Zoom link will take you right into Zoom. This is telling me to open up my Zoom USA, which I'm not going to do. I'm not going to do that. And you can't see that right now, but this will take you directly to his Zoom link. So if you click on that, it'll take you directly to his Zoom link, and it popped up in mine. It didn't pop up in yours because I don't have that particular channel open. But if you click on that section right here, if you click on this, it'll take you directly to Zoom into Larry Puncher Brown's studio. And that would be very exciting. So if you're interested, I would suggest going to the website and clicking on some of those Zoom links and go and talk to them face to face, one-on-one. We are living in a very Zoom-like state right now. Everything is turned to Zoom. I'm pretty sure everybody right now has at least had one Zoom meeting. Everybody has had at least one Zoom meeting and kind of have figured out how Zoom works. So definitely go in and check that out. Next I'm going to show you, we're going to come out of Poncho's section. So that's how you would get to his Zoom link. You go into his room, you look around at his artwork, and then you click on that Zoom link to the right of his photograph, of his main photograph. Click on it to the right, and you can look down here, and you can see which artists have Zoom links. Some artists like Charlie Palmer, he does not have a Zoom link because he has several deadlines to meet right now, and so he did not supply a Zoom link for us. But if you were here last night, you did get to speak with him. You can see LaShawn Bill has a Zoom link. Louise Cutler, which is me, I have a Zoom link. Thomas has a Zoom link. Kevin has a Zoom link. Craig Scrivens has a Zoom link. Mr. Wider does not. Corinthia, Aaron. So you can see all of the artists that actually have a Zoom link, and any of those artists, you can click on and talk to live and meet them and speak with them face to face. That was the whole beauty of this particular show, is that interactive face to face, being able to speak to the artist. So once you do that, say you go in and it's like, oh, I'm going to go in and check out Kevin and look at Kevin's work, because Kevin has some pretty awesome work. So I'm going to go in, and you can see Kevin. Some of the artists actually have they have their welcome videos. So definitely check out their welcome videos, because they are welcoming you into their studios. And this is Kevin's welcome video right here. And they did some really, really nice stuff with their welcome videos and designed them the way that they wanted to design them. So this is Kevin's welcome video right here. And then you can go through Kevin's work as well by just clicking and going through Kevin's work. And then say, it's like, oh, you know what? I saw something I really liked in Kevin's work. Then you can come out and go right to Kevin's store. Let's click. We're just going to go out, and we're going to come up here, and we're going to go right to Kevin. We're going to go right to the store. And as you can see in the store, we have all of the artists right here listed. All of the artists are listed right here, and you can click on their store. So let's go to Kevin's store. Kevin's right here. So we're going to go to Kevin's store. You just click on Kevin's store, and then you'll see all the beautiful artwork right here. You can get a quick view of it, and that'll give you the quick view, and it have the price and it has the title, and you can just click it and add it to your cart, and you can make that purchase. So that's how you go through this particular one. And here we'll go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and you can see that we have some really amazing products for you guys, and I think you'll love them. Trust me, I do. So we have some really amazing products for you guys, but you can go through any of these and click on and find the artists that you like and purchase their work. So that's the other interactive part of the show, is you can actually purchase the artwork right here. So it gives you that entire Fine Art Show Festival feel from your home. It gives you all of that right there from the convenience of being at home and enjoying it and not having to leave your home. You're comfortable, you're safe, you have that sort of safe feeling, because I know some of you don't want to come out during the whole COVID-19 thing. You don't have to wear a mask in your own home, which is kind of cool, because I must say I'm not a big fan of the mask. I do participate in it because it is I do wear my mask. I don't go out without it. But this way, you do not have to wear a mask. You do not have to you do not have to do the whole social distancing. It's like the social distancing. You don't have to do the social distancing when you're at home, when you're in your own home. You don't have to do your mask. I have a couple right here. It's like you don't have to go out. Here you go. How's that? You don't have to do this. You don't have to wear a mask from the comfort of your own home. So that's the beauty of coming to this virtual show, is you don't have to wear a mask. You can come in, you could talk to the artist. You don't have to wear a mask when you talk to them either, so they can actually hear you when you're talking. Because that's one of the things that I know, wearing the mask tends to muffle the sound of your voice. And you can smile at them, they can see you smile, you can interact, they can smile back at you. That's the beauty of being able to come into their studios virtually. So go in, click on those links, and visit them in their studios virtually. Talk with them. And even if you're like, well, Louise, I'm not sure if I want to make a purchase right now, it's okay. Go in and talk to them anyway. They're looking for you to come in and talk. As a matter of fact, they're like, I would love to have somebody come in and talk. So go in and talk to them. Go in. If you have questions, trust me, some of them have some really great advice. You might have some questions, and you might be a young artist and you have some questions. They have these people, I mean, some of them they've been a part of the art scene for a number of years. So they have a wealth. And when I say a wealth, just look at it like a big storage chest filled with information and filled with knowledge. So go in and talk with them and find out how they got to where they are and what does it take, because it does take a lot. I remember speaking with Aaron and Gina Paskins, and they are looking forward to sharing with young artists and just people in general, their travel, their road to where they are and how they got there. And they're looking forward to it. As a matter of fact, they'll be speaking with some other artists on Saturday. They'll be sharing with some other artists on Saturday about their process and just giving really nice tidbits of insight and information. So you definitely want to join in that conversation. But in the meantime, go in and talk with them in their studios as well. So, and if you have any questions, while I'm on, definitely post your questions, because I'm here to answer you. I'm talking about, it's interactive and you can talk one-on-one. So if you have any questions while you're here and while you're watching, definitely post your questions, because I'm here to share any questions with you, answer any questions you may have about the show, that you may have about the website, you may have about any of the artists. I'm here to answer any of those questions as well. So don't think that I'm just the host, Louise, being the hostess with the mostest. Somebody said, so let's put that up. So the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and I'm your host, Louise Cutler. I didn't put my host up, so I just did that. So if you have any questions, just let me know, because I'm also here to answer any of your questions as well. I'm going to actually take you back into the website, because I want to take you through some of our products as well. So right here, and I have some here. How convenient. Ta-da! These are some of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show products that you can purchase, which would be fantastic. So right here, you can see this is the You Are Beautiful, I Am Beautiful, We Are Beautiful t-shirt that was produced for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. This is a shirt that I actually personally designed because I wanted it to project the concept of beauty. And that's one of the reasons why the show was named The Beauty of Blackness. I actually have people who's like, the beauty of blackness. It's like, yes, there is a beauty to that, because a lot of people, if you do the definition of black and all of that kind of stuff, it's in a negative connotation. But to me, their beauty is black. I mean, every woman on the planet has a little black dress, and every woman on the planet loves to wear that little black dress. Why? Because it's concealing. So there's a beauty to blackness. That's why we wear our little black dress, because that little black dress actually makes you feel beautiful. It makes you, it makes you stand up, sit up straight. It makes you walk different. And so that's one of the things that we were looking at. And we're also, with all of the different racial tensions and social tensions that are going on in the world today, I wanted for me to create this show was to actually showcase the beauty of blackness. And it wasn't just, I'm beautiful, we're beautiful. It was the beauty of music and art and drama, all of the beautiful things, the beauty of the culture, all of those things that encompass what it truly means to be black. And so that's one of the reasons why I chose this show. And I'm not saying, it's black, African-American, people that want to be African-American, that's fine. But I'm black. And so I like to share that. And so I just that's why I created this. But when I created this shirt, the shirt encompasses everyone, because we are all beautiful. And that's what the shirt says. You are beautiful. I am beautiful. We are beautiful. So I created the shirt so that it would project the acceptance and love and beauty for all of us, everybody on the planet, the whole entire human race. We are all beautiful. You are beautiful. I am beautiful. We are beautiful. And that's what this shirt is all about. Okay, Marvin. Okay, so Marvin, let's bring Marvin has a question. Marvin asks, how were the artists selected? Is there a concept to the show? So, well, Marvin, the artist, this was actually a jury art show. This was a show that artists were submitted for. So what we did was we looked at their work, just like any jury show. You look at their work and you base it on how well it fit within the confines. But this is it's called The Beauty of Blackness. And so what we were looking for, we looked at their craft, their creativity. We looked at their professionalism. It wasn't based on how many art shows that they had done, or had they done any art shows. It wasn't based on any of those factors. We were looking at people that exemplified what the show was about, what we were looking for as far as the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show was concerned. And so we selected artists based on the fact that we liked their work. We liked their work. We didn't put a lot of criteria on it. Like a lot of art shows put, it's like, oh, we accept this work, or oh, we don't accept this work. Basically, we were just looking for beautiful work. We were looking for artists that wanted to participate in the show, wanted to share their artwork with the world. And so those are the things that we were basically looking for, is people that wanted to share their work and wanted to share the beauty of their creativity and had something to say. I think a lot of the work that we have in this particular show is centered around social interests, is centered around racial interests, is centered around being Black in America. I think a lot of the work is centered around those things right now, which I love because of what's going on in the world today. And I think based on that, because of what's going on in the world today, is that artists, we tend to create according to the times. And so artists have been creating a lot of work right now that's actually projecting what's going on in the world today, projecting what's happening in society today. And so if you look at some of the work that is done, it's actually projecting that, whether it's projecting that in a peaceful way, or it's right there up in your face, or it's sort of projecting it in a sense of revelation. But each artist within themselves are projecting something that's happening in the world today. So I hope that answered your question. If not, you can reiterate. Oh, look, Larry Poncho Brown has come on. I'm going to bring him on. And right now we'll just see his face because he obviously isn't ready to come on yet, but I brought him on anyway. So, but if you have any other questions, and I hope I answered your question, Marvin. If not, definitely punch back in and say, Louise, you didn't answer my question. So, so I hope that answered your question. So, but there he is. How are the artists? So, okay, let's see. So Marvin had answered a question, and I just answered it. And so I told him if I didn't answer it, to say, Louise, you didn't answer my question. But did you have anything to add to that, Poncho, that particular question?
Well, which one? I see that's how I connected. Is there a concept to the show? Mm-hmm. Marvin, yes, it is a concept to the show, and it's a very simple concept to the show. Shows have been eradicated this year. That's the source of this. Sometimes new media evolve from current circumstances. So artists are selected by participation, to be honest, because a lot of times artists feel like they're excluded from things, but they never actually apply. Mm-hmm. I did a big project here in Baltimore where artists kept saying, "Hey, Larry, how'd you do that? How'd you do that?" And all I did was apply. So that's part of it. The next step is the concept for the show is bringing something that is real into a virtual environment. And so right now, because we don't have shows, we don't have outlets, this is a chance for people to step into our world in a way they probably couldn't, even if they came to a live show. And it's been being revealed to us a little bit more each day as we do this, the possibilities with this medium. So I hope I answered your question. If you want to get involved, just get involved. Go to the website, send Louise your information. We're looking for artists that can do this and use this as a stepping stone to what's going to be happening virtually in the future. The artists that came along with this group are special because each one of them had to look at their own individual challenges with technology. And I've been lecturing this to artists for years about where you are with social networking, where you are with your website, where you are with your marketing. People believe or have crowned me for being a social networking guru. I'm not a social networking guru. I'm almost 60 years old, so that's nearly impossible, right? What I am doing is I'm learning how to use these tools to assist me with doing things that I could not do before. And so the biggest challenge now is wherever you are in that journey will determine some of the answers to your question. Because artists are stuck and they're not really examining enough options. This option is real. Let me break it down to you real simply, and then I'm going to be quiet and let Louise finish whatever she was saying. Corporations were the only ones that could participate in this conferencing and streaming environment. Prior to COVID, corporations were using this steadily for the last 5 to 7 years. Okay. Now all of a sudden it came crashing down on our level. That means that you and I can now Zoom each other and see each other's face. They did Easter from Vatican through streaming. So you got to look at not just art and how you feel about art, but you got to look at trends and how the trends affect you. And I tell artists that social networking is for everybody. It's not just for us. But if we use it appropriately, it is a power and a skill set that nobody can take away from you.
Yes. So thank you, Poncho. Thank you for commenting on that. And that is so true. It's like this is a whole new it's like Star Trek going where no man has gone before. So, and that's what this is we're actually paving a new future, going into a realm that is hasn't been explored before. I mean,
it was so funny, Louise, as you use that as an example. A
Mhm.
lot of the things that were done in the 1960s show Star Trek has come to fruition, from phones to telecommunications to everything with teleportation. And
and I'm waiting for that one because there's a couple of places I'd like to get to without having to take.
travel, space exploration, a lot of those things are really happening. So you're right on line with that. It's a big piece of the puzzle, but we can all participate.
Right, and that's the beauty of. I keep saying the beauty. Maybe it's because the beauty of Blackness, fine art show. So, but that is, and so I wanted to go back into. I think before that we were talking about the shirts, and then we also have our lovely cups. This one has tea in it. I'm actually drinking some tea, so you can actually purchase one of our lovely cups off of our website. And you can get an even better look at this. And I'm going to show you a better look at this in a minute. So we have a few products on our website. I'm just going to pull it up really quick. Hold on. I'm going to shrink myself. I didn't shrink myself. I expanded myself. All right, so there we go. So we have some really nice products on our website. So right here, you can see our Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show t-shirt that everyone should have because you all are beautiful. I think you're all beautiful. So definitely pick one of those up. Pick you up one of those really nice Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show t-shirts. They're just $27 on our website. One of the other things that you can pick up on our website is our amazing Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show cup. And you can see it's also, you are beautiful, I am beautiful, we are beautiful. And this is a commemorative cup and a commemorative t-shirt. If you do not have one, this is, it's a commemorative cup and t-shirt because this is the very first virtual live stream art show. And it's done. This is our very first one, and actually the very first ever live stream virtual art show. So this is definitely to commemorate the Beauty of Blackness. So if you have one of those, I would get one because as we go on and 50 years down the road and this show is still going on, you can be like, I have the cup. I have the cup and the t-shirt. I'll never forget. I actually have an original Prince 1999 t-shirt. I was a part of the original Prince 1999 concert. I actually went, and I trust me, in my lifetime, I think I've only been to two music concerts because I'm not a crowd person. I'm not big into crowds. And so I only went to two concerts, and that was one of the concerts I went to of Prince. And I got the Prince 1999 t-shirt. And when they did that concert again, and it was the Prince 1999, my brother called and he said, Louise, can I borrow your Prince 1999 t-shirt? And I was like, no. I have the original Prince 1999 t-shirt from the original concert that he did years and years and years ago, because it was one of the only two concerts I had ever been to in my entire life. So some of the other things that I wanted to share with you on our website, we also have another thing that we have on our website for you guys to purchase is we have some really cool stickers that you guys would that are actually amazing. So we have some really cool stickers on our website as well that you guys can purchase. Hold on, let me go and show you those. let's get back. That's our t-shirt, but I'm going to show you the stickers because these are the We Are Beautiful, I Am Beautiful stickers right here. I'm just going to pull them up so you can see it. You are beautiful, we are beautiful. These are great for putting on your cups, putting on your water bottle. These make great gifts because young people love to put stickers on everything. They put them on their laptops, they put them on their computers, they put them everywhere. They stick them to everything. So these are great stickers for those. Make great gifts for your young people. Excuse me, if you have a daughter, son, make a great gift for that one. This right here is also a really neat sticker. This is our second sticker. If it'll let me pull it up. Our second sticker is this one. It's also You Are Beautiful, but this one says you are beautiful, we are beautiful, they are beautiful, black is beautiful, white is beautiful, every color is beautiful, and love ignites the beauty in them all. So love ignites the beauty in them all. And this one I'm actually going to do, we're going to do a t-shirt for that one as well. But right now we just have the sticker. So these are really great. The stickers make really great gifts. So go online and purchase some stickers, support the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. We also have some refrigerator magnets, and that's what these are. You can pick up a nice refrigerator magnet just to commemorate the show, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show refrigerator magnets. That's these right here. We have 2 of those. And this one is the You Are Beautiful one. And then the other one is just the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show refrigerator magnet. So you can get refrigerator magnets, you can get stickers, you can get almost anything to commemorate your time with us at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And we would love, absolutely love to have you participate and be a part and grab up some of those things. And when you get it, you're like, look at mine, I have one. So definitely go to our page. And like I said, everything is on here. You can shop on here. You can visit the artists' rooms and their galleries. And then you can go into the stores and find all the artists in the stores. Click on their store and make a purchase. You can check out the schedule after you've checked out their rooms and you might want to see them live. Go ahead and check the schedule, pull up the schedule and see what time any particular artist that you might want to see is going to be streaming live. You can interact with them online just by posing your questions in the comment section. We post all of those for the artists as you post them. So you can make comments to the artists while they're live on the air. You can make comments with them and you can talk with them. You can talk with them in real time. Everything is in real time. So they will answer your questions right here in real time. So whenever they're on, check the schedule, check out their rooms, see what artists you might be interested in, and then go ahead and click on that link and zoom in with them and talk with them live one-on-one, because that's what they're, the artists are here for you. The artists are here for you today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So definitely click on and don't wait till Sunday and then everybody wants to go in. You have all week, and this show today will go until 9 o'clock. So this is a long show, and this is ladies' night. So ladies, get prepared and make sure, share. We had quite a few watch parties going on yesterday. I got tagged in quite a few and invited to several watch parties. I loved it. Thank you so much. Everybody that did a watch party yesterday will be receiving one of Larry Poncho Brown's beautiful signed, as you can see, they'll be receiving one of Larry Poncho Brown's beautifully signed prints. And so anybody that does a watch party, make sure you invite me into your watch party so I'll know that you have joined a watch party, and so that you will be able to get one of these wonderful prints and some other really exciting gifts. So definitely let me know. I'm going to be bringing Craig Scrivens on. He is the next artist. He is our first artist of the day. Craig, everybody say Craig. Craig's going to be coming on to share with you about his art. He's an amazing artist. I am so glad to have Craig be a part of the show with us. He just brings something totally different. He's a digital artist, and his work is absolutely amazing. So I'm going to leave you guys with Craig. And so, Craig, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful.
That's good.
You're all set?
Yes, I'm all set. I'm going to start with the screen share.
Okay, then I'm going to turn it all over to you.
Okay. Click. Okay. First of all, my name's Craig Scriven. Thank you for coming to the second day of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. We're going to be talking about history, thorns, chains, kings, queens, ships, and everyday people today. And that's the focus. And I'm going to show you this video and talk about some of the pieces that are in it. All these are digital pieces, and I do them through Adobe Photoshop. I use texture on most of the pieces now, and use up to 30 to 40 layers on each piece. I use the layers to create textures and to create transparency. As you can see, I use brilliant, bright colors in most of my pieces. In the history, thorns and chains have held us down through incarceration, through slavery. They say that we come from kings and queens, but not everybody can come from kings and queens and make it across the ocean. So some of us were everyday people that weren't kings and queens. And now we're going to go into more of the topic of the day, history. When I was talking before on Thursday, we talked about my first piece that I was doing digitally, and that was correcting oil painting. And this is the oil painting that I corrected the photograph from, and it's called Once a Strong Nation. And it deals with the African Americans historically challenged systems that come in the African Americans' lives. It was once a strong nation when the family was involved, when the neighborhood was involved, and then corruption came and tore that apart. The government tore the families apart through welfare. The churches started changing what they believe to satisfy the government. The people started changing and not helping the neighborhood and not helping people in general. And that's what this piece was about. It was about changing for the good instead of the, and you see the family walking through the streets with everything happening around them. And they're trying not to get involved with what's going on that's corruptible, but they're trying to stay on the right path. generations. It takes a generation to feed the family, to educate the family. It takes the generations to fulfill what the family was brought here on earth to do and create. So this piece was done in last year, and it's got texture, about 30 layers to it, and it has women holding on to each other, with the largest one being the grandmother, the middle one being the mother, and the two bottom ones being the children. And those are the generations that I'm talking about. And there's a lot of texture in there, so that brings out the different styles of hairstyles, and it brings out a different atmosphere and than it was when it was being started, when there was no layers to bring the texture together. Next piece is Let the Multitude Return. And I did a piece called The Many Colors of Me, and that brought to this point. When I was doing this piece, I was looking back on the Many Colors of Me 5, and that's a series that I was doing, and it was bringing out the different people and different colors of people and different shades of people in that, and transparency going through the lights coming through the people with different textures on them. And on this piece, I was doing the same thing, but they were returning from being misplaced. And that's where we get the multitude returns. They're returning back to the proper place in the system of life that they are supposed to be in. So if they were being creative at one time, they stopped being creative, and then they became creative again. They're returning to what they formerly did or what they were supposed to do in the beginning. Kings and queens. We were always told from slavery we come from kings and queens to build up our standard in life, so that we won't think that we just came from slavery or we just came from poverty. Kings and queens. And this was done in last year too. Most of these pieces were done last year that I'm showing you. And Kings and Queens is dealing with two people looking out at you and two people looking in towards you. And then they have the stripes coming down that shows these right here and right here, the grief that they're going through or the problems that they're going through to keep their kingdoms or queendoms alive. The pride of the family. 4. There's about 17 of these, or no, there's about 10 of these. And the pride of the family is where we need to go back to with our families. Sometimes we lost the pride that keeps us together. And that changes the family, break up the family. So I started doing this series called The Pride of the Family. And the pride of the family has all the children and the mother and the father together, and they're all going towards the same direction. Teach the Children is another series I was doing. There's about 16 of these. And this is called Teach the Children 10, Loves 3. So in this one, there's teaching the children how to interact with each other in a loving way. This is for my artist series that I talked about a little bit yesterday. And it's called Artist 36, and there's about 60 of these now. And this is history, music, and sports. And this was a little different than what I would do, because on the others, I drew the pieces. Most of the other pieces, I either drew them or took them from a photograph and corrected them. But this one, I actually took photographs of things that I like to do and things that inspired me and put them in the background and then put a texture on top of that. Thorns and Chains, creativity. This is God giving creativity to man. He gave him all power over the land and the sea. And this is my vision of him giving him domain over everything. And the choice he gave him. So now we're going to go into a demonstration of how I did the history, the Artist 36, history, music, and sports. So first of all, I use a black background, and then I collected different pieces from sports, history, and a picture of myself. And I also determined that what kind of textures that I want. I tried to figure out what kind of textures I want to put on there and work from there. So then I composed the piece by adding texture to the background. And then from the texture, I add a photograph to that. And then add a photograph, cropping different parts of the photograph. Before I put them inside the composition. So as you can see, there's a picture of Obama here. And he was put there because of the historical event of becoming president, being the first black president. And then the pyramids were put in there. Golf, Tiger Woods being one of the first black golfers to win multitude, to be recognized for winning a multitude of championships. And then I added myself. So the next thing we're going to do is do a live demonstration using some of the pieces that I've already have here and adding to it. So first I'm going to get another layer. And as you can probably, well, right now it's on layer 9. So I'm getting a layer for this one and I'm creating on top of this one already. So what I'm going to do is duplicate my image and transform that to a smaller size. And then I'll just put that in the left-hand corner for right now. And what I'm going to do is add transparency to that piece that I just added there. There we go. So now the texture is coming out from the back. And what I'm going to do is add some color to it. Brown. With color, I'm going to use the gradient tool. It's not. Oh, it's my gradient tool. There we go. Gradient tool. I'm gonna make that an overlay. And it made it darker. And now I'm going to add a filter to that. And I add a lot of filters to get different textures. So I'm going to add stylus and extrude and put some pyramids back there. And then change that to difference. And it affects everything that's on below that. And what I'm going to do is get the Obama picture and copy that and drag that up. And make that a little larger. This is all going into the process of doing it. And now I'm going to draw a face on there. And I usually draw silhouettes. People. And get some color to that. I'm going to get the paint bucket. And since I did that on the wrong, forgot to get another layer. There we go. And then I can make that transparent. Let's see what we want. That's what we're looking for. Deselect. Copy. Change. Undo. Copy. Flip. It's not allowed. Okay. Flip. There we go. And I'm going to change that. That. And then I'm going to change the layer so I can get a stone figure. And add a stroke to that. Copy. Okay, I'm doing good on that. Paste. And then I'm going to add some blue to it. Get another layer. There we go. And then I'm just going to add a figure to it. Maybe add a tree. Get that on a different layer. And the reason I'm putting them on different layers is I can always come back to those layers to change that particular piece without destructing the whole piece again. So it's very helpful when you just want to see what it looks like, or if you want to see what how it changes the piece. So I'm going to give that some color to it. Right here, give it some water look. And get some more color to the piece. Brightness. Get some bright colors. Here we go. And I'm just working with the gradation of it now. So, and I'm gonna add another color to this one. Oh, I did that wrong. I'm gonna add another color as soon as I select. And I'm going to undo. I'm going to add a filter to that. To get some texture. And working on getting that blue back in there. And do the same with the blue. Select all. I'm going to add texture to that. And then this looks like a canvas coming through. And then I'm going to rearrange some of these obstacles that some of the images that we have. Adding another layer. Oh, that looks good. This piece. Cool. Then I'm going to go get another piece stuff done. Okay, so we're bringing up another photograph or piece of artwork that I'm going to add to this piece that we're working on, or that I'm working on. And what I'm going to do is grab women 1 and drag that over to here. And then I'm going to drag that on top so it'll show up. Select all, transform. And then we have our woman there. It disappeared on me. Okay. So now I'm just rearranging the pieces so they look good to me. And we're almost quite done. There we go. So I'm going to move the women back. Add some clouds. So you can see how easy it is to get up to 14 now without doing too much. So I keep on adding and keep on adding till it looks like something I would present. So get the right color, go down to render clouds. Filter that. Difference. And you have a totally different piece now. And I want to save that. And that's the demo for today. Let me show you some more of my pieces. Sharing. This piece is called Pawn It All 2, and it's done when I was listening to Alicia Keys, and it's based on her song called Pawn It All. This piece is called The Many Colors of Me 5, and I was talking about this one with the many textures that it has, as well as the transparency of the people coming through. So you got white, black, brown, dark black, and you can see that I'm like putting the textures in the background and having the pyramid thing going on most of my pieces now have pyramids going in the background. Up on the wall here, we have Spend My Life With You right here. And it was listening to the song called Spend My Life With You. I forget the artist's name, but while I was doing that, I was listening to that. And basically, I was working with textures and how to make them transparent and new textures on top of old textures. And then we have Standing Out in the Crowd over here. And Standing Out in the Crowd dancing is done the same way as this one. It's using a lot of texture, and I used it in the hair, and we got the stone figure in here, and you got the dress with multitude of colors in there, and you got the pyramid shapes in there too, and you got the stone piece in the background right here, and you got a person dancing behind them, and just have them standing out in the background. And let's see. I got 30 minutes. I got one more thing to show. Get this up. Oh, it's on the wrong thing. This is the right one. Okay. So I'm looking for the one that I want to show you. Oh. This piece is called Graffiti Bridge. I was listening to Prince's song called Graffiti Bridge. And I was getting all these colors and textures, and this was one of the first ones that I was doing translucent pieces on the textures, and it has multitude of color, very colorful piece, and it has different people, and they're like dancing, and you got they create a big filler right there going down this way, and they have little fellows going all the way through the piece. Close.
Hey, Craig.
All right.
How you doing? Well, you like, finally Louise showed up.
Okay. So, thank you for having me for the second day. I'll be happy to show you some more stuff on the third day.
Thank you, Craig. So, what did you do to prepare for this day? How much work did you have to do to prepare for this day?
A lot of work. I had to figure out. Basically, I was getting artwork that I wanted to work with.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was putting them into a slideshow for the first beginning. And then I wanted to show the video of the pieces I did in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to find that. So it's just preparing, putting them in all in the same place.
Okay. So, what made you apply for the show?
It was something different that I hadn't done before. And I have wanted to see first of all, I wanted to get into a big art show with some good name artists attached to it.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
And then when it changed from being a show that was going to be offline to a show that was going to be online, it was the experience of doing it online all the way that attracted me to still continuing on with it.
Mm-hmm. Now you've had your own gallery. You have your own gallery. You've shown other artists in your space as well.
Yes.
You want to share a little bit about it?
So my gallery is called Silent Presence Gallery. It's been up since '95. And I had about 35 to 40 people that were attached to it at one time. Right now, it's just me attached to it, and I have a kids page on it, which was my nephews and niece attached to it, and then my artwork attached to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you guys, and you actually was, you catered to national and international artists, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. First person I got onto my gallery was from Russia.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So during that time, it was just the online web. So there was no social media or anything in the 90s, or there was little, if there was. And basically what you did was that you took it to the search engine. And I think there was like 10 or 15 search engines that you could go to at that time. And you just submitted your stuff to it, and hopefully someone would see it and respond to what you were doing.
Mhm.
I was lucky enough that people responded, and I got, like I said, Russia, Africa, China,
Mhm.
all around the world.
Oh wow! So what prompted you to start this sort of universal website for your gallery?
Well, first I was going to just do an exhibit with friends, and that didn't work out because we could never get the friends to want to be on the web except for a few of them. So I had to go expand on who I wanted to get involved.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a couple of friends, and I put their stuff online,
Mm-hmm.
and then from there it went to the search engines, and then they started bringing people in, and that's how it got started.
Oh, cool. Well, Thomas, thank you. I'm calling you. I'm looking at Thomas down here. I'm looking at Thomas prepping. Craig, thank you so much for sharing your work with us, and also sharing I love watching your process. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. You guys can go and speak to Craig live on his Zoom channel. If you go into his room, you can go and click on his Zoom. He's out there waiting for you to chat with him. If you have any other questions for him, you can feel free to ask him, interact with him live tomorrow. Craig will be on. What time will you be on tomorrow, Craig?
I will be on. Okay. 5:30.
Okay, Craig will be on live again tomorrow at 5:30. So you guys come in and watch. You can purchase some of Craig's art on our online store on the website at beautyofblacknessfineartshow.com. So definitely go in. It's the beautyofblacknessfineartshow.com. So go in and check Craig out. All right. Thanks, Craig.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
So up next, we have Mr. Thomas. Thomas Lockhart's coming up next. I can see him down in the green room sucking up some water. Is that water, Thomas? All right, Thomas is going to come on, and I'm going to leave him with you because Thomas knows exactly what he wants to do. Hi, Thomas. How are you?
Day.
You got an echo, Thomas. What do you have on? All right. No, I can't hear you now. No. The beauty of being live. No.
Still not.
Now I can hear you. Do you have a what do you have extra?
Let's see. You have to unmute your main camera and main unit, and you have to turn the volume off on your second unit. Your main camera is still muted. Now turn the sound off of your second unit, whatever it is. You have two units right now where the sound is open. Your main unit should be the only thing with sound at this point. Turn every other sound off. If this continues, you will kill your second camera. Problem solved. You are live. All right, let's see.
All right. Can you hear me?
You are live.
All right. You can hear me. Good. All right. I'm going to just keep the other one off right now. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is 10:47 here in Aurora, Colorado. Just wanted to say thank you for all the people that are able to join today. And I'm very thankful to be here. I am set up in my home. So that's why you may see the chandelier on top, trying to get a good angle. So I don't have too much light that's showing up right now. So just to carry on a little bit more from yesterday, I'm really excited about the show and the process, putting everything together, getting to hear a lot of the other artists, and getting to be a part of this event myself. And so I wanted to showcase a lot of work. You can always go onto the Beauty of Blackness fineartshow.com and look at my artwork that I have there. You can scroll down and look on it. You can go to the store and you can look through the images on the store too as well. And then many questions that you may have for me. Hopefully I can answer some today, and then that you can also ask me at a later time too as well. So Craig, you had some wonderful work earlier today. And the wonderful part about the show, as Miss Louise had said, is that the show is an interactive show, that we are on live. And we are talking to you right now. It's not just you come in and you look at the work and see our voices, but you actually can see us right now on Facebook. I think we're on Instagram. We're also on YouTube. So, and also on StreamYard. So a number of different platforms. So I'm very happy to be a part of this event, this second day. And so just kind of get into it a little bit. If there's some people who didn't get to see the show yesterday and seeing the show today, to learn a little bit about me and my background. So I am a professional artist. And I'll turn my sound up just a little bit. I've been a professional artist for a good 20 years now, and really honing in on my craft over the last maybe say 3 years or so. I've traveled around the country, and I've been able to do a lot of different shows. Last year was a big time for me. I got to go to New York. I was in Washington. I was in California. I was in Miami. And I did a number of shows here in Colorado. So was very thankful and got really good reception. So was very excited about that too as well. The life of an artist is not always easy, but I believe that anything easy, you may not be able to get a full spectrum of the appreciation of the work and hard work that is put into it, because there's been many shows that myself and many other artists have gone to and haven't been able to make the amount of financial gain that they needed over time. But they come back and do another show. I remember I did a show last year and didn't hardly make anything, but the people loved the work, but no one was purchasing. And I come back home at the end of the week. I had a sale from a private client that made up for everything that I put into the show, invested in everything. And that was I say that was all God. And so I was very thankful for that. So I have a background in graphic design. So I went to college for graphic design back in 1994. And I got my degree in graphics and stuff. I really don't do too much with the web design, but mainly print, like logos, different type of images with flyers and designs of banners and all those other things that deal with print. Those are the things that I have a profession in to do. And so I had a little bit of art in college, but mostly my gaining of my art came from the portion of being self-taught and just learning and picking up different techniques, learning from other artists, and be inspired by them. And I love, as I talked about yesterday, being able to get up close up on a piece of art and see the techniques and the technical part of that an artist can do and does do in putting their work together. So that really inspired me. And so for many years, I had a regular job. I worked for Loomis. I was a correctional officer. And I used to draw and paint all the time. And my work was still being able to go out across the United States. And I took a leap of faith and believed that it was time for me to pursue this gift that God has given me and to help to cultivate it and for it to grow, that I could do this on a full-time basis. It definitely was a leap of faith. I really thank my wife for the support and my children for their support that they've given me over the years. Excuse me. And to be able to do this on a full-time basis is awesome. I mean, there's times that artists will lose track of time. They will stay up all night. They will paint all day if they have. That's probably exactly what I would do. I had to stop and remember to eat. That's probably one of the things that artists forget to do. And some of them may just have a lot of food around them and they just eat while they paint. And so I try to balance both of those things, doing my art, trying to keep myself in shape, and spending time with my family, and trying to find some time to sleep too as well, but not enough. But hey, they said you sleep when you head on over to the other side. So I'm just going to continue to keep rolling. Yesterday, I was very inspired to see the video and the live feed from Charlie Palmer, one of my favorite artists, and gain a lot of inspiration from him. And he is a workhorse. And so, people like Larry Puncho Brown and some of these other wonderful artists that you see, they put a lot of time and a lot of energy into their artwork. And when people ask, well, how long did that piece take? Well, sometimes you may be working on a piece for a long time and working on a number of other pieces at once. So it's an hours process. It's just kind of like you work on it till it gets done. So initially, what I do with my pieces that you see in the background, a good portion of my pieces, I start them off on a black canvas. And how I get to the black canvas is I have to paint it black. Luckily, sometimes they actually are producing canvases that are black that you can purchase too as well. So I don't stretch too much my canvases, but I do when I need to. So I'll take the white canvas, whether it be cotton or linen, and I will paint the whole thing black. Whether I'm working with acrylic or working with oil, it just doesn't matter to me. So I looked at the aspect of we'll see how this works, and then we will move from there and play around with the different techniques and stuff that I learned, because like I said, I'm mainly self-taught. So I went to college for graphic design and not for art in particular, but I actually use both of them together in working with my pieces. Being a mixed media artist that you see from a lot of artists too, as well, as they incorporate some real life into their work, like photos and photography, using different type of textiles and textures, using different types of leathers, using different types of silks, and also pictures and photography. I think I mentioned that too as well. So those are things that I use to create a number of my images. And so and coming up with the different inspirations and stuff for the pieces, they just come from many different aspects. As I talked about yesterday, my inspirations come from music. They come from conversations that I have with other artists and other people, my biblical background as well, and current events that are happening in the world and society that really affect me or come at me emotionally. That's what happens to a lot of artists. And I believe that art is a part of history anything you want to find out about history, you can find it in art. And so many different things were not taught to us in the school system or in life system. So as we grow up, we start to do more research. And with the wonderful World Wide Web, we're able to find out more things. And people have done research too as well to really understand the state of our country, the history of art, and the history of art in it making history too as well, and being able to tell a story as time goes on. So I love that wonderful part. And I love that my art is unique to me and someone else's art is unique to them. And whether it be abstract, contemporary, cubism, many different other styles of and techniques of art that are out there that you can choose from. And I believe art is definitely an emotional draw when people come and want to purchase, or they come around a piece of art. They say something is just drawing me to this piece. And this is something that I believe that I would like to purchase for myself. So please, as you check out these artists today and myself, take a look in our stores that we have. Miss Louise Cutler, who is an awesome and amazing artist herself, has put these things together for you to be able to indulge and to let your eyes be able to see some amazing work from these African-American artists. And I am a Black person, Black man, but I create art from all types of things. So I love many different genres and different styles too as well. And I incorporate a lot of that into my pieces. So I believe that not only are we Black, but we are human. And I love culture, and I love to look at traditional types of aspects and to continue to learn. That my learning process with art, I believe, is just at its very beginning. And I'm very thankful and very humble for what I've been able to do and been able to share with other people about the work that I am creating and that I will be creating. So just being able to branch out and learn new things and being able to spend time with other artists is one of those things that continuously helps you grow. And always look for a mentor, look for somebody who can be able to help you and to strengthen, encourage you, and to give you raw critiques and to be honest with you. So that's what I hope for. And I pray that one day I can be a mentor to a young man or woman that is getting into the arts, and that I can help them from what I've learned and what I'm continue to learn. And I hope that I can learn from them too as well. So this, like I said, this whole thing is a learning process, so many different aspects. So right now, I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to show a quick minute and 19-second video of video that my wonderful friend Ulysses Porter Brown used to work for Stars put together for me a couple of years ago. So I'm gonna pull that up here. The thought process of an artist never stops. It's all day, morning, evening, even in our dreams. I discovered a long time ago I see the world differently. My imagination looks at the triumphs and failures of our generation as art. To be caught and frozen in a moment in time, but to be viewed by generations to come. Each painting is unique.
When you called me, never in a million years did I think that you would be saying what you said.
I have breast cancer.
Yeah.
Each painting is vibrant.
Spring will be here before we know it, and for many, it'll get off to a cold and wet start.
Each painting captures a moment that will live forever.
In Baton Rouge, where Alton Sterling was killed by police last week, 48 arrests.
When you own a piece of my art, you own an intricate part of all of it. So let's move that out the way. Let's see.
When I'm making my artwork, I'm searching. I'm trying to make sense of the world. I'm trying to make sense of my life. I have an idea and the work helps me.
So let's go on into another piece of art from someone else. Let me go ahead and exit out of that. So I wanted to show you a little bit about my process of how I work and do some of my pieces, how I start. Like I said, I start with a black background, and then I build up from, I work backwards. So I work with the white, and then from there, I move into the color, and then the formation of the rest of the artwork. And then I go into the finishing of the piece, which would be adding the different mixtures and textiles and images and stuff like that. So I'm going to show you those two here as well in a second here. Bring this up. Full screen, full screen. All right. So this is a piece that I have called Golden Beauty. And hopefully everyone could see this. This particular piece is part of my women empowerment series that I had showed. There's flowers in the piece, and the flower represents a woman's crown. It also represents her beautiful fragrance, her strength, her courage, her uniqueness to her. And each one of these pieces that I did have a quality for each particular woman, from their different color, from their different shades, and their different skin tones, and a different inspiration for each individual piece. So as you see here, if you're looking at my screen, you're seeing a black background, and then I'll sketch the image onto the background the way I prepare my pieces. And then I will put these white highlights in. So this will come on. And if I'm working in oil, the process is going to be a little bit different, because going that direction with oil is a little bit different. But working in acrylic, I will lay down all my highlights. And then from my highlights, I will move on to the next phase of the picture, and that is adding the color and the skin tones. So adding my different colors, and there are many artists that work with the pieces, and they may work with a limited palette, and they're able to capture amazing pieces. I work with a large palette of different array of colors in a face, in a portrait, whether I'm working on someone that's more lighter skin or darker skin. I probably use up to maybe 7 to 10 different colors in the face, from different raw umbers and burnt umbers to blacks and whites to yellows and oranges and reds, and many of those different tones that I'll use as I'm working and pulling the piece out. I really love working on eyes. Eyes to me are like a gateway to the soul of the person. And so I do spend a little bit more time on the eyes, because those are one of my favorite parts of the body. So from here, I start adding the color in, and you can see how it's coming in. So we're starting to cover up some of the highlights. And then at the end of it, I put the highlights back in. So going on to the next phase of it. So now I'm smoothing out the skin tone, and there's different ways to actually do this, because sometimes I will add more detail, and sometimes I won't add as much detail. When I do my pieces, I actually like the black to show through some of the image. So when it's done, not to say that the piece isn't finished, but it's just the beginning of the picture. So I like looking at painting my images, starting off black. And I attribute that to the way God has started us, that he looked at our life, can see the end of our life, and then he goes back and then he starts us in our process. And so one of the things that an artist does, the artist pretty much has a good idea of what he or she is going to paint. And they see it visually in their mind. Things may change as they go into the process, but they really have a good idea of when it's done. Because some people say, when do you know your art piece is finished? And I would say that we know it's finished because we have seen it at the end of the piece. And so I think that's in our lives too, as well, as we learn our purpose and we learn what our work is. One awesome speaker by the name of Miles Monroe talked about that we need to learn what our work is, not what our job is. We can't let our job define us, who we are, but the work, our gifts, our talents, our purposes, the things that we are put on this earth to do is the most important for us. So then we move to the next step. As you see, I'm starting to add some more of the color and the skin tones and starting to put the image together. I'm putting some of the lips and the color and the lips too together as well. And then I think the next picture kind of jumps towards the end of the piece. So then you see as the color comes in, I use real silks and different type of textures and papers. And on this particular one, I used a lot of different gold papers and different gold collage images with some jewelry, silk flowers, and other different types of things. So this piece is mainly acrylic, but it also has a lot of other elements to it. And a lot of people, when they see this piece, they says, "Oh, is that Lupita?" And I say it's not, but thank you for the compliment. She's another woman that I had, and I kind of changed some things on her to give her her own particular look and style. But I would love to do a piece of Lupita one day because she's an absolutely beautiful woman, and she has a beautiful spirit to her too as well. And then I think this is the final piece. Like I said, as you look in the eyes, I really love to work on the eyes. And some of my pieces, they stare back at you, not to look at you in a bad way, but in a way to say that, hey, as I look at you, you look at me. And the premise behind this particular piece out of the series, Golden Beauty, representing that my darkness of my skin, the color of my skin, it still glows and it's golden. It's beautiful, and I should be proud of it. I remember there's one of our friends, she works on Good Morning America, and she talked about how she used to be talked about and how she felt about her skin because she came from one of the Caribbean islands, and she was tall too as well. And she would say, you know, I felt ugly because of my skin and my height. I felt that I wasn't beautiful because I was dark skinned and I wasn't light skinned, or I was African, I was black. And I say that you are beautiful with your skin tones, as dark as you get or as light as you get on the spectrum. So I wanted to show that piece and talk about that too as well. And let's get back to this here as well. So back to the particular process. So hopefully that gave you a little bit of insight on some of my piece and the techniques and stuff that I do. So there's a little bit more to the process too as well. But I'm love and thankful that I'm able to share this particular process. So I'm gonna bring up a piece that I had did within that same process, but then you can actually see it a little bit more. So I'm gonna scoot my chair back a little bit and bring this piece up here. So this piece is called Monarch Beauty. And so Monarch Beauty, like I said, each one of the Women Empowerment series has their own likeness and their own aspect to this particular piece. And this young girl, you see there's butterflies, and monarch butterflies are one of my favorite butterflies, my wife's favorite too as well. And within these butterflies, you know that there's a metamorphosis, and I believe that we go through a metamorphosis in life, and women go through a metamorphosis from being a young girl as they grow up to women, and in their life of, you know, having children and being married and those types of things. So I wanted to do that as a celebration to that. So in this piece, this is a embellished G clay of the original, and an embellished G clay would be in the process. People say, well, what is a G clay? G clay is a French term of spraying of ink, and this is on canvas. And so what I did is I went back and I added the flower, the original flower that was in the original. I also put another crystal earring into her ear. And then I went back and added some of the original acrylic colors that were in the piece that would be in here. So it almost becomes its own original, even though that it's a reproduction. And it's actually a little bit larger than the original that I did too as well. And the original had a necklace, and this reproduction came out so well that it almost looks like the necklace is on there right now. So in this particular piece, like I said, I start the whole thing black, and then I start with her highlights, and then I move through that, adding the colors. Like I said, in her skin could have up to 10 different colors into her particular skin. Her eyes, as you see how her eyes are, I'll bring the piece up a little bit closer. Oops. And you can see from the side view how the flower sticks out. And then at the bottom of the piece, in this series, it kind of fades down, or like a dripping technique. And this particular part just means dripping in black excellence. So that's the premise of that particular piece. All right. So talking a little bit about, hey, buddy. Got my son here, talking a little bit about some of my inspirations for my art. Like I said, we talked about music. There's different pieces of art that I really love, and in the inspiration behind music, just draws a immense creative ability to be able to add the design and the complexity of the way the art is put together. So inspiration in music, inspiration in conversations that I may have with people. And I love being able to show or take a song or take some type of thing like that and put it together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I was hoping to have both my things, but with the reverb, we're going to kind of walk around and see how this works, so you can see some of the artwork that I have on the wall, some pieces that I didn't get to show yesterday. So let's see, here we go. So this is a piece right here, right behind me. This piece is called I'll Send Down an Army for You. And I actually got the inspiration for this piece from a song called Rescue. And in the song Rescue, it talked about someone being battered and bruised and being at the end of their rope, and God coming to their rescue. And so what I have here is this man. Let's see if I can come down a little bit closer. This man that you see right here represents anybody. And he's pretty much at the end of the line. He's been battered and bruised. He's on the edge of a cliff. And then you see this large soldier, this Roman soldier. And in this particular soldier, he is about to take his sword and finish this man and end his life. And God says, I'll send down an army to rescue you. And so all these angels are coming out of the sky, as you see, as it comes up here. These angels are coming down to his rescue all the way from the top. And so each of these pieces, I had to separate everything, in particular while I worked on this piece, which was a little bit over about a year. I finished it this January 1st. And there's different collage techniques into the piece. This is all real cloth that I have, and different images within the piece. The swords have different words in them. I'll get a little bit closer so you can see that. And this piece is also another acrylic piece too as well. So starting the process with this piece too is I paint the canvas black, I sketch it, and then I put on the other different techniques as I continue to put the piece together. So this piece is a 48 by 48. You can actually see this piece on in the store, in the beautyofblackness.com, and just go to my store and you'll be able to see that piece, and you can get up a little bit closer on it. Take you to another piece that I have down here. All right, so try to get the glare off of this. This particular piece is called Untitled Traveler. And in this particular piece, this woman, where I got the inspiration from this piece was from an image that I had found. This woman was holding this flag, and it just reminded me of the way the flag was blowing, that it looked like water. So I wanted to use an African woman and take the flag and have it as water, as a slave ship on it, and it was the actual flag of the United States. So this particular flag is a black flag morphed into the rest of the colors of the United States flag, and the position of this particular flag is upside down. So if you ever see a flag upside down, it is showing a distress signal. So America in distress, and I believe we are in that. And we have been in that for a while. And especially as African Americans and Natives, Blacks, we've dealt with those particular issues for many, many years. And so in here you see the flag, and this piece is done on cold pressed watercolor paper, and with the different techniques of watercolor, pen and ink, and then in her head wrap, her necklace, and her bracelet. Those are all individual pieces of collage paper. 300-pound cold press watercolor paper. I tear the edges, and then it is then framed after that. So hope you guys like that piece. This piece is called Untitled Traveler. So I'm gonna move on to the next piece that we have. All right. So I got the inspiration from this particular piece after I had saw this speech by Martin Luther King. And about a year later, I was actually able to go to the place where he did a portion of that speech. This was after his I Have a Dream speech that he had. He was invited to come speak at Riverside Baptist Church that was established back in 1930 by the Rockefeller family. And so he talked in his speech about the injustices of African-American people in the United States, and the poor people, and the different things that we have been denied in history just because of the color of our skin, and because coming out of slavery, like not being able to read, not being able to enlist, not being able to vote, not being able to have land, not being able to get federal grants for land grants, not being able to get loans from the banks, not being able to go into the front door of a business. You know, so he talked about a lot of those things and the injustices that has happened. So he was planning another march and his march was going to be on Washington. And he said, this time when we come to Washington, we're coming for our check. And so people who have done a lot of studying and research and know a little bit more of the background of why Martin Luther King was killed and assassinated, knowing because he was planning, you know, when you start messing with people's money, things start to get a little bit sketchy. And they were cool with the whole process of the nonviolence, turn the other cheek that he was talking about. But when some of those actions were not working, we had to start looking at the other options. We're talking about reparations right now in our system, and people want to just kind of push that to the side, but knowing that so many people in history have gotten reparations. I don't know if you know that reparations, the United States had given reparations to the Jewish population because of what happened in the Holocaust. We've actually paid them, even though we went to fight and help liberate them as well. There was a French trains that were actually taking the Jewish people to these concentration camps, you know, that was all designed by Hitler. And after the war, they were going to sue those French railroad trains, and America stepped in and said that we'll pay it. So they paid $52 billion to the Jewish culture for that, instead of having French have to pay it. And then even when our President Obama was in office, he gave another 12 million to a lot of the Holocaust victims as well. And so we have been paying that for many years, reparations for things that we didn't cause, but we've had to put our own money into that. Also, reparations were given to the Native Americans. And if you know a little bit about Juneteenth, Juneteenth was when slaves that were in Texas found out that they were free, and they really had been free for 2.5 years. But there were a lot of slaves that were still held by Native Americans, and they didn't want to let them go. But the laws have changed and everything, and they actually had to let them go as well. So they in the amendments that came in the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, a lot of Native Americans got some things, and now they've been treated wrongly too as well. But they were giving portions of things that should have gone to us too as well. Also, you have the Japanese that were in the concentration camps after the I think World War One, World War One, when Pearl Harbor had happened, and they were in concentration camps for about 4 years. And in those 4 years, they were given $20,000 each in reparations to be able to help build their lives. And you can imagine $20,000 back in the 1920s or so was probably a lot of money, and it can been able to give someone a new start in their family and being able to build businesses and different things like that. And then the last part that America has done is given reparations. You wouldn't believe this, but reparations were also given to the white plantation owners. They got about $300 from each slave that they had to let go. It was, loss of revenue. So America and the government gave plantation owners reparations too as well. So when it comes down to the part of us getting reparations, I really believe that there should be no talk about it. It should just be something that should be done, and we could start solving and say, this is how it should be taking place, because we built the country. And if it wasn't for us, America wouldn't be this mighty country that it is. We've been such a forgiving people and a loving people. We've taken people in from many other different cultures, and many other cultures wouldn't do the same thing for us. So that's the premise of this particular piece. So this piece is called "We Come for Our Check." So this is Martin Luther King. In this hand, he's holding a slave ship, and in this hand, he's holding a check from the government. And I'll zoom up on that check so you can see that a little bit closer. And I did all that by hand, so you can see what it says: from the United States, payable to African American descent. And it just shows there's really no number connected to it. So in this piece, on his hands, he's got 3 nooses, and those nooses represent the first 300 years of slavery. And then on his other hand, you see a broken chain, which represents the ending of slavery of 400 years. And of course, slavery didn't last 400 years, but 400 years was last year, and we're still dealing with a lot of injustice and stuff. And then coming down into the piece, you see the running of Martin Luther King's jacket as it's running over the White House, showing the stain of the White House. I just saw recently, the White House, I don't know if it was another color, but they painted it white to cover up when it had been set on fire by one of the different wars that we had in this nation. And so they painted the White House white to cover up all the stains of the smoke. In the pieces on the side of the White House, we have two trees. And the trees, what I did is I burned into the trees and I put a timeline dating back from 1515, when we were brought over here as indentured servants and slaves back in 1515, but they show in 1619, when the first slave ships landed in Virginia. And then through the timeline, it shows all the different things that we have been denied through history, and many things that had happened to us, about Harriet Tubman, her escape from slavery, the different military prohibited people of color back in 1792 to 1812, and the Haitian Revolution. Haiti did quite a bit for the United States to help win wars here and abroad, and they were the first nation on the earth to be independent, and they are still paying back monies for ending their own slavery. They're having to pay money back. I think it was like $52 billion. One of the reasons why Haiti is still so poor. So wanted to give you a little history, and then also show you a little bit about my different processes and things like that. So looking at things that happen in our today's society, and knowing that there's a lot of different things that have to change, and still being a Christian and being a believer in Christ, that we are still forgiven people. And as God has forgiven us, we forgive others. But it's time for the talk and time to make the change. And I'm thankful today for being who I am, and being blessed with the gift that he's given me, and that I'll be able to continue to cultivate it, continue to learn from other people, and to continue to grow. And not only just showing my artwork, but many artwork of many different cultures, and that we could come together and learn about each other, that we are humans, that we are blessed, and we all have the same red blood that bleeds and flows through our bodies. We all have the same pupils that look through our eyes, that we can all see differences of what peace means. But peace in all totality means to be able to take care of our families, be able to take care of our communities, be able to provide for ourselves with financial, be able to be safe and secure in our lives, and to be able to share and cultivate with other people. I believe that those are some of the aspects of what people believe, to be able to be comfortable in a society that can show us and how we can take care of ourselves, and not always have to have the government take care of us too as well. So I wanted to thank you. I think this is about the end of my time. It's about 11:30. So if Miss Louise is there, or someone else to bring in the next person, I wanted to say thank you so much for being a part, and let me be a part of this event. Are you there?
I'm here, Thomas. Thank you so much, Thomas. I'm just letting you, you're always so good about your presentation, and I always enjoy it so much. I just sometimes forget the time. Yeah. And I did have a little extra time, so I was just letting you go.
That was 45 minutes that time.
I know, and I still had
45 minutes. That's crazy.
You were the one. You were the first one that talk your whole time anyway. Remember, we were doing all the practices, and
Yeah.
so you were the one that we're like, whoa, Thomas had his little points. So tell me, Thomas, how did you prepare for, because this isn't like any other show
Yes.
that you would do. And I know you've done several virtual shows as of late. How did you prepare? Well, how is this different from what you've done lately?
Well, one, I'm actually able to talk to people in a live aspect. So I remember I did another virtual show. Oops, sorry, buddy. My son is under my chair. And being able to welcome people into a room, but it wasn't in this particular aspect where we had an artist lineup, and we had something that was streaming on several different services. It was one place that you came to, and everything was done there. But in this aspect, people can watch when they're on YouTube and IG and StreamYard and Facebook all simultaneously at the same time. And then they could ask questions and come into in a perspective that they can talk to the artists, and the artist could show them more about their work. And then their work is there for them to purchase. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else out there like this. You've been a definite visionary in creating this aspect, and it could only get better from here, especially start seeing other people and getting more sponsorship to see what a wonderful event that this is, and getting these top tier artists too as well. I mean, I'm thankful to be a part of this bunch, and to be able just to talk about the knowledge that I'm gaining, and the stuff that wasn't taught in school. So I had to learn. Even in my African American class, I didn't learn nothing about any of this stuff.
I think that's all of us.
And so, just glad to be able to learn, and then also to be able to shed light in a way that is not evasive on people, but just to say, hey, this is our history. You are a part of our history, whether you like it or not. And we want to show you how different things have affected us over time. So, yeah.
I mean, because when you talked about the whole reparation, I was like, wow, I did not know all of that. I did not know all of that history of all the people that they paid out. And they're constantly complaining about, Black people. And it's interesting because they've paid out so many people already. And Obama should have paid us out. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Anybody could have paid us out. He could have, but he went and paid something else out. So I go there because folks would be in here.
Obama, if you ever get to see this, we love you. We know that there was some aspects of your position, that things that you couldn't do, and I know that the African Americans were excited for him to be there, but we didn't give him the money like everybody else gave him. We were like, hey, he's here, and then some of us didn't go as far. I mean, definitely there were many people that were pushing the charge and everything for it. But with this day and time, with this coronavirus, where people had to just sit there and think, and then be able to, if you took your time that you were able to sit at home and use that time to either start a business or start researching or start finding out about what you can do and how you can provide for your family and how you could be better than you were in the past. So that's awesome. Thank you guys so much. I see they're
popping up. They're all like, thank you, Thomas.
Yeah.
I'm thanking Thomas too, because that was a serious history lesson. I really, really liked it. And I think you got a few questions. The miseducation. Sorry, Gail, like the miseducation. This is so true. White House is White House. That is funny. It's like the White House is whitewashed. Somebody had a question though about your hold on. Yeah, that was quite the history lesson, Thomas. I could see that you do a lot of research. What is this one? That was Lynn talking about. And Gail, somebody had a question. Hold on. Lord, Gail is funny. She is definitely funny. All right, here it is. It's like a girl. She wanted to. She's asking you about your black mix. Your black. How you prepare your canvas with black.
I guess, do I mix my own black, or I use? Yeah, I use a regular pigmented black acrylic, and I will just take on it, and then I pray on my pieces too. While I'm putting that black down, that's when I'm praying that God will help me and give me the insight to create the piece. And sometimes the piece may take a little bit different direction than when I initially thought about putting it together. And so I love the aspect of being able to be creative in your creativity too, as well. Some artists don't do commissions, and some artists do commissions. And so I'm one of the artists that do commissions. So you also, as an artist, you got to let your client know that, remember, you're getting a piece of work from me. So you're getting me. So if my interpretation of what I'm creating for you is not exactly what you are planning for, just remember at the very beginning of the process that you're getting me, that I'm doing my best to create something that is going to be a blessing to you too, as well.
That's kind of what Charlie Palmer was talking about last night too, is when I asked him the question, what kind of clients he like, and he said the ones that allow me to be myself, that not with a preconceived concept of what I'm going to be.
Yeah.
So,
I remember one time he had talked, it was another talk he had before that I got to hear. And Charlie used to put these wooden pieces on his piece, and he would put them anywhere in a particular piece, and then he would draw around it, and that particular piece of wood would pop out from the piece. I don't know if he does it too much anymore, because I don't see it on a lot of his newer body of work. But I remember he had mentioned that there was a client that asked him not to put it on there, but this is what he was doing on everything he did. And so I think that, it might have been a little bit of a stretch for him to say, hey, I'm not being able to use my creativity, and you want me to create the piece because you like the way I do my artwork, but you don't want this particular segment I use in all my artwork pieces.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw that talk when he said that. Gail, I have to put this up. This is Gail. It says,
right. I'm watching casting on YouTube, sharing on Facebook, checking out the website and Google, making notes on the Samsung. You got everything up. You got everything.
I know, she all over the place. Gail's like got everything on. Gail, what are you? I can't see what. So she's streaming because Gail's pink. Normally I can tell what they're streaming on, but Gail's in a pink stream.
No, she's got everything streaming.
She's on YouTube. Yeah, Gail's got everything on.
Yeah.
So much, Gail, for coming in and hanging out with us. I think we need this. We're gonna send Gail one of the Gail, with all of your questions. We're gonna send you one of these really nice Larry Poncho Brown prints. So Gail, make sure you leave send me a message. Put a message in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show page so that I can get you a nice print. Her and Lynn, I'm gonna make sure they get a nice print. One of Poncho's prints, they're signed, and you'll get some other stuff from the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So Thomas, tell me.
I see this other comment that she has. Edwin Lester is,
go ahead.
He's an amazing artist. I love his work. I know him only by following him on Instagram, and we will talk off and on, but we haven't had a regular conversation. But I remember getting one of his awesome prints that he did. And I've seen his work over the years, and it's some absolutely wonderful work. He has some great spiritual notations in his aspect of the way he creates his pieces and the flow of his imagery and his art. So it's pretty awesome. But I know him, but I haven't really talked to him. But we have talked on IG, and he'll maybe like a piece that I do. I always comment on his work that he creates. as well. Yeah. So.
You're welcome, Lynn. I know Lynn's. We'll make sure we're going to get Lynn a print because Lynn has been on everything. She has been active and asking questions, which we absolutely love. So Thomas, tell me about your preparation for this show. What was some of the things you had? How did you prepare for this show?
Well, looking at the type of art that I was going to put up, because I have hundreds of pieces too as well, and wanting to find, I love color. So, I mean, I've probably got color in pretty much all my pieces, but trying to find an aspect of what I wanted to show and draw an emotional prospect, and then something that I can actually have a history talk on. Mm-hmm. You know, like as you're saying, doing the research on the pieces, and something that can be something that people can talk about all the time. So in some of my pieces, there'd be many different nuggets that people could say, "Oh man, I didn't see that last time," or "That's very interesting." So I love to be able to do that. And then looking at my talking points, what am I going to talk about for 30 minutes, that people are going to be interested about. So, and then some of the, I start prepping on some of the aspects of things that you said that we could do, which is awesome. Share your screen, show some of the stuff that you have in the background. And so I was thinking about some of the stuff today. So some of my preparation today was like at the last minute. So, and I was like, hey, it's going to work, and getting to see Craig as he did his talk a little bit earlier gave me some ideas of what to do. I was going to talk about the Tyler Perry stuff, but I didn't get a chance to get to it. Some of the pictures weren't loading correctly, but maybe I'll talk about that tomorrow.
Oh, because you have that on the screen. You have that on your screen.
Yeah, I was going to bring up some of the process and show you.
That would be wonderful.
Put that piece together. So, because I took pictures of it through
process.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you definitely want to see that one. So make sure you come back, because that was. I watched the video on that. I watched that video you had on that. So will you show the video? Because you.
I gotta figure out, because it's like 4 minutes. So I have it like on my phone and trying to refer to my computer. It's just like, well, I sent it to myself, but why isn't it not showing up in my email? So maybe I could figure that out.
Because that was, I enjoyed that video. I watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa, this is a lot. This is a lot of stuff. So how is it? Because I know you're at home kind of Mr. Momming too with the kids. How are you juggling all of that?
Well, it's just a mixture. They have school. Luckily, they're off today, and they're off on Monday. And they're gonna. Both my son and daughter both had birthdays 5 days apart. So my son just turned 8, and my daughter just turned 11. Oh, there he goes, right there. This is Simon.
Simon's been trying to get in.
Yeah, he's trying to get in my feed and everything. But yeah, so. And making sure they get their work done, that's one of the things that's just, it's like they're okay. If they were at school, all I have to worry about is homework and stuff. But when they're at home, I got to make sure they're doing their work for school. Stop. Yeah. So, and then my wife, she works from home too. She's a teacher now.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Yeah, she's cosmetologist, and she's a makeup artist and a licensed esthetician. So, and then she has her own studio too. So she's so busy. I guess sometimes I have to become Mr. Mom, but she does.
Joint effort, you guys.
Use that aspect, yeah. It's also always a joint, and I'm always very thankful for her giving me the opportunity to be able to create my artwork. So
right, well, that's pretty cool. Well, Thomas, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure having you on because you have such a wealth of information. And just the history portions of it is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
And so it's always a pleasure having you. And the great thing is being able to get all of this information, because at a fine art festival, would you really be able to share all of that information?
Probably not, unless you were, you had a some type of panel discussion somewhere under a tent or in a building with some people. Probably would you be able to get that, but in your booth, not really, because you may have a lot of people coming through, and then you're just answering the same question many times.
Right. Yeah.
So,
a repetition.
Yeah,
repetition. So in reality, so it is. It does. It's almost like you can show your artwork and have your own sort of panel discussion or being able to share. I like this platform because you're able to share a lot more information with people, and they can actually get to know you, because now I'm like, Thomas is a scholar. Those are things, it's like that you don't see or you don't pick up as far as things that so you are very you do a lot of research for your pieces. And so how does it start, like how do you start a piece?
Well, so say for instance the Martin Luther King the we come for our check piece that I did, so that piece, like I said, was initially inspired by the speech, one of the last speeches that he gave. And it was from a video that I saw that talked about many other different things in history, like especially learning that, I remember younger, slavery was in the South, and if you went up to the North, things were a whole lot better. And that wasn't really true. Right. The North and the South, they both had a love-hate connection with each other. The North would provide money for the South plantations. They would provide money and loans for the ships. You had people like J.P. Morgan Chase. You had Citibank and all these folks that took slaves from people who forfeited or fell short on paying their loans. Like J.P. Morgan had like 13,000 slaves that they owned. That's Chase Bank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chase.
Citibank had some crazy mess in there too as well. And then, we hear about
Citibank too. No more Citibank. No.
Yeah. T.I. talk about, Lloyd's of London, how they actually provided money for those slave ships, and now they're this $52 billion company. And they're
wow.
Yeah, so they got a lot of money on the backs of slaves, literally. So
Thomas, you know what? We're gonna just bring you back for a history lesson, because the stuff is just amazing. I mean, to be able to research that. I mean, that's all stuff. I'm seriously it's like we're just gonna have a talk with Thomas. Talk with Thomas and just let Thomas go.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. And also in this piece too, as well, like I said, I put a timeline. So I had to go back and research a lot of different things that have happened to us in a time like the 1921. I'm looking at here, Black Wall Street, and the different things that happened to us. One of the first times that America dropped bombs on itself in its own country. And I'm like, well, isn't that another prospect to be able to give reparations for?
Right.
I mean, they killed like 300 people, displaced over 10,000 people, homes and businesses. Black Wall Street was about to start trading with other countries because they were doing so well, and then all that stuff got destroyed in a couple of days.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, if nothing else, pay Black Wall Street something.
Yeah. So so within there, doing research and finding out, the different things that happen with the black codes and the different places. Even Mexico, they had us enslaved too as well, and ended before the United States did. So, and then the things talking about Haiti, that was amazing. So my grandfather's Black Haitian. From his descent, and Creole too as well, and finding out that Haiti came over here and helped fight in some of the wars to help win land here in America. And then they sent Haitian soldiers to many other different Caribbean islands and everything to fight and take over. And I think America got really scared that, man, these folks are so good, we got to cut them off. So I always feel so bad when you saw a lot of those Haitian ships and those broken down ships as they're trying to get to America, and they get turned back, but everybody from Mexico is just flowing into the country, and Haiti helped win many of the wars to get us to where we're at here in the United States. And they became one of the first independent nations in the whole world. They probably were. And that was back in 1804.
Yeah, and this is stuff you don't hear about. You never. I mean, most people are like, "Ooh, Haiti, they're this and they're that," and they were a part of the whole help America become great.
Yeah, America great again. Yeah, and then the other aspect that they had to pay back $52 billion for not being enslaved. They were like, we're not going to take this. They had a big fight on their land. They slaughtered a lot of people too as well, because they were like, we're not going to be slaves. And so there was a big revolt that they had. And so because of that, they would send out the stuff that they would grow there to other people, and they would have to take half of that and send that to I can't remember if it was can't remember which country it was right offhand, but they had to give all that money to them. That's why they're poor. I mean, because they've been paying back for 150 years. They've been paying back that because they're not slaves, because they wouldn't be enslaved anymore. They had to pay back all this money to these other countries for their independence. So
that's pretty wild that they had to do all that. Well, thank you so much, Thomas, for the beautiful art and the amazing history lesson, because that was pretty profound, because that was a lot of stuff that I didn't know either. So it's always a pleasure sitting and listening and talking to you. And so I can't wait till tomorrow. What time are you on tomorrow?
I have to, let me see. Tomorrow is Saturday. So I'm on the talk at 11:45 to 12:45, I think, with Sean Beal, and I think there's a couple other people. And then I'm back on at 2:30.
Okay. All right. So definitely come in and check out Thomas. He'll be talking more. Talking more and sharing with us. So thanks a lot, Thomas. We'll see you tomorrow, and looking forward to the talk with you as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. God bless you all.
All right. So that was Thomas. I love Thomas because he's always a wealth of information. He's always pretty amazing. The things that he has to talk about, the things that he say. So I'm looking forward to the talk he's going to be in tomorrow with Aaron and Gina Paskins and LaShawn Bill. There'll be four of them in that conversation tomorrow. And that's at, I think he said it was at, that's 11:45. So we'll see them at 11. Yeah, it's at 11:45. They'll be here sharing with us and talking with us. So that's something to look forward to. We're going to have some musical guests up soon, but I want to go over with you guys. You see, I'm drinking out of my You Are Beautiful cup. Make sure you pick up a You Are Beautiful cup. I'm going to drink some. I'm drinking out of my You Are Beautiful cup. And I just want to kind of go through the website a little bit with you guys before we bring in our music guest. So I'm going to just go through the website again. Give you 1 second. I probably already have it up. At least I thought I had it up. Here we go. All right, so I just want to go over the process of the website with everybody again, just in case there's people that are having some little struggles with it. So we're going to just go to the home screen once again, because, I want everybody to be a part of it. And the one thing that I did not mention is, if you want to support and help for the coming years and be a part of our patrons, definitely click on, you might see it, it's tiny when you open that first page. You can click on our donation button. We would love to have you come and donate to the show. All of the proceeds will go for the show next year, to make it even better, to make it even a greater show. We're hoping that we'll be able to actually do a physical show, but we're also going to keep and maintain our virtual live stream show as well. So definitely click on that. We would love to have you donate to what we're doing, donate to the cause. That's what I'll call it. Donate to that so that we can continue to expand. So we can continue to expand our show. We can continue to expand our reach. That's one of the things that we do want to do. We want to expand our show. We want to expand our reach to even more artists and more people if we can. That's one of the things that we're looking at doing. Did somebody comment? I thought I saw somebody. Thank you. So we're looking to expand the show. We're looking to expand our reach. So we do have a donate button. So if you want to make a donation, we would love and appreciate you donating to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So let's go over some of the features on our website. So let me share that with you. So on the homepage, when you go to the homepage, you'll see that we have just like on our homepage, if you want to watch the show, say like, well, Louise, I don't know I'm not on Facebook, and I'm not real familiar with YouTube. Well, if you go on our webpage, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com, here, let me put it up for you so you can see it. The Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Here you go. It's going to just run a little bit. If you go on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com, you could actually watch the show from the webpage. It's right here. It's on the first page. All you have to do is click on this and you'll be able to watch the show live from our website. So there we go. And if you're interested in seeing some of the artists, and you've already seen quite a few artists, and we'll be seeing more artists coming up after our music performance, we're going to have some other artists come up. We'll go through the schedule and I'll tell you who's coming up next. Who's coming up next? So you can go to our About page and learn about the show, but mostly you want to see the artists. So go to 2020 artists. If you click on that link, all the artists will come up. So once you see that, you'll see all the artists that are in the show right here. They'll come up and you can go into any of their rooms. You can go into any of these artists' rooms just by clicking on their image. So once you click on their image, you can enter, you'll be entering into their room. So once you enter into their room, right now we're in Mr. LaShawn Bill's room. Why do you keep saying that? Right now we're in Mr. LaShawn Bill's room. And you'll notice right over here, there is his virtual Zoom link. You could click on that link and you could have a face-to-face, one-on-one conversation with Mr. LaShawn Bill. And he would be more than happy to have a conversation with you. He comes on a little later today, so he's available to chat with you anytime. So you can click on that link and have a talk with him and have a one-on-one. You can ask him about his work. Also in this room is all of his work. So he also has a welcome video that you can watch where he's welcoming you and thanking you for coming to his room. You can also peruse his artwork. And I tell you, he has some beautiful, vibrant, absolutely amazing artwork. I love it. If you click on it, you can have a look at it. Look, I have to put those titles in there. He's gonna kill me. You can click on it. You can have a look at the different pieces. He has some beautiful, beautiful pieces in this room. So go ahead and click on and have a look at his artwork. And okay, there we go. So you can go ahead and click on his artwork and just enjoy the beautiful art that's in his room. And then once you've enjoyed the beautiful art that's in his room, you can go over and make a really nice purchase from his store. So if you click on this right here, you'll notice that LaShawn actually has 2 galleries. So he has a mass gallery as well. So you can click that and you can go right into his mass gallery. So you can go right into his mass gallery. And you can see these amazing masks that Mr. LaBille has, that he has in his gallery. So that's his mass gallery. So that's LaShawn Bill. So we're going to click out of that. And if you look down here, you'll see all the artists that has open Zoom links. So those artists, they have open Zoom links. So you can go in and click on their Zoom link because they're all waiting to hear from you. So just click on their Zoom link and you can have a one-on-one conversation with them. If you have questions at any time, you can ask me those questions live on the air and get an immediate response, because that's why I'm here. I will give you an immediate response. I'm right here to answer any of your questions. Once you've done that and you're saying, hey, you know what, I'm interested in a piece, click on the Zoom link and talk to the artist about it, or just come on over here and go right into the store. When you click on the store, you can see we have all the artists in their shops. These are all the artist stores. So you can click on any of the artists and go right into their store and you can make a purchase. This is Aaron Paskin's art. You can go right into the store and make a purchase and purchase any of these pieces. Mr. Paskins will be on a little later. He and Gina Paskins will be on a little later to talk about their artwork. I'm looking forward to talking with them. They're always so fun to listen to and very excited about what they do and very excited about participating and helping other people. So definitely want to check the Paskins out. They come on a little later. And we're going to actually find out what time they come on, so I can tell you. So then you can come over here if you're interested. If you're like, oh, I love Aaron Paskin's work. I love LaShawn's work. I wonder what time they're going to come on live. Well, here's how you can find out. You come over here and check the schedule. We have a full schedule of all of the events, plus when all the artists will be on. So when you go to the Beauty of Blackness FineArtShow.com, you can click on their schedule and you can find out when they're coming on. So let's find out when LaShawn and Aaron Paskin is coming on. Oh, they're right behind each other, so you can watch them all together. So LaShawn Bill comes on. He'll be on today from 7 to 7:45, and Aaron Paskins will be on from 7:45 to 8:30. So you can go and check them out. You can put that on your schedule. You're like, oh, I'm going to make sure that I watch these guys at these times, and you can put that in your calendar and just be ready to watch them at the times that they are. So that's what the schedule is. You can check out the schedule, and then if you want to know who's speaking when, we also have our special event schedule right here with who's speaking at what time. As you can see, Charlie Palmer's, he did his yesterday, but our guest speaker today will be Larry Poncho Brown, who is the featured artist for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and he will be speaking today at 4. Trust me, it's something you do not want to miss. You do not want to miss. So he'll be speaking today live. You'll be able to ask him questions, and he'll be able to answer you in real time today and share. He's going to be sharing about his work, about his career, all kinds of things. And he'll be able to answer any questions that you may have for him today. And then tomorrow we have Aaron and Gina Paskins that will be going live. Aaron, Gina Paskins, LaShawn Beal, and Thomas Lockhart. And you just heard Thomas today. So we'll be having them go live tomorrow, which will be really, really exciting to watch them. And then on Sunday, we have Anthony J. Sturdivant, who is a producer. He's a writer, producer, and the creator of Think Before You Shoot. He's a Chicago-based producer, and he created a series called Think Before You Shoot. And I'll probably show a little bit of his TED Talk clip sometime either today or tomorrow. I'll show a little bit of that just to get you all warmed up to see that. He'll be sharing his latest film on domestic violence. And so I'm looking forward to him coming in and sharing. And I might share little snippets of a couple of one of his Think Before You Shoots, just so you guys can see what type of work that he does. And he will be coming and speaking with us on Sunday at 12 o'clock noon, something that you don't want to miss. That is going to be an exciting, exciting time. And so definitely want to tune in. We have some music guests coming in today that I think you guys will love. And actually, we might actually share a little bit about him, Anthony, a little bit today. We might share a little bit of his one of his clips today. So we're going to have our musical guest come in a few minutes. Just give me a couple of seconds. And so I showed you the schedule, so you can check the schedule and find out any of the artists, whatever artist that you like. You might see someone who's like, hey, you know what? I've never seen Thomas. You can map out your day and kind of plan it out and see different artists at different times. That's the beauty of this live stream and this schedule, because it's all in real time. You can talk to everybody in real time. You can make plans for it because the schedule is up. You can look at their artwork whenever you feel like it. You can look at their artwork later in the day and plan out your day tomorrow. That is the beauty of this live stream and being able to stream this live. So check out the schedule, check out the store, go and visit some artists and in their studios, and then come back, make comments. We love questions. The artists are always looking forward to your questions because they love your questions. So ask questions because they love, love, love to hear your questions. I'm going to sign out for a few minutes, and then I will be bringing back a wonderful young man, a wonderful young violinist that will be playing some music for you. So I want you to kind of get ready for that. And then later I'll be back on and speaking with LaShawn Bill. He's coming in to the studio and we're going to chat a little bit, and then we will move to the next, and then we'll have our next artist up, which is after that talk, we will have, just going to give you, let's see, who comes after that? Oh, Kevin Johnson will be coming after that. So we'll have our music guest, and then I'll be speaking with LaShawn Bill, and then we'll have Kevin will come up and speak with us after that. So I'm going to be right back. I'll be right back and hang out with you guys, and I'll be bringing in our music guest. So be back in a moment. Be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere. I'm looking forward to chatting with you. Give me a few seconds. Yeah. Can you hear me? LaShawn, go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
LaShawn, you have a lot of hair.
Yeah, I do.
I'm like, oh, you must be the envy of all those who had hair before.
Probably so. Probably so.
It's like all of the brothers that had their hair before that no longer have their hair. You're the envy of all of them right now.
Well, we're all gonna go that route one day. So hey, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it while I can.
Enjoy it while you can. All right, LaShawn, I'm gonna let you just share and chat with everybody for a few minutes. And I'm just gonna get the musical guests, make sure that they're ready to go. Okay. LaShawn looks like he's
all right. Sounds good.
Okay.
I am walking around my space here, but we're gonna get talking here. So first, I want to thank all you for tuning in and checking out the show. The Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. This is an awesome experience. Just to be able to pull something like this off and the amount of time that Louise had is phenomenal in itself. And for all the artists that are participating in it, doing such a wonderful job displaying and talking about their artwork, it is wonderful. Folks, we need your questions. There's some things you will always want to know about some of us. This is the time to ask. This is your time. Okay. So please don't hesitate. Check out our different galleries, showrooms. We invite you to check out the artwork of the various artists. Please support them. Uh, it's very much needed. Uh, and we ask that you continue to spread the word to your friends and family about this event. This is this is a premier event. This is the first one of its kind for the African American art scene. So with the number of artists that are participating in it, so it's trailblazing. All right, you're being taking part in history, and so we want to make this as most wonderful experience as possible. We need your support to make that a reality. Come by, ask questions, leave comments. We very much love to hear from you. And again, please do share with your friends. So I'm gonna tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a native of Detroit, Michigan, and right now I reside in Houston, Texas. I've been here since 1991. I started pursuing my art career at an early age, very early age. I had the idea that art was something that I wanted to do when I was in the third grade. I was intrigued by everything around me, from nature to people, and wanted to be able to emulate that on paper. And then right after that, I found paints. So I was fascinated by the use of color and started developing that particular skill. I am considered a self-taught artist, but I have worked with many, many great artists to help develop what I'm doing and what I've done. So I don't necessarily subscribe to that particular definition for myself. Uh, I spent my childhood again in Detroit, and I was developing my skills throughout my school years. Once I graduated, well, while I was still in high school, I worked as an illustrator for a printing company in Detroit. And even then, back then, from probably the junior high school on, I was displaying my artwork in every venue that could possibly get my work in. So I would travel around the city and just look out, scope out spaces. And if I thought it was someplace that would be great for my art to hang in, I would approach the owner and ask if work be displayed there for sale. So that that had to deal with any places like laundromats, record stores, any place I could go to that would be interested uh, and carrying the artwork and putting it on display for the public to see is what I would get involved with. So uh, once I graduated from high school, I went to the military. I did 10 years in the Marines, but while I was still in the Marine Corps, I still practiced my art, practiced my craft. I would do portraits of my fellow Marines and their families. I would do works on various buildings uh, during my stint in the Marine Corps. And I would still go out in public and try to find locations that would carry my artwork. Again, dealing with bars, uh, uh, galleries, hair salons, any place that I thought would be interested in carrying my work, I would approach them and try to make that a reality. So uh, after I got out of the Marine Corps, I moved to Houston. And once I got here, I started pursuing my art full time. And it took about 2 years to make the total transition from not having to work for anyone else to working strictly for myself and support myself by my art. And during that period of time, I made contact with my first publisher. They reached out to me. They had seen my work in a gallery in Baltimore, in Maryland, and wanted to publish some pieces. And those projects went extremely well. And that pretty much put my name on the map. And the rest is pretty much history. It made me the man I am today. So, from that point on, I've been just working on from projects to projects. I love working in different mediums. I mainly work in acrylic paint on canvas. However, I do work with acrylic on other mediums, from everything from woods to glass to ceramics, leather. So anything that I could put my hands on, I'll try to transform that into an art piece. I sculpt as well. I've worked in printmaking and everything. So I like to be pretty much well-rounded whenever things that I involved in. So I have experimented in almost anything that had to pertain to art. So bringing us up closer to modern times, with all that's gone on in the world over the past, I'm going to say more like 10 years, not the past 3 years, past 10 years, because we had our big fall when George Bush was in office. Um, and that really just devastated the art market. It transformed it to a whole another level, and artists had to rethink everything they were doing. So at that stage in the game, whereas before that period, myself and many other artists depended a lot on galleries to represent us. But after the Bush administration, well, all those galleries pretty much closed. So we had to revamp our operations and be able to make stuff that or create venues for us to sell our artwork. So we had to do more art shows and work the internet, things of that nature. So
okay, all right. So we got our musician ready. So
okay,
we're gonna bring our musician in. Hold on. We're gonna bring our musical talent in, and then LaShawn and I will be back chatting and answering some questions. So our musical talent is Mr. Philip Cutler. He's a violinist, and he'll be playing some music for you. So let's bring let's bring him in, and we're gonna go ahead and give him the full screen. So musical talent, Philip Cutler. Me neither. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. That was for some reason the service didn't work as well. So let's try that again. Let's try it again. Shall we try it again with our young musician? So, all right, let's try that again.
Okay. All righty.
And I've got one more.
Oh, right.
Me.
That's all,
Oh,
folks.
wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You had a couple of comments. You got a bravo. You got a bravo, and he said that I could listen to them all day. So that says a lot about you. Did you have anything else that you wanted to play, sir? Did you have anything else you wanted to play? You still have a few minutes.
No, I think I'm about all out. Yeah, for today, I'll play.
For today? Okay, you're gonna play. Okay, so he'll be coming back tomorrow. He'll be playing You'll be playing one of your own pieces tomorrow. Will you be playing something of your own tomorrow? Okay, so just to say a little bit about Philip, he has actually played. He's been playing violin for how long?
A long time.
Philip? Yeah, a lot.
It's like 13 years now.
About 13 years, and he was. I'll just tell you guys, I'm the mother of this one, and he did this for his mother because I asked him to. It wasn't. So he played for us, and hopefully he'll play something of his own. Phil has played with the Mark Wood Rock Orchestra Camp. He's actually played with Mark Woods in some of their higher ranking orchestras for a while, and he's been playing violin for a number of years. So thank you so much, and he'll be back. And that young gentleman right there on the piano happens to be my husband, Richard Cutler, and he's our piano player. So thank you very much, Richard. All right, so you can't hear their sound is not, and they can't see. So thank you guys, and we'll be up next with LaShawn, and I will be chatting. Let me bring LaShawn up. Thanks. There we go. We'll bring.
Hey.
Hey.
Man, your son and your husband sound wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes,
You will be hearing my longest tomorrow.
All sorts of talent in that family. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy playing them. I like what you've done. What is this darker? Because normally you in your art shows, when you do your art talks, you have a different background, don't you? Or the background's a little different.
Yeah, I'll have like a lot more art in the background, but right now I have everything set up for the show, and it's not in this area; it's a different area. So,
well, that was nice setting up just to talk to me.
Oh, well, hey, yo, you know what? Look, Louise, I gotta take the hat off to you. All the stuff you did to put this together is just mind-boggling. It's just phenomenal. And I know from myself and the rest of the artists, we just want to say thank you for all your efforts. And please know that we recognize, and acknowledge your labor what you put into this particular project. And it's just phenomenal you were able to pull it off. I remember back when we were first talking about this, and the possibility of this coming together, and not really having a clue or how it was going to happen. And in that short period of time, you, with the help of people like Pancho, put this together, and it is just phenomenal. So kudos. And I don't know if the public really understands, the magnitude of what this is. And this is just the beginning. And it's groundbreaking, because up to this point, there has not been any African American artists or art dealers that have put something like this together. So, you're a trailblazer, in that arena. So, again, you need an acknowledgement for that. So
Well,
congratulations.
thank you, thank you, thank you. But you know, this would not be possible had I not known LaShawn Will. So you have helped me through all of it. You were here from day one. I called you, and you've been here from day one. You're the one that introduced me to Poncho, which led to other introductions. And so I give you, you deserve just as many props as I do, because honestly, without our friendship, making it through this, I don't know. You know, it's like, because you actually helped me get to the point that I am. You helped me, just through introductions. And that's what I tell people. And introductions are important. A good name is important. Because that's how you are able to make it through life, having a good name and knowing good people and being able to introduce. Because had you not been willing to share your information with me, then I would not have met Poncho. And then had Poncho not been willing to share his information, then I wouldn't have met some of these other amazing artists. So I am grateful. I am so grateful for your generosity and your gift. It's a gift to me, your gift of friendship to me, because without it, I honestly don't know if this would have happened without it, with all of us working together. And I think that's the importance, is learning how to work together. Oh yeah, Valerie said iron sharpens iron. That's right. It's Valerie. That's a good one. Yeah.
That is true.
Iron
that is true.
Yeah, and that's basically what I feel. And that's one of the things Poncho and I had talked about was artists working together. And I find that artists do work together a lot. But I feel like I have met such a great group of artists recently, and that's via you and Poncho and Charlie Palmer and Aaron Paskins and Thomas, like meeting all of these, and Corinthia. And some of them I've known already, but this has just been such a powerful connection that has occurred during this time, and then being able to bond together, and then meeting people like, bringing people in like Karen. And I've known Karen for years, but then having her be a part of this, only to find out later that she had met Poncho many moons ago and had always wanted to talk to him and meet with him and show with him. And then here she is showing with him.
Right.
It has been just amazing. And then Craig, the same thing, being able to, Craig is like being able to show with these people, this group of people has just been phenomenal. And then to, and then have somebody like, what is his, Paul Goodnight come in and chat with everybody during one of the live streams. And he's going to come in later today. He's going to come in later today and chat, and we're just going to have a good time. It's Friday night, and we're just going to let it go on.
You know what, Louise, I'm going to step away from it. I'm listening to you, but I got to walk across the room and do something to put this.
Oh, no. Go ahead. Go ahead, because I think we have somebody coming up next anyway. So,
no, I'm good. I'm listening.
Oh, okay, you're there. Okay. See, he's got his nice picture up. My picture keeps turning to the Poncho because we're sharing the broadcast. So my picture keeps turning into Poncho when I put it up, so I don't put my picture up. So, but it's just been a blessing because she kicked it up. Thanks, Gail. Gail said I kicked it up a notch. We're taking it to the next level, right, Gail? But yeah, being able to collaborate, because I feel like this has been a collaboration more so than anything. It's been a collaboration with some absolutely amazing artists. And there's Poncho. Poncho, every time I put my picture up, it's you. I have to keep changing it.
He just takes over. He just takes over.
People knew how many things was happening behind the scenes to make this happen. It's all a collaboration, man.
It is.
Yes, it is. It
People
is.
don't hear about. You know, they see things, the fruition of an idea, but they have no idea how many. We have to check our egos at the door to get to the work to do what we need to do. And I think when you trust each other and you trust each other's background, because you got over 100 years worth of experience just with the artists you're working with right now.
Right.
It's already pretty magical. And I've been watching it behind the scenes on the show. And it's been amazing to me the kind of information we've been able to impart in this. So I hope that people will, open their minds. All we need people to do is open their minds.
And that's it. That's it. Because Brother Thomas just blew the top off. I don't know if you guys heard Thomas's. I thought, oh my gosh, talking about history. He just like.
Well, people don't realize that artists are historians. And so, like, if you listen to Charlie Palmer, you hear the amount of research that goes into what he does. And the more seasoned artists you talk to, you hear that kind of information coming because they use those sources to create what they create.
Right.
All artists are walking history because they filter through that history to be able to depict the things that they depict. And so each one of us as artists, that's what we bring to the table. But then you have some artists that really are driven by research, and it comes out in their art.
It does, and that's it's sitting there and listening to him chat. I told him, I said, this has been really amazing, and I think that's one of the things that we had talked about before is being able to sit and talk. The beauty of this show is being able to actually learn and know and get to know the artists. Because at an actual fine art festival, it's like you said, it's about sales. So you're not sitting there spewing history to everybody that comes through. It's more like Thomas said, it's more repetition. Somebody's come through, they're looking at your artwork, and you're in sale mode. You're in sale mode, and they're in I'm looking or buy mode. And so it's totally different to be able to have it the show this way, because now you can actually really get to know me. You can get to know who I am.
That's the surprise of this whole thing. We were you were charged with the task of taking something that was a physical show and making it virtual. And I see a lot of people right now in other sectors of business trying to make that rush to virtual. And so the tools that you chose to do it just happened to be the right combination of tools, because what you did is, sometimes they're called happy accidents. You were trying to get virtual, but in the process, you were able to bring people more information they would ever get from a festival. I mean, even if they walk through 50 artists or 10 artists in a building, and you go to each booth, you still don't get the amount of information you were able to get within an 8-hour session of this particular event. And so
exactly.
That's amazing to me that we were able to do that. And that's one of those happy accidents when you explore something.
Well, and the other thing is that it's like sometimes, like you were talking about art shows where there's 300 artists, 100 artists. People tend to after a while, they tend to go blind because they've been in so many booths and saw so much art and saw this. They tend to, it's like, I can't take it anymore. My eyes, everything is starting to blend together. Whereas here, they can actually take their time and they can stop in and visit. And the nice thing is it's 4 days. They can go in and out as they please. And they're not bombarded with the noise and all of that stuff because they're in their homes. So it's actually quite pleasant.
It is, but there's something that's real important here. You raised a good point. It's bombardment. Well, you have to explore whether it's live or whether it's virtual. And so just because it's virtual doesn't mean people are not going to have to do the same thing. They have to be willing to participate by clicking the links on the website. Some people don't like going to websites.
Right.
But this offers you a chance to, okay, if I want to be involved, go to the website, click the stores, go see what's happening, hear the live stuff. It's a good combination of media and stuff clashing together. So if you're not going to participate, then we're really not talking about it.
Like for those people that I'm not a crowd person. So I like going to art shows because I'm a part of art shows. And I participate in those kind of things. But you have some people, it's like, wow, I would love to do this, but just don't want to do that whole crowd thing. This is perfect. I mean, and you don't get, because one of the things that I would often get when people would come into my booth is like, I just feel so overwhelmed with so much amazing artwork. And then by midday they're burnt out. Whereas here, you don't necessarily have to be burnt out. You can take your time. You can go at your own pace. You don't have to rush through it. Some people are like, I just have today, so I'm going to rush through it because it's only this time and this time. But here, even after the show ends, you can still hit the website. You can still go through the artist rooms. You can even make out a schedule. You can go to the schedule and make a schedule when you want to, who you want to see, when you want to see them. And the other nice thing is you can go back to tomorrow and look through that whole entire video and be able to see.
Yeah, that's just sheer power that we can take all 4 days, 8 hours a day, and put that into a all day event where people, if they want to revisit it, they can revisit it. So this is a powerful time.
Yeah,
it is.
I mean, it's going to be a benefit to all of us if we just open our minds.
Exactly. Yes.
Fine Art Show Cup.
That's right. I would see. I need that too on this side. I have to use somebody else's cup.
I'll use that.
Look at LaShawn. He advertising with somebody.
You guys will all have a Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Cup. I ordered them especially for you all. A little later, you can talk about them at one of your talks. Be prepared for next year's Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.
That's it. Well, I'm gonna pull out. I'm gonna let you continue with LaShawn Beal, and I'll see you guys.
Brother.
I'm getting ready for later.
All right. All right. My success, brother.
Thank you, LaShawn.
He's coming up to chat a little later. Here, let's bring the screen up since it's just the two of us. There we go. Just the two of us.
Louise, I want to talk about something right quick.
Okay, but you can talk about anything with Poncho. Poncho will take over. No, go ahead.
Yeah, it sure will. It sure will. The backstory. I want to share one of the backstories of this event that the public would never have privy to if we weren't here today to talk about it. And that is the backstory of how Paul Goodnight became to be one of the participants in this particular event. I think it's such a funny, interesting story. So I would love to share that. I would love for the public to understand what goes on behind the scenes of getting artists together to do an event. So going back to basically day one, Louise and I were talking about who should be the featured artist for this particular event. And one of the names that came up foremost in it as the featured artist was Paul Goodnight. So Louise said, great. Well, I gave her his contact information. She reached out to him. And from that, what happened, Louise?
He was just really a pleasant guy. I mean, he was amazing. And I'm not, and that's just it. But he also reminds me a lot of Mr. Wider because they're older gentlemen. They're older gentlemen. And so he was very pleasant. He was very courteous. But he just did not have the time at that time. And that's one of the things that he was really nice about telling me. But he was, he would think about it, he would consider it, but he just didn't have the time at the time to do the show. But he was just really, really nice and courteous. And so he asked me a lot of questions about it. And then what's funny is, because he was still going through some stuff. But when I called him and told him about Mr. Wider, he was like, oh, I haven't seen him because, he hadn't seen Mr. Wider in a long time. And then when I talked to Mr. Wider about Paul, and I have to do it in Mr. Wider's voice. And he goes, oh, I know Paul. And he's like, well, if Paul does it, I might do it, because he's like, I might come and do it just to see him. And Paul felt the same way, because he might come and do it to see Mr. Whiter. But he said, yeah, he is a cranky one. And so I know Mr. Whiter. I have some of his pieces, and but they had such amazing stories to tell about each other, and I was so hoping to be able to do it live, just to bring those two together, just to bring those two Renaissance, those two to meet historians of the Black art together. And that movement, because they were during a whole nother time. So it would have been a pleasure bringing them together. But like I said, Paul will be on a little later. He's going to come on a little later. And I wish I could have gotten Mr. Whiter to come on, but he was having some issues with the whole internet, being able to stream live and things like that. And I'm trying to remember the story as I told it to you, but if I'm missing something, you fill in for me, LaShawn. And
oh no, you did a great job, Louise. You did a great job. You covered the gist of it, and that's all we wanted to share with the people.
But yeah,
the gist of it.
It was just, and it's funny because I get, then I started getting up to the show. I get these calls. It's Paul, and I'm thinking, okay, are we gonna, you're gonna? I want to be in it, but this, I don't know how to connect with all of this stuff. Let me get people. And I was like, okay. And so Wednesday, the day before the show. Now listen, the day before the show, probably that afternoon, I get a call from Paul. And he's all right, tell me how I do this. And so it was just, and I said, okay, you know what? You are so worth the time. So I'm just going to spend it. Even though I have a billion things to do, you are more than worth the time. And if I have to take off and give you the time, I'm going to give it to you. And I'm grateful because Pancho's been there. He's my what is it? Ride or die guy.
Right.
Ride or die guy. And he had just been there. I'm like, Pancho, I got to talk to Paul. So you're going to have to talk to this person. And then we were trying to get Paul hooked up with the internet. And then I'm like, Pancho, I got to talk to Charlie. So you're going to have to be on the phone. You're going to have to be over here working this whole digital virtual world out with Paul. And the nuggets that came out in that conversation, for those that were in that conversation with Paul, Thomas and Kevin will never be the same because Thomas and Kevin were there in that whole Paul goodnight. And then I told Paul, I said I had to tell Paul I was in the room a couple of times. I'm just gonna leave it there. And but just the nuggets that came out of there, because I was listening. Just a amazing man. And so I'm looking forward to him coming through. He's just gonna come through a little later tonight and just talk and share. And I said, Paul, we're gonna plug you in wherever whenever you come on, we're just gonna plug you in wherever we can. And he's gonna come and share and have a little fun with us. So anybody that can be in later tonight, like I said, it's ladies' night. So ladies, come on in, grab you something nice to settle back, have a drink, and you guys don't think I'm booting you out. All the guys too, especially the ones that's been hanging in here with us. You guys have been amazing, and I love all the questions and everything. But it's just been such a delight to talk with all of these amazing artists, and it's just going to be a pleasure to just continue this, because I know as it goes on, it's just going to be even greater. And being able to, and the other thing I really like about this, it's almost like having all of these amazing conversations with all of these amazing artists together. It's almost like sitting down to a forum every day and just chatting. And it does it for me. It's like, it's the greatest thing ever to be able to have this kind of forum and chat with amazing artists, and not just amazing artists, but also to chat with those who are watching and being able to have, okay, Valerie wants to know what time for good night. Paul's probably going to come in. She was asking what time Paul's coming in. Paul's probably going to come in a little later. He's probably going to come in sometime like around 6 or 7. I'm not sure. I'll let you know when he calls me. I'll post it. Paul is a man of his own thought process. So he said he gonna call me.
But listen, I want to say to any artist out there, you don't want to miss the talk with Paul Goodnight. He's going to drop so many great nuggets for you that it's going to blow your mind. And this is a great chance for y'all to like get some knowledge from one of the most seasoned artists that are out here today. And the brother is humble and he's willing to share information. So and he's personable, very personable. For those that have never met him before, but have seen his work, you might think, okay, I may be a little intimidated by him. The only thing you gotta be intimidated by is his art, because he's a phenomenal artist. But as a person, he's very humble and very approachable. So you're gonna enjoy it. It's gonna be a great, great time.
Right. Yeah. So he is. He's just going to be. I'm looking forward to him coming in and just sharing, because Paul Goodnight. I mean, just a little bit of information I got just sitting there while I was working with Charlie Palmer. I was like, this guy is just awesome. There's nothing greater than sitting under a seasoned artist or a seasoned anything. I feel like sometimes in today's society, we don't want to be around older people. It's like, oh, we don't want to be around older people. But I tell you, if you sit under a seasoned artist or a seasoned individual, you pick up nothing but flavor. It's like that seasoning gets on you. You just pick up. It's like it endows your flavor.
Exactly.
Like you might have a flavor, but then he seasons your flavor, and then it's just amazing what you get out of it and how you come out of it. It's like cooking a nice piece of steak with a good seasoning on top.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, this is going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to hearing my brother speak. So.
Yeah.
And, unfortunately, I only came in at the tail end of Charlie yesterday. But for the short time that I was able to listen to him, man, was that powerful. That was so powerful. So I'm going to go back and watch all that again, because I said, I missed a lot of good stuff right there.
Oh, he went through all of his, I'm telling you, I am so grateful that he did this, because he went through his whole process. You can't pay for that. You can't pay for that kind of knowledge.
Exactly.
It's free. And you can't pay for it. And you can still go back and watch it. That's the beauty of it. Had he been in a conference or had he been in an art show, they might have videoed it, but they wouldn't have shared it. You would have had to pay for it.
Exactly.
Pay for that.
Exactly.
But it's online. You can check it out. Maybe I should make people pay for it. But put a cap on it. But no, you can go and check it out, because he gave out some serious golden nuggets in that piece, and I'm sure Pancho is going to do the same thing. Give out some serious golden nuggets. Indeed.
Yes.
Guys, so definitely prepared for that at 4:00. Pancho's back there, because normally he's all over the thing. He's back there getting the prep work done, so that he can share with you guys. So we're going to bring Kevin. Kevin's in the box right now. We're going to bring Kevin up. Hold on. Let me bring Kevin up. Kevin's in the box. He's probably like, I'm ready. There is he. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin.
What's going on, Sean?
You already?
You got it, brother.
I'm doing good. Can you guys hear me?
Good. Oh yeah.
We just be in here talking. You know, we're
Right.
we love talking. Oh wait, somebody said, what did she say? I'm trying to see what she said. She said it's also a silver lining. Oh, because somebody had said, thank God for the Somebody said I couldn't see. I forgot where it went. Oh, he's listening. We got some folks listening to all the days. Let's see.
Yeah, that's my buddy again.
Yeah, that's your buddy. He is all up in there. We love him. He's been I told him, make sure Kevin, make sure we get his information. He's gonna get one of Poncho's prints. So
Okay.
make sure you put his information in your box so that we can get it, so we can send him a printout. I want to send him a printout because he's been right there and asking questions and everything. So
Yeah, he's enjoying the show just as much as we are.
oh yeah, love having him. So we're gonna go ahead and bring Kevin up.
Well,
Are you all set? Huh?
No, I was gonna say something real quick because I was listening to you and LaShawn's story
Oh, go
about
ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Ryder and Paul Goodnight.
Hmm.
I said the same exact thing. Those guys are so much alike. I said they could probably be best pals or drinking buddies. I mean, it's crazy how much they're just alike. So I was like, man, that's crazy, huh? We had a good time with him the other day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Whoever was in on those nuggets got in good.
Right.
All right, Kevin, we're gonna let you have the floor.
Okay.
All right, Kevin.
All right. Thank you. All right. Hello again, everybody. This is the second day of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm so happy to be here. So the show is moving right along. So I want to try a few different things today than I did yesterday. But one of the things I want to tell you, especially if you're an aspiring artist, one of the artists, Charlie Palmer, my goodness. If you didn't see that talk with him yesterday, you definitely need to go check it out. He gave so many jewels, so many things to pay attention to. You need to go watch that video. I learned so much, and I'm pleased to say, hey, I've got to watch it. With that said, he made me do some thinking, and the thought process was he talked about giving back. So what I want to kind of do today is give a little bit back today. So the first thing I want to do, I want to talk about some things that Poncho also talked about. Poncho talked about genes and genetics and art. So I mentioned yesterday at the beginning of the show that my aunt was a big influence on me as coming up as a kid and learning art. And also I want to talk about her generation, the younger generation of myself, how it's kind of connected as far as family members. So what I want to do today, the first thing I want to do a screen share, and I kind of want to show you some of my aunt's work and the things she's done, because this work has definitely had a big influence on my art career. So what I want to do, I'm going to screen share, show some of her work first, and then what I want to do after that, I want to show one of our younger cousins' artwork, just because it's going to show you how art is influenced throughout the families. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with my aunt's work, and I'm going to bring some of her pictures up on the screen. Okay. Let me make sure I get this right. All right, so I'm ready to do some screen sharing. All right, so this is my Aunt Mary. They live in a small town of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I grew up in Kentucky, but Murfreesboro is where my family really grew up at, and it was only a couple of hours from where I lived at. So this is her standing in front of one of her pieces she did. She does a lot of stuff with the kids, and she does a lot of things with seniors. So if you notice the painting she did, it has lots of colors on the wall. And look at her dress, and she's kind of dressed to match. So this is like a self-portrait of her. So she kind of dressed to match the painting. So I thought that was amazing. Seeing her work coming up as a kid, like I said, was a big influence on me. And I was like, it's like, wow, it's very powerful. So this is another piece she did of the NBA players, different colors, the Lakers, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, and Shaquille O'Neal. These are the type of things, if you go to her house right now, a lot of these pictures will be up on her wall. Okay. This is another amazing piece. Matter of fact, I talked to her on the phone today, and this is a painting that she recently sold, but basically it's a younger generation teaching and reading for the older generation. So growing up in the South, it's very respectful. We look at things how we can help the elderly and help each other out. Again, talking about generation, the title of this painting right here, Roots of Our Legacy. So like I said, in the South, we talk about how we grow up. We try to pass things on down to generation. And going back to how we were talking about how Thomas Lockhart was telling about history in his paintings. So my aunt, she's a historian for family. If we go to a family reunion, she's the one talking about how we came up. She's the one to keep all the records of family and stuff like that. So going back to not LaShawn, but Larry said, artists are historians. We keep track of time and stuff like that. And also, this is a way that she's done and giving back to our family. Also in the South, they're big on religion. And so this painting right here is called WWJD, What Would Jesus Do? So this is another thing that you would see in the South, and you will actually find these paintings in her home. And she also does celebrity type art as well. This is Aretha Franklin, the great late Aretha Franklin. So like I said, you go to my aunt's house, she has all these paintings hanging in her house. This is her giving back to the community. This is actually at one of the elementary schools in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Like I said, she's always working with seniors and she's always working with kids to promote and show art. And she also does teaching as well during summer camps. But unfortunately, due to COVID, they couldn't have that camp this year. But that's something she's always looking forward to. She's also done book covers. Like I said, I talked to her this morning, and she does poetry as well. So this is another one of her images that I want to show. I just want to put this out there because, like I was saying, art runs in our family. I learned a lot from her. She's a big influence on my life as a child. So this is why I wanted to show her work and give back to her and let her know. Okay. Now, going back to the generational thing I was talking about. This is actually one of my younger cousins' artwork. His name is Jason Watkins. He's also in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And Mary is actually his grandmother. So that's what I'm trying to show how art can transcend through generations. This painting right here is acrylic on canvas, and it's called Destined to Greatness. And he's actually a student, a graduate of the year 2020. So he's one of those COVID graduates, but during the summertime, he's been working on his art and getting his artwork out there. So I wanted to show some of his stuff and just let everybody see his work because I think it's amazing. This is another one that he did, and it's called Destined for Success. So this was another commission that he worked on. And right now, school just started back, so he's in college studying art, and he's serious about it. So that's why I wanted to show. I was going to let him know that I want to show some of his work today. This is another one. This is the city of Nashville that he painted. So he's trying to do different types of art, doing landscapes, cityscapes, and portraits as well. This one was actually featured on the local news. I was trying to find a video, but I couldn't find a video online. But this is some of his work. And like I said, he's in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I love this painting right here very much because I believe this is actually a painting. It's called Watkins Avenue. So I believe this is a picture of his father, himself, and his brother walking down Watkins, and that's their last name, Watkins Avenue. So he's using his imagination with titles. I think it's almost like a photograph. I thought this was a nice painting to take a look at. Here's another one he did for Juneteenth, just showing the different things as far as kings and queens working together and the female herself. So he has an African look into the clothing and wardrobe. So I thought this was an amazing piece. So I just want to let you guys see what type of work they're all doing. Yeah, so like I was saying, art is genetic. I believe, we learn from each other. I want to show you something real quick. I wanted to show you, let me see. Hold on. Open with, okay. So I want to click on a link, and this is a video that he made showcasing the art to show you how serious he is, and it's featured on YouTube.
The winner of the 2019 Generation for Creation Contest. Today I want to talk to you about art. I have been drawing for as long as I can remember, but actively pursued my love for painting about a year ago. As a recent high school graduate, I would like to talk about how the last few months have impacted my life. It's amazing how we take simple things for granted, like going to class, hanging out with your friends, school activities, your favorite sport, and graduating. When you blink of an eye, well, you know the rest. Art is an outlet for me, a way to express myself. Being born with a mild hearing impairment makes you look at things totally differently. You may not be able to hear everything around you, but you can see things. You can visualize, and that's still paint the big picture. If it is the Lord's will, I will be starring an MTSU soon as a second semester freshman. My plans are to major in speech and language pathology, minor in art. The sky is the limit.
So yeah, I thought that was an amazing video. He created that video to promote his artwork. So I thought that was pretty amazing. If you want to find more of his work, I'm gonna see if I can zoom this in. He's on Instagram. Like I said, he started his freshman year in college this year, and that's his Instagram if you want to look at more of his art. And I'll sit there for a few seconds so you get that. Okay, so moving right along. So what I want to do next, let me get out of my folder. I want to, going back to what Charlie was talking about, he was talking about giving back. So what I want to do right now, actually, let me do one thing. I want to show you guys generational things again. One of my sons, he's an artist. I'm trying to get him to stick with it. This is one of his paintings of Jay-Z that he did. This is when he was kind of starting to want to get into art and learn art. So my son Antonio, he actually painted this picture right here. This is another pencil drawing that he did. So I'm always encouraging family members or my own kids to, try doing something creative and keep doing art. All right. All right. So what I want to do, going back to what Charlie Palmer was talking about yesterday, his process of creating his artwork, I want to kind of go through and show you guys some of my thought process on creating my art and just show you how I do that. Let's see, open. Let's do it this way. Something's going to pop on the screen, I promise you. Okay. All right. So earlier today, I know Craig, he showed you guys about doing digital artwork. I'm kind of a Renaissance guy. I kind of combine the two of combining traditional and doing digital work together. So what you're looking at right now is my process, and I'm going to turn this layer off. But I'm in Photoshop working on my thumbnails, and Charlie talked about this last night. Artists have different processes they create. I feel comfortable working digitally. Some people I know do their thumbnails on paper. I've been doing digital work since 2001, but then I transitioned in the last 10 years ago into doing traditional work. So anyway, I want to take you through my thought process. I don't know if yesterday you guys saw my painting, the painting called, what is it right here? The Compromise. Sorry, but I want to show you guys this painting, The Compromise. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you not exactly this painting, but my idea behind this painting and how I created it, okay? So all right, back. So as an artist, you like to get your thoughts out on paper. And like I said, one way I like doing it and getting my thoughts out on paper is just going through some thumbnails and trying to figure out what I want to do. So for the Compromise painting, like I said, it's going to be similar. What I thought about was how could I put these two guys together along with other design elements? The first thing I downloaded 2 photos. I'm going to show you what I downloaded. And usually when I find reference, I download my reference from the internet. And what I do then, I change the reference up to make it my own. So I don't just copy the reference. So let me turn this layer off. So these are the photos that I've chosen for my painting. Okay, so the idea is, based on my thumbnails and the idea, I want to take these photos and make them into a painting. Okay, so going back to my thumbnails. So I did 8 designs. I was going for 10, but I kind of figured out what I want to do. And there's no rule to it, but it's better than to do one design. Charlie, I know he said do 10, and that's more or less the best thing to do, okay? So what I want to do next, I'm going to show you guys which ones I selected out of all of my designs. So the last one in the middle and then the last 3 was the ideas I came up with. So what I want to do next, out of these 4, I want to pick the one that appeals to me. It's all about feeling and how you feel about doing your artwork. So to me, not the middle one, not the third. Well, let me talk about the middle process. So one of the things that Charlie talked about last night is lighting. So when you're taking images and trying to composite images together, you want to make sure that the images work together, okay? So the images I chose had different lighting in their faces. So initially I wanted to put them together facing the same direction, but because of the lighting and the way their faces, the light hit their faces, I wanted to change that up, okay? So the one in the middle is the one I chose, the one with the check mark. So I'm gonna show you the idea behind that, and we're gonna work this out real quick. So let me turn this layer off, this layer off. So I'm on this layer right here. So one of the things I have to do, this layer has a white background or a gray background. So what I normally do, I'll take my selection tool, select my background, and I'll delete that, okay? And what I'll do next, I'll take that image. Since I want to go with the one with their face in opposite directions, I'm going to flip it. Actually, hold on. I'm going to flip it horizontally, okay? And so I'm going to bring that down right here. And it doesn't have to be perfect. I know there's some still gray in the background, but that doesn't have to be perfect. And considering that this image is already facing the right direction, that's the way I want to go with that, okay? So then what I'm gonna do next, I'm gonna transform it, I'm gonna scale it up to match the same size as the other person in my image. So the gray right there's blocking them, so I'm gonna still have to go back and delete that out. Delete that gray, hit Control D, he's in there, and I'm gonna move it up right there. So the sun is above the image based on my thumbnail right there. So I'm gonna close that back out. I'm going to go grab my sun and I'm gonna bring that up, okay? And then what I'm gonna do next, I'm gonna scale that sun up. After I move it over, Control D. Okay. I want to scale the sun up. Okay, there we go. Right there. It's in the center. Enter. All right. So the sun I want the sun to be behind them, which it already is. And the next element in my design is going to be the flower. So I want to bring that flower down because I don't want it to overwhelm the 2 characters in my design. So I want to scale that down as well because I don't want that to overwhelm them. I want that to bring them 2 together. And just like the sun, that's the idea, to have the sun bring them together in my image. And the next object in my design is the bird, of course. The bird is facing an opposite direction. I don't want him to face that way. I want to flip it because I want him kind of more centered, like not taking you off the page, because 2 guys are already looking off the page, and I don't want the bird to make you force your eyes to look off the page. So what I have to do, I have to flip that as well. So now you kind of get the idea of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it look like the bird is going towards the flowers, okay? And to bring this together a little bit more, I'm going to delete the background from this young man here in the image and delete it. Hit Control D. And then to really bring this all together, I'm going to scale or crop the whole image to kind of get you to where I want it to be. All right. So I'm going to bring that up right here and bring that down right here. and I'm going to crop that. Okay. So one more thing I want to do now that I think about it, the sun is up kind of high, and I want the sun to go behind them. And so now I can crop my image just a little bit more. And crop it. All right. So that's the final step in setting up this painting. And like I said, I don't just use this design as is. I go back in, I might change their faces. I might put some more elements in it as I'm painting. I don't want to just focus on the design. Once I get the design set up, I want to go ahead and start in on the painting. Start to use my imagination. I don't want this design to be a crutch, okay? But this is where it gets me started. And a lot of people see my paintings, and when they see my paintings, people say that my faces that I do, because I do a lot more portrait work than anything. So they said those faces, look like they have a lot of emotion in them. So I think it's just a feeling I get. I don't really try to find them. It's just when I look at those pictures, those portraits, it just gives me a certain feeling. And so these two pictures right here, I can tell that I would definitely use this right here as a painting. So don't nobody take this one, because I think I like this one a lot. Okay. So what I want to do next, I want to show you another method I do. And I'm a tech guy. So there's other ways that I combine technology in my artwork. So I kind of want to show you guys that process as well. Okay. And this is going to be real quick. This is a second demo that I have. So I want to kind of bring that up into Photoshop. No, I'm not there, buddy. Okay. Go here, Photoshop file, and recent, open demo 2. All right. So I bet you're wondering what this is, right? So I went to school for computer animation, and I try to not lose my skill sets in 3D modeling. So what I did was, because a lot of people talk about issues of using the person from a photo, from a portrait, from online or something like that, so you might run into copyright issues or something like that. So me knowing that I do 3D modeling and stuff like that, I said I want to figure out how I can use that skill set for doing my paintings, right? So anyhow, this is the original portrait right here. Okay, and this is my 3D model I created. So I want to keep the hair. I don't want to keep the face. And again, I had this flower in here. I'm not going to go through that whole process of doing that. I got a final design that I want to show you that I did, that I've completed. But I kind of want to show you the process I do, okay? So right there, I have this photo of my model overlaying my photograph of the person that I'm using as reference. And what I do from there, I change the opacity of my 3D model, and I try to match it up to the photo to match the lineup, okay? So once I get that, I want to delete this gray back here if I'm on the right layer. Actually, I'm going to do it this faster way because it might delete my whole picture, okay? So anyway, I'm going to select this image, and I'm going to erase some of this gray out, okay? It's all about using your imagination. Even though you're using photos and stuff like that, you don't want to depend on too much of the photo. You want to use it just to get you started, okay? I like photorealism, but I don't want it to be too photorealistic because I want it to still look like a painting, okay? And I know a lot of people would like to achieve or want to achieve that realistic look, okay? I'm gonna grab my pen. What did I do with my pen? So I'm on the realistic look. So I'm going to erase some of that right here, okay? And it doesn't have to be perfect because I'm going to redraw this anyway. I just want to clear it up for you guys so you can see exactly where I'm going with this. So right now, I'm just taking out what I don't need, okay? I need her hair. I'm not worried about her head from the model I got. I want to capture some of that realism because you still want to look like you got something from the real world in your painting. Okay? So I'm gonna bring the opacity up some more so we can see where we're going. Okay? So I'm going to move this over just a little bit more because I kind of got it where I want to go. And then what I want to do again is go back in, and I want to get a realistic ear, okay? And I want to get that match down right there, okay? So that's kind of how I do that. And I want these lines from the hair. And then to bring it in to match up just a little bit more, I'm going to bring the opacity down just a little bit. Actually, I'll bring that up. Let me bring the image down. Working on 2 tablets, so, okay? So to kind of have the face match the skin tone, I'm going to go into image, adjustments. I'm going to bring down my hue and saturation, and that way so I can kind of get a better blend of the skin. All right, dial it back just a little bit, dial it back just a little bit, and go from there, okay? But the goal is, I'm going to do one more thing. Let me try a little bit more. Let me see, because it's still kind of dark. Adjustments, brightness and contrast, light it up a little bit. So you see how it's starting to match the skin complexion more? But I don't want to brighten it up too much because a lot of artists know that, and I got to say yes, I want to keep that. Image, adjustments, brightness and contrast, okay. Here we go again, lighten it up. And this time I want to say, okay. So there we have it. So that's kind of the way I do some of my ways to change the face up. Another thing is you don't want to brighten it up too much because you still want to have those shadow areas to give your image some volume. You want to have your darks, your mid-tones, and your lights, okay? So with the rose or flowers, the same way I did the last image, what I did was I brought in those flowers again, but you want to kind of give the image a balance. You don't want everything just to be big in your image. So what I do, like if I got the second set of flowers, the idea is to scale that down like that to make it a more interesting image, okay? So this one is a real quick down and dirty. The idea behind this was just to show you how I take a 3D model that I do. This is my process as an artist. And over time, as you're coming up as an artist, you want to try to figure out how you can make the composition work for you. And I can get to a whole lot of other things like rule of thirds and stuff like that. But right now I don't have time to do that. But that's something you can think about. Anyway, I want to show you a final image, and I've done a painting. I'm going to turn off all these layers and show you one final image I came up with for painting that I'm working on right now. Okay? So that's kind of how I did with that as well. I did the same process to get this image that I want to use for a painting. And like I said, this is a starting. By the time I finish this painting, not using reference, I'm going to have stuff all over here, okay? Just to make some changes in what I do. So like I said, good to use as a reference, but don't stick to as an artist. You want to grow and you want to make things look different. You don't want to just rely on that image you just created. Because I heard I heard Larry Pancho Brown say that artists are time travelers. So once I get this image going, and as I get into it, I'm not thinking about the reference anymore. I'm just painting and just getting into my artwork, okay? So I'm not gonna save that, I'm done. I wanna save this because this looks like a good idea. All right, so closing that out. All right, so I kind of wanna show you, I know we talked about my history and me coming into art, and I just talked about how I was doing digital art. So I wanna go back to things that I've changed over time or things that I used to do to what I'm doing now, okay? So I'm gonna show you some of my digital paintings from back in the day. And boy, I really want to show you guys this just because since jumping from digital to traditional, I've grown over the years, okay? A lot of people don't like doing digital because if you want to be a traditional artist, your art seems to have more value than the digital paintings. But if you plan on doing stuff for different companies like game companies, you're doing stuff for like magazines and stuff like that, a lot of 9 times out of 10, they want something digital because now these days they want things faster. There are guys doing a lot of things that are traditional for magazines and stuff like that, but those guys are prolific and those guys can make it happen very fast. But anyway, this is one of my earlier digital paintings, and yeah, it looks kind of rough. You know, I really didn't want to show you guys this, but hey, I just want to show you guys how I evolved over time. All right. So this is another one I did. And actually, this one was from my imagination. I wasn't really depending on reference as much when I created this painting. But hey, this is where I was at the time. I don't do too many celebrities. I've done a couple just because there's something that I felt about them or something I get from them. And the only reason why I did this one was because I just love the expression in Chris Rock's face. Okay. So this is almost like a monochromatic style of painting where I only use like 2 to 3 colors just to get the image across. And this is where I was just learning how to blend in Photoshop and doing digital painting. This is one of my popular digital paintings because I started to get better at it. And what I started doing was trying to make it look more like a painting versus digital. Because back in the day, a lot of people thought that the computer does all the work for you, and the computer doesn't really do all the work for you. Matter of fact, I think a lot of times it takes longer to do a digital painting just because Photoshop originally wasn't designed for painting. So you had to figure out workarounds and figure out what tools worked in Photoshop so you can make that happen. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna show you a couple more. This one right here was when I was in the military and I was overseas. So this is when this came in handy. I was deployed. We didn't have paint or anything like that. And I wanted to do a painting of my soldiers. These guys right here are the guys who actually worked for me when we were deployed in Iraq. So one day I was like, woke up and I said, you know what? I want to put a picture together. This is kind of like a moment in time, a moment in history. So I wanted to capture my soldiers who follow under me in a painting. And this is what I actually did. And that's the thing about being in the military. You get a lot of guys do paintings based on their experiences in life and all the things that they go through. So at the time, like I said, I spent 20 years in the military. So this was my experience. So it was kind of hard for me when I came out of the military to express myself in a different way because this was what I was locked into. But I'm grown since then. Okay. And I was very proud to work with those guys. This is one more painting I did. I just want to show another way I worked. And this is really the same way. I'll try to make this look more painterly and just locked it in, just trying to figure things out. This one I did without reference at all. No reference, just strictly from my head. I just wanted to get a thought process out and just see what I could do with it. Mm-hmm. All right. In a minute, I'm going to get off of my digital art horse. But the reason why I'm showing you guys is, as artists, we get creative. We try to figure different things out. And you, as an artist, you want to try a lot of things before you actually focus on the one thing you love. I love painting. I love doing digital work. I love doing sculpting. But now that I'm back on doing traditional work, I know I truly love that. But I want to figure out ways to incorporate the digital with my traditional because I wanted to keep that skill set and just keep learning the things I wanted to learn. So what I'm going to do now, I also wanted to do sculpting. And I've done a little bit of traditional sculpting. I'm not all that great at it. But the cool thing about traditional sculpting, you get a hands-on. And that's what I wanted to do. But I went to college after the Army, and I wanted to learn more about digital art and 3D work and stuff like that. So I want to show you guys some digital sculpting was pretty decent for me. And something I love. It's not tactile, but the way it works is you still sculpt by hand, and the computer does nothing to it for you. You have to do everything on your own as well, just like painting. Okay. So this is just a headshot I was doing. I was just trying to learn how to do bust, hair, skin textures and stuff like that. Okay. I don't get too deep into it because this is a fine art show. Okay. Reference. So this is another sculpture I was working on digitally, just trying to figure out facial features and stuff like that. And one thing I do want to say, doing stuff like this helped me figure out how to work traditionally because you still have to learn form. You still have to learn shape. You still have to learn shadows, midtones, light tones to get volume. So you still have to go through that whole process. And this is I've got 2 more to show you. Another portrait, front view, side view. And like I said, you see how the model's head is turned. So reference works no matter what. I couldn't do this and get this look doing it out of my head. And finally, this is a commission piece. It's not all that great to me, but is a commission piece because somebody saw that I did this and they brought this in the real world. With 3D printing and stuff like that out there now, you can physically think of something, sculpt it, and then bring it physically into the world. How amazing is that? So that's what I was saying. Even though digital art is digital, a lot of people think the computer is, like I said, sometimes I think it's harder than doing traditional. But the cool thing about this is you can incorporate this into your traditional works. Okay. So getting back onto my traditional horse, I got off the digital horse. I want to real quick show you guys different photos of my process from traditional to original. Let me open my photo back up. Oh, where'd you go? Okay, art process. Okay, here we go. So my original painting started out with a drawing. I showed you the process of me doing the thumbnails earlier. So this is the drawing itself. Then I go with the underpainting. And what I do with that, I put like a yellow tone just to even out the whole picture. Because sometimes staring at a white background, it kind of feels like, gives you kind of like the weird feeling. But if you put that tone down, the canvas, paper, whatever you work on, then that'll kind of have you focus in on the areas you want to focus on. And then it'll bring all that painting together, okay? So you saw my pencil drawing, the same way I did the Photoshop demonstration. I found butterflies, I found a reference. She didn't have this hat on her head. She didn't have these designs in her clothing. The butterflies wasn't there. The background wasn't there. I put that all into myself, okay? And then the final result is this image right here, okay? Those flowers, I didn't have reference for the flowers. That was my imagination working. The transition of the colors, like a gradient from the light blue, the dark blue, the magenta, the purple, all of that worked together, okay? And then the flowers were my imagination. I drew the lines in there. I drew the lines in her head, in her hat, okay? So all of that was strictly from my imagination. So you see how you can change images up and you don't have to stick to the actual reference. All right, I'm gonna show you one more. Time getting short, but I'm gonna show you one more. Let me see this one. Okay, here's another one. Same thing. Drew the pencil work. I added the flowers, added the butterflies, put the gold leaf in her. And actually, the gold leaves, a section of her hair were actually flowers. Okay, so the idea behind that is to go in there and change some things up. Don't stick to your reference. That's the pencils. Now I'm gonna go to the actual painting. So this is the underpainting. I got a lot of good comments about this one right here. A lot of people thought that this was a finished painting just the way it is. And a lot of people, sometimes they like my paintings just as it is, just like this. But I like color, working with color, and I like to make those changes. But again, the butterfly wasn't there. The flower wasn't there. And then the amazing thing about that is you don't have to even stick to the colors that's in your photo. You can make your own colors. You see how I changed up the yellow with the orange and stuff like that? The photo didn't look like that. I changed that and made that my own. So that's the idea of being an artist. You want to make things your own. Break the rules, learn the rules, but break the rules, okay? All right. So now what I want to do next, I want to show you guys a video. I showed this yesterday. I want to show a quick video of some of my other works. I want to show you a video of pencil drawing. I think I showed a video of my actual painting, but I want to go ahead and show you guys this video that I got coming up. One more demo video of me drawing. Oh, let's see. There we go. So that's an underpainting you see me working on right now. So also another process of me painting before I touch the big canvas, I do an underpainting of my paintings. I'm going to show you, that's the underpainting right there, but I'm going to show you guys some of my underpaintings live after this. So that's me just actually working on the unpainted, getting my canvas ready to paint on. Like I said, I'm toning the board down with the yellow tones. Then I'm working on my darkest darks, my shadows, and this is an oil painting. I really used to paint in acrylics So I transitioned out of acrylic to oil. So it was a learning lesson for me, but I learned and I just worked through the process. Yes, I had issues and bumps in the roads, but I never stopped and never gave up and just kept on doing it. Okay. All right. So I think we can go ahead and quit sharing, Louise. Cut that off. I guess I cut off myself, huh? Okay. I'm gonna stop that. Okay. So I showed you guys some of my processes earlier. And like I said, as an artist, you're always trying to grow. And there's stages in your life growing as an artist. Like I said, I went from starting out, I talked to my mom this morning, believe it or not, and we was talking about me drawing and painting, and she was like, yeah, you started drawing when you was 2 years old. And kind of embarrassed to say this, but so you weren't a good student in school, but you had a pencil in your hand at the age of 2 and you was drawing. I kind of believe that. But anyway, going through those stages, I wanted to show you guys some other things. Part of my process, like I was saying before, when one of the videos was going, I do things like underpaintings. Okay, so I do my initial designs, I do my drawings and stuff like that to get the information out of my head onto paper. Like I said, I start the computer, then I put it on paper, and then what I do now, I go ahead and go through the process of trying to figure out colors and stuff like that. And you don't have to stick to the design that you're putting on paper, okay? You don't have to do that. If I show you, I'm gonna grab this painting behind me, and I'm gonna show you how I made those changes, okay? Oh, let's share it play. All right. All right. So going back to what I was saying earlier about using reference, sticking to reference, and making changes to reference. So if you look at this original underpainting, you see how the bricks are real red, you'll see the gray wall, and it's a flat image, right? Look at the tie, the color of the tie is red. You still see the colors in the shirt where the light's hitting the actual painting, okay? So with that said, here's the painting, finished painting. And so the changes I made in the finished painting was I put like a matte medium on here to give us a 3D effect. So you can rub your hands and you can feel the texture where it actually feels like a wall and looks like a wall, okay? I added the vines into the composition, and the vines weren't in my original drawing or my color composition. The tie is a whole different color. It's more of a purple than a red, okay? So those are the things I did to make those changes in my paintings. So you see, you can break the rules if you know the rules. Okay. All right. So I just want to show you guys some of my thought processes behind the idea of my paintings and how I figure out my compositions. So what I want to do next, I'm just physically grab some of my paintings. I'm gonna bring them to the camera and just talk about a couple of them real quick because I don't have time, it's getting short. So, all right. Already talked about that one. All right. Here we go. So, starting back to my journey of doing traditional painting, this is one of the earlier paintings that I did last year. Same process I showed you earlier is the same way I worked this out. You know, I put photorealism or try to get photorealism, but it's not really photorealism. I went ahead and painted a blue background. I have a lot of bright colors in here. So I'm using more graphic elements within my paintings without having to stick to what I actually wanted. Matter of fact, the head is a whole different, from a different photo than the body. I don't know if you can see it. There you go. Then the body. This one here is called Birds of a Feather. Okay. So even the bird feathers on her chest, I added that as well. And then I added my graphic elements in the back. Okay, just like all my other art, this could be found on the Beauty of Blackness website shop. All my art is available there if you want to take a more look at it. Okay. All right, here's another one. I kind of talked about this one yesterday. like I said, I used some reference for this one. The same process. This image, his jacket was a whole different color. The background is an idea that I researched a lot of artists. And one of the artists that I researched was Alvin Lovin. He was an abstract artist. And so this was the background was the idea. I love the curves and the shapes and the colors. And so that background brought this composition together for me. Okay, curves leading into straights. The curves will take you straight to the subject in the painting, and then it takes your eyes off the painting. Excuse me. All right. So, in this painting right here, this is a water carrier. Same thing. If you look at this, I found lots of reference to get my ideas out on paper, same process. Initially, I had my main subject. The flowers weren't there. The pot wasn't there with Africa on it, of course, so I put that on there. And also the hat. So I thought the hat would give a uniqueness to the painting to make it a little different. And so I just had to get my ideas out on paper, work them on the computer, come up with a composition, and then put it down on canvas and started to paint. Okay, so, and the ideas didn't come right away. You just have to work things out on paper, in the computer, whatever works for you. All right. So this is gonna be my last painting I want to show you guys. This is one called the Queen, and this one, all of my paintings behind me can be found on the Beauty of Blackness website shop. This one right here is called the Queen, and the thing I like about this painting right here is that, you know, the mask, of course, are made of wood. The frame has a wood texture look to it as well. In the mask, there's a little bit of symbolism. The symbol right here means humility and strength. And the color purple also means strength. If you look at the mask, and this one, this symbol right here means loving. Okay? So this is a piece that has a little bit of symbolism to it. It's one that I like very much. Like I said, this one can be found on the Beauty of Blackness website store as well. Okay? All right, so I think that's enough about me talking about my process. Today from 2 to 4, I will be in my room with my Zoom link. If you go to the gallery, Artist 2020, you can click on that. You can scroll down to my artwork. Matter of fact, you're going to see, it's not me, but you can see the image of mine there, okay? And it's going to have my name with it. Click on that link. That link will take you to my gallery. Above the gallery to the top right corner in the computer, I know I'm facing the opposite, but it's going to have the link to my Zoom room. So I'll be there from 2 to 4. If you're interested in learning more about my process, if you want to learn more about the type of work that I do and where you can find me, I'd love to see you there and talk with you about art. I don't know if anyone have questions. You there, Louise? Nope, not yet. Okay. So anyway, like I said, you know, I'm glad everybody's here at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm looking forward to doing this show. The caliber of artists is amazing. We got LaShawn Bill, Larry Pancho Brown. Like I said, I had the chance to talk to Paul Goodnight. Like I said, this show's actually a dream come true for me because I get to talk to those guys one-on-one and I get to pick their heads and learn about their processes. And one thing I want to tell other artists what you need to do is try to find a mentor. I know Charlie talked about that yesterday. Find a mentor if you don't know everything. Try to figure things out. Ask questions because you don't know until you ask. I know LaShawn Bill. I pick up the phone every now and then. Say, hey, LaShawn, I need help with this or whatever. He gives me a good idea. Was it Gail Simmons asking questions? Hey, Gail. No, I don't use CAD. I use several softwares. I use a program called Actually, there's a free program called Blender right now. You can download it for free. And other things you can do, you can also download 3D models from some websites for free, and it has the bodies and stuff like that. So I never done CAD. CAD is too, I know 3D is technical, but I think CAD is another step up from doing that because I always try to stay in the art field, being a creator. So one of the programs I do use is called ZBrush. And that's why I was showing you the sculptures earlier. It allows you to sculpt just like sculpting on clay. It takes the technicality out of it somewhat, and it just depends on what you want to do. Yeah, I can. I work different ways. Sometimes I just have photos. I composite the photos and work directly from the photos into the computer and play with the composition that way. And sometimes I do color overlays in Photoshop with layers just to play around with color. And sometimes I take the drawing and draw it out by hand, and then I scan the drawing, and then I work out the color that way. But I've been doing like color comps traditionally, so I kind of like to work that way just so I can see how the colors are going to work in the real world. But you can use that as an option.
Well, thank you.
Questions? I'm going too far with time?
Huh? Oh, you got people saying really nice things about you.
Okay. Yeah, it's all about learning rules. You know, I'm mostly self-taught, and before the internet age, or right when the internet age started to boom, I would look up other artists and try to figure out how to make things happen because YouTube didn't exist then, and so I would have to actually read through a lot of those things on websites. Of course, I bought a lot of books looking back at some traditional artists from back in the day, and you know, not trying to talk about my artist friends too much, but I would look at like LaShawn Bill, Larry Poncho Brown, even artists not even here, Kevin A. Williams, Wackart, I don't know how he pronounces it, but he's one of the artists I look up to as well. We was talking about Mr. Wider, going back to mentors. Mr. Wider's here in Colorado Springs. He's been doing it for a long time. He's retired military as well, so we had something in common. And so I would go visit his house, visit the gallery, and I would get a lot of good information from him so that he could teach me and I can learn, you know.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, we have to encourage, you know, one thing you want to learn is we bring each other up as artists, we work together. One artist always taking something from another artist, but you can't do that unless those artists are talking with you, trying to teach you something. So my goal is to upbring anybody, learning things, because I don't know everything still, I'm still growing. Talking to Paul Goodnight the other day again, he brings up that, you know, hasn't done a lot of oil painting, but he's doing oil paintings, and he's always wanted to learn new stuff. He's always experimenting. So it's good to hear him say that, and we always want to give back.
Well, thank you, Kevin. That was pretty enlightening. We really enjoyed that. I always enjoy listening to you talk anyway.
Sometimes I think I talk too fast, but hey, I just try to get the information out.
No, I think you did a great job. I always like listening to you chat and share about your artwork. So, Kevin, how did you prep for this show? How did you get prepared for this show?
Well, you know, it was weird because I know we all work together as artists trying to figure out our setups and stuff like that. So I try to use things that I already had in house. I did buy a few things, but it's things I'm gonna need later down the road anyway for future shows because everybody feels that 2021 we're still gonna be here. So I had to invest in myself for this show because it's my first real fine art show. When I say real, because I've been doing comic book cons and stuff like that. So, but anyway.
Okay, because you've been doing Comic Cons.
Yes, because I love comic books as well, and that's where like I said, art is art. You know, you just got to find what you like. And then as a kid, that's when most artists, if you talk to them when they were kids, or talk about when they started, a lot of them will say they were in the comic books first. Right. So a lot of my inspiration from looking at comic books and trying to learn from drawing. I used to even trace comic books and try to copy the artist and just try to match your style. But over time, you know, you get frustrated. I think somebody mentioned this before. I think it was Larry. You get frustrated trying to do exactly what that one person is doing. But what you do, you take from what they show, put that into your own work, and you just go from there without trying to copy. You come into your own and come into your own style. And so to answer your question again, as far as prepping for the show, meeting with you guys, seeing how we're going to have our stuff set up. I had to move a lot of stuff around. Had a couple of late nights in here just trying to figure out the right lighting, the right setup, see you all in our head in the house. using just equipment that I had already.
Mm-hmm.
And
so,
mentally taking.
Yeah, I would think you would have to do like a mental check, right?
Right.
To prepare for it.
Yeah, I had to make a checklist, just breaking it down. Because like, even last night, when I wake up this morning, I was like, man, I don't want to make it exactly like yesterday, but I do want to take elements from yesterday. And I was like, And then after listening to Charlie last night, talking about giving back and stuff like that, and I'm like, man, you know, who else can I show that I know to do art? And I said, people in my family. You know, that's who I get it from. It's a genetic thing, just like Larry said. It's something that's passed on down generation to generation.
Well, you definitely have quite a bit. So what made you apply for this show?
Apply for what, this show?
Yeah, for this show.
I applied for this show, one, because it's the first type of show like this in Colorado that I felt that I could be a part of, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, because that's my main subject matter. So in Colorado, we're more of the Western theme and stuff like that, you know, the great outdoors. And so I'm like, I'm not that type of artist. I love that work, but that's not my style. So when I saw this show come up, and like I said, I've been talking to Sean for a while now, over a year, off and on, and just found out that you was a part of it, he was a part of it. I knew each other. I'm like, man, okay, that's crazy. I didn't know that. So it all came together that way. And I have friends that live in Fort Collins, and I wanted them to come to the show and see what's going on as well. And of course, I wanted to meet the legends. I wanted to meet Larry Poncho Brown, Sean Bill. Okay. So we're in the middle of the United States. Those guys' shows are primarily on either the East Coast or the West Coast. So, you know, you live here in Colorado, so you probably travel, but me, come from military, I done did too much traveling. Only travel when I have to. But that's the reason why I got to meet guys that's been doing it longer than me.
So then how did you know of these artists if you've never met them? Because I know when I talked to you, you knew LaShawn Bibbs, but you had never met him? No.
See, you know, it's funny, but like I said, while I was in the military, you only have access to so much. I've only been retired for 10 years. So you don't have that. And I joined when I was 19, I was turning 20. And so I went straight into the Army, and that's when my life started. But anyway, I used to go to places. I always drew when I was, like I said, my mom said, hey, you had a pencil in your hand at the age of 2. So I used to go to these mini malls that we have on military bases, and I would see these vendors selling African-American art. I'm like, man, where does this stuff come from? You know, I know about art. And so I started looking at the names on the paintings. I would see like Sean Bill, Kevin A. Williams, Larry Poncho Brown, Paul Goodnight, Thomas Blackshear. And you know, it's funny that I say it like that because I might ask somebody, you know who this artist is, and they don't know, but I know because I always research. But anyway, there was a magazine out back in this was like the early mid-90s or something like that. And they had this magazine called Upscale Magazine. I don't think
I remember it. Yeah.
So in the Upscale Magazine, they would feature artists in the back of the magazine. So I would flip through that magazine. I would like to see who's in the magazine. Even Ted Ellis, you know, friends with him on Facebook. Not really met him face to face, but he would comment on my art and I would comment on his stuff. But anyway, those guys will be featured in those magazines. I'm like, man, you know, I wonder if I can do this, right? Because, you know, so every month when that magazine came out, I had to go get it. All right. So after I did that, I went to start showing. I got brave. I started showing my work around, but at the time, like I said, a lot of my work was digital, and I had a folder, and those vendors that were selling art on the military bases, I would show them my art. And so, lady, I can't remember her name. I was like 23, 24. She said, "What you got there?" And I said, "It's my portfolio." She said, "What's in?" I said, "Art." She said, "Can I see it?" I said, "Sure." So she said, "Hey, man, you got some good stuff." She said, "There's a frame shop right around the corner. If you want to walk in there and talk to the guy, he sells military art." And like I said, I was influenced by military, so I was doing military art at the time. He said, "They have military art. If you go in and show him your stuff, he might put it in the store." And I said, "Okay." So I went in there, started talking to him, showed him my stuff. He looked at it. He didn't really say nothing bad or anything like that. But the thing he said was that right now a lot of people are deployed, and this is like during the first Afghanistan deployment. He said deployed and stuff like that. And I don't think the art's going to sell right now. We're not doing too well right now. So, okay. So I went back out to South her again. She said, "Hey, so what did he tell you?" I said, "A lot of soldiers deployed. Nobody's gonna buy the art right now. Blah 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 blah." And she said, "Well, I'll tell you what. Give me your artwork. I'll put it on my booth. If it sells, I won't charge you for it, but I'll let you know if it sells." I said, "Okay." So I went home.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah. So a week later, she called me and said, "Kevin, guess what?" I said, "What?" She said, "I sold one of your paintings." I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay." So I went up there, got my little $25 that I sold the painting for at the time. And then from that point on, that's where I wanted to go. You know,
oh wow,
pencil drawings, and I used to sell drawings to kids and teachers. You know, I was young, selling for like $5 and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But once that happened with her on that military base, I was like, I can make this work. And I actually did a painting, got commissioned by one of the sergeant majors who wanted a painting based on his unit and the history of the Big Red One, because I was stationed at the Big Red One at the time.
Okay.
So.
Oh wow, that's pretty amazing. That to go through that kind of transition and then to meet, well, not physically meet, but to collaborate and interact with all of these amazing artists. You know, artists that you wanted to meet, and then, you know, you've gotten insight from them, but now you're getting more insight from them, and it's a little more personal.
Yeah, and then, you know, the thing about it, you know, you always hear people say, if you think it, you can make it happen. You just have the faith, and it'll happen. It's all about timing. This is something I always wanted to make happen, and right now it's happening. You know what I mean?
Right.
Also, I have my work kind of represented. I have a manager right now. I have representation. So that's working out pretty good. Selling my work through blackartinamerica.com, shop buyer, stuff like that. I know Thomas mentioned Najee Dorsey earlier, and it was one of the videos. And these guys have kind of helped me out for the last couple of years, getting more out there and putting my work out. So far, it's been a good partnership, and it's working out. But like I said,
that's wonderful.
Yeah, and it doesn't happen overnight. Like I said, I did 20 years in the Army before I even finished. You know, and then 10 years after my retirement from the military. So now things are starting to kind of kicking in.
Pick up.
Yeah.
But isn't that kind of how it works, though? It's like a lot of times, you know, you see all of these amazing artists, and you see all of this, and just like, wow, look at where they are. And then, I mean, what would you have to tell a young artist right now?
Work on your craft, number one. We got social media now. Don't be afraid to show your stuff. There's never a time that you're going to say you're good, and you're never ever going to be good enough. But just practice, do your work, seek a mentor, use social media, talk to friends. Yes, your family members, they're going to always love whatever you do, but take your critical eye and really look at your work, research. And like I said, you asked me the question, how did I meet these guys and stuff, like how did I find out about these guys? Research. You know, get internet now. Like I said, I didn't have the internet when it first started, but I had magazines and books and stuff like that. So if you do your research, you're going to find all kinds of things out there. There's all kinds of art markets. There's all types of art. You just have to find something that you feel good doing, something that gives you a certain feeling that you put out into the world.
Right. Well, thanks, Kevin. That was, you know, I always enjoy talking with you guys a little afterwards. Thomas is giving you a data boy.
Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate it.
We appreciate Thomas being around and hanging out with us. And I always it's always nice to chat with you all afterwards and just kind of pick your brains and see what you have to say. And if anyone has questions for Kevin, you are more than welcome to post them, because Kevin likes questions. And like I said, you guys can always go into his room and visit him via Zoom. He's available to chat with you, to talk with you, to interact with you. He's available for all of that right now. When he gets off, he's like, I'm going to run to my room and Zoom so he can talk with you. So definitely go in and Zoom him and talk with him, because he's waiting for you. There's no obligation to buy, so he would just love to chat. Go ahead. You had something to say, Kevin?
Oh, I was just having. I got the schedule from 2 to 4, so right after this,
All
I
right.
definitely will be there.
Okay, so from 2 to 4, he will be in his space looking to chat with you guys. So thanks a lot, Kevin. And so we're going to, I guess I'm up next. I'm going to be up next. That's why I was prolonging it with Kevin, because the longer I talk to Kevin, the shorter my time is.
The process.
I know. So thanks a lot, Kevin.
All right, thank you. See you guys tomorrow.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Oh, Kevin.
Yes.
Hold on. What time are you on tomorrow?
I have to check the schedule.
Hold on. I'm going to let you guys know when Kevin will be on tomorrow. Let's have a look at the schedule. Kevin, you should know. Okay, so Kevin will be on tomorrow. I'm just scrolling through the schedule. Kevin will be on tomorrow at 4:45. So look for Kevin tomorrow at 4:45. It should be fun and enlightening. And if I have a little bit of a gap, I'll probably bring Kevin on to just chat anyway, because that's what I do. If I discover little gaps here and there, I bring people on to chat. So thank you so much, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, thank you guys for coming through. If you have any questions, just post them in your comment section, because we love to answer questions. We're always looking for people that have questions, because this show is not just to show art. It's also to answer any questions that you may have, any questions that you may be curious about, whether it's our art, whether it's what's going on in the world today. We're here to answer any of those questions for you, and we're excited about answering those questions for you. I just want to kind of go over the website again. Most of you guys have been with us, so you're like, I know how to use that website, Louise. Well, guess what? There's a few people out there that do not. And so I'm going to go over that with them really quickly once again with our website. You can, if you pull up our website, because I want everybody to go in and stream and meet people and talk to artists. So that's one of the reasons I'm going to go ahead and show that website again, because I want you guys to be able to meet the artists. So right here, I'm just going to click on the home page. This is our home page. And by all means, donate if you can. I have a nice little donate button. If you like what we're doing, go ahead and donate and keep this show alive. Keep it alive. So, but what I would like you to do is I'd like you to go to 2020 artists and visit with our artists. Visit with our 2020 artists and click on that link and get to know them. Get to know our 2020 artists. We're going to scroll. You can meet any of these artists in person live today, all but Charlie Palmer, because he's in the middle of some projects. But if you see down here, if you see a link, that means that you can go in and Zoom with those artists live today, on just in personal, face to face, everything in real time. So always bear that in mind. Everything that we're doing right now is all in real time. Any questions that you comment in the comment section will be answered all in real time. If you click on that link, we will talk to you in real time. It would be a person-to-person Zoom, like a Zoom call, Zoom chat, Zoom face-to-face. We would love, love, love to hear from you, chat with you, and share with you about anything that you would like to know. You've looked at our artwork and you have some questions that we did not answer. That's what we want to do. We want to get those questions answered for you. And once you click on the link, this is, we'll click on Thomas right here. Once you click the link, it'll take you to Thomas's gallery or LaShawn's gallery. It'll take you to their room gallery, and you can see Thomas has a nice little welcome for you. It's his welcome video, and you can scroll through, read some of Thomas's artist statement, scroll through his work, and check that out. If you click here, you can go to, if Thomas has another gallery, you can click there and go to his other gallery. I think Thomas only has one. And right up here in this right-hand corner, you can click on that and go right to Thomas and have a talk with him face to face. Have a face-to-face conversation with Thomas, which is awesome. And I'm pretty sure Thomas is in that room waiting for you to come in and have a chat with them. So definitely go in and have a chat with Thomas or Kevin or any of the other artists where you see that link on their page. Did you do? Okay, so let me show you. I'm going to show you someone that has more than, I'll take you to, okay, so if you go to my gallery, so I'm going to click on that one because I want to show you when you go into some of the galleries, they have more than one. So you can see my Zoom link right here. Try not to call me right now because I'm talking to you here. So you can talk to me right here. Just put it in the comments. So you can see right here, I have my bronze gallery up. This is my bronze gallery, and you can scroll through it. But if you click right here, you can actually go into one of my other galleries, my From Flower to Flight gallery, which is my birds and flowers. You can go into that gallery, and you can click on any of the images to see what I'm doing there. So that's my Flower to Flight gallery. And then as you can see, I have 3 galleries: Awakening the Spirit gallery, which is more figurative. And that's one of the things we're going to talk about in my studio today is some of my figurative work. So that's one way you could do it. So that's going into there, and you can see I also have a link. If you see the link, when you click on the gallery, you'll be able to click that link and do a Zoom with that artist. Also, we have our store right here. We would love for you to visit our store and make these amazing purchases. You can stop by our store and you can just scroll down, find the artist that you want, find the artist that you've looked through, and check out their work, make purchases, and all of those kind of things. And we also have a Beauty of Blackness Fine Art show. We would love to have you go and visit the show, buy some t-shirts, get yourself a really nice t-shirt, a cup perhaps if you're a big coffee drinker, or not. You could just have a really neat cup. So you can always get that and stop in and check out some of the work. Here's Charlie Palmer's store. You can go in and buy something. This is actually from the Times cover right here. You can actually purchase this weekend. You can actually purchase the actual art from the Time cover, the Time cover magazine. He did the Time cover in July 2020. You can actually purchase that work right here at the Beauty of Fine Art show. That's pretty amazing, right? And then you can always check out the schedule, find out what artist you want to see, make you a plan, and then go in and see that artist. That artist is sitting there right there for you, ready to show you their work, spend time with you, chat with you, talk with you. We're just so glad that you have decided to come and spend your day with us, even if it's just part of your day. And remember, tonight is ladies' night. It's ladies' night. Guys, you still are all good. You're still good. Let's see. Where is it? Let's see what he said. Okay, Louise, is there a Art of Louise Cutler art book in the cards? It should be. It should be. I'm actually working on a book called The Book of Healing. And I'm actually going through the scriptures and pulling out the healings of Christ and of the disciples, and I'm creating a story around those healings, and I'm also creating the art. And right now, I think I have five of the art pieces for that book, and so that's the book that I'm creating and I'm writing and going to put out, and hopefully soon I'll have time to put that book out. But that's the book that I'm working on right now. I don't have an Art of Louise Cutler art book. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Art of Louise Cutler. But no, I don't have an Art of Louise Cutler right now, but it is something hopefully in the works. But right now, the book that I'm working on is called The Book of Healings, and I'm hopefully we'll be able to get that book out soon. Thanks. So definitely check out the schedule. Check out, find artists, look in there and see what artists. And remember, today, 4 o'clock, we will be with Mr. Larry LaShawn. I'm calling. Look, Larry Poncho Brown. LaShawn's gonna kill me. Larry said, Poncho is going to kill me. So at 4 o'clock, we will be with Mr. Poncho Brown, and he will be sharing about his work and his process and giving all kinds of tidbits. So make sure that you are around for that, to make sure you're around for that, because that's going to be pretty exciting. And remember, like I said, tonight is ladies' night. Friday night is ladies' night. We will be giving away some really cool prints from Larry Poncho Brown. We'll also be giving away some stickers, some just some fun stuff. We have some fun stuff to give away. So definitely share. I just want to say we had so many, we had quite a few watch parties going on. I got tagged and invited to several watch parties yesterday. So go out, create watch parties, let people know what we're doing, and share the event. Share the event. Just share the event. Because a lot of people don't understand or know what we're doing, and it's actually pretty phenomenal. I'm very, very excited about what we're doing. I'm very excited about what's coming out of it. All of those kind of things. It's just been so much fun and so amazing. And I'm so glad that you guys are with us, especially you guys that have been with us for the last 2 days. You guys just bring joy to my heart and just make me excited to have you here. I just wish I could come out and hug all of you, because you are a blessing to my soul. And I just want you to know that all of you guys are just a blessing to my soul. And so I'm going to pause a few minutes because I'm the artist up next. And so I'm going to pause a few minutes and let's see who's in the queue that can chat. I think Poncho's still doing some work, so I don't think he's in the queue and can chat. But let's bug him anyway. Poncho, are you there?
You know I'm lurking in the background.
Well, Poncho, I'm going to put you up here to chat with them while I get ready to do the Louise Cutler Studio show.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, I'm going to wait for you to get set up. Maybe I can coax my man LaShawn Beal to come in for a conversation. I see him lurking in the queue.
Let's bring him up. Bring him up.
He's not in. He's got it on stun. He's got his microphone open though, so he might hear us.
He might hear us. There he is.
Coming in.
I've been here the whole time.
Okay, I'm gonna cut out.
He's in the car, so I don't want to talk to him while he's in the car. I don't want to witness his demise.
Oh, please. I'm driving quite safely.
Okay.
I am good.
Well, you know we can do this a lot of different ways, man. Let's just chit chat while folks are getting ready for Louise Cutler. I'm a match what you're doing, and we're gonna go right here and do something a little different.
All right, that's what's up. All
right, so LaShawn, you know, you were kind of one of the masterminds that assisted her with putting this program together. So, what do you hope to see happen as a result of a show like this?
You know what I hope to see, and what has happened. It's not even a hope to see it, because it's a reality. The whole thing of us as artists always trying to expand what we're doing, trying to take our game to another level, whether it's the game of our creativity or the game in our marketing. And this is that next level for us. So I am super excited to see this all coming together, seeing all these great artists working together. The response from the public to the event is awesome. So, hey, it's done what it needed to do. So, game over as far as that goes.
Well, you know,
move forward.
You and I have had many discussions over the years. As a matter of fact, when you were giving your lecture earlier, you were telling folks how your humble beginnings and how you passed through Baltimore. We met when you came through Baltimore City, when you were here, stationed here for a minute. And
yes.
We were all kind of just trying to find our way.
Exactly. And that was such a fun time. You know, it was really magical, truth be told. To be able to just run around, and it was a hustle. Don't get me wrong, it was work. It was work, but we were doing what we love to do. And then to see that we've come this far over all those, years, and to still be, good friends and everything beyond that, that those stuff that you treasure in life. So, yes, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I mean, for the longest time, we had the will and our careers in the hands of other people. So there were dealers that had control over us. There were distributors that had control over us. We were in crazy contracts here and there. I'm getting some feedback from your radio.
My radio, it's not on.
Okay, I'm getting some feedback from one of your devices in your car. But that was to be doing this now gives artists a little bit more control over what they do. And so it's a lot of different ways to promote your work. But if we're in this age now where artists have to start taking advantage of technology to help them move their forward agenda.
Yes. Hold on a second, Pancho. I know what it is. It's my mic my headset. Hold on. How's that?
Much
Pancho?
better. Yes, sir. That's much better.
Hold on. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, so that's what's up now. It's like this new age. Talk a little bit about how technology and how you're utilizing technology for this next phase of whatever we're in right now.
Oh, brother. You know what? The person to talk about technology is you, Pancho. You're the whiz of it. I find myself to be behind the 8 ball when it comes to the technology. However, I'm having to grow in it. So it's still an exciting time because it's a learning curve.
Well, that's what I like about this show too. In addition to us having to do what we had to do to shift this show from a in-person event to a virtual event, is that every artist that participated in this show had to learn and adapt to this new technical media, and I think everybody did a fairly wonderful job. The other thing too is that this is going to become part of our new norm. So artists that are now sitting on the fence wondering how to move forward, if you're not going to adapt to this new world of streaming and conferencing and other means to put you in front of the world, you're going to be kind of left behind.
Oh, indeed. It is a must. If you're not handling your social media where it be dealing with Facebook, Twitter, wherever the case may be, or your website, now you're becoming a dinosaur. Because that's where it's at right now. This is happening. This is it. I put this the same level as when in the late 80s when the computer boom came. It was starting. People were still fighting that. Like, no, I want to still use my typewriter. I ain't trying to push no buttons. Nah, if you don't learn how to use that computer, you'll be going dinosaur. You're gonna die. You're gonna die on the vine.
Exactly.
It's here. It's reality. You need to wake up and get with the program. So
yeah, for so many people, LaShawn, we all we have been having discussions throughout the week about how artists are kind of alienated by technology and somewhat alienated, even starting with social networking. And I can't tell you the amount of conversations I've had with artists that act like social networking is a mailbox outside of their front door of their house. And so I think by artists being loners and by us kind of being not wanting to blend with traditional methods of doing things, we kind of boxed ourselves in. But if you want to succeed, you have to adapt to this new normal. And so, yeah, I'm getting ready to introduce Miss Louise Cutler, and she's going to cut loose and take off her humble leadership hat and put on her artist hat. I present to you Miss Louise Cutler. You got to unmute, darling.
I always forget to unmute. Sorry, guys. I always love listening to those two guys chat. And I'm going to actually walk you guys through my studio. I remember we talked yesterday, and I just kind of gave you a tour of my studio. And but today, I'm going to actually walk you through my studio and share some stuff with you, not with me. I'm going to share some stuff with you, some of my work, some of my process, and those kind of things. So we're going to go ahead to the back of my studio, which you guys have seen. Yesterday, we kind of walked a little bit through my studio. Hello, Thomas. And I'll show you a little bit of my process as well. So we're going to go and head to the back of my studio, and then I'll be showing you some of the work. Okay. Can you guys still hear me? Can you still hear me? Because I'm going to still talk to you from here. Can you still hear me? All right, so we're gonna add this work. This is how the work that I'm talking about today is my series called Refreshing the Earth. And so I'm gonna share a little bit about refreshing the earth. And I really love this series because I'm all about, I just feel like as an artist, that's what we do. We are here to add, to complement, to impart all of these things into the earth. And so I use this series. This was a very spiritual and emotional series for me. I do have to, a lot of times I create from music. You probably heard that quite a bit. It's like a theme song within, with a theme song going on. So I create from, a lot of times I create from music. And so this particular piece is one that these particular pieces are some that I've created for music. And I also tell friends, I'm trying to see which camera that is. I have no idea where that camera is. I have so many things hooked up. So, but I'm going to take you guys around my studio because I want to share with you some of the things, but I'm going to show you where my refreshing of the earth started. You can see one of the pieces right here, and that's the waterer. So all of the pieces deal with either giving, providing, nurturing. All of the pieces are centered around nurturing, givers, waterers, planters. It's all about nurturing. And that's why they're called caregivers of the earth, because I feel like as artists, that's what we are as well. So I'm going to take you to the back and show you where this all started. So come walk to the back with me. And I figure you guys have seen me enough, so I'm going to be showing you artwork as opposed to just myself. So this right here, let's pull this one up and bring it into the camera. Thanks. So this right here is where the Caregivers of the Earth actually started. They started with some very basic pieces. They weren't, it was at a time in my life where I wanted to fall back into simplicity. I used to do fashion illustration. And I remember when I was in school, I would eliminate everything that wasn't necessary. And my teachers were not liking it. And I would always tell them, if it's about the fashion, then everything else is irrelevant. And so I would remove, like I would cover up the hands, or I'd cover up the feet, or I'd cover up parts of the face, because to me, it was irrelevant. And the fashion and the clothing was what was important, because in fashion illustration, you had to draw faces, you had to draw this, you had to draw that, and they wanted all of that. And for me, it just did not make much sense. So when I started doing these pieces, I kind of reverted back to when I studied fashion illustration and started eliminating those things that I felt was not irrelevant, because what was relevant was what was going on in the scene, and not necessarily putting faces and all of these kind of stuff. I went to this very simplistic mode, and not only simplistic, I even started doing stuff where I just used limited amount of medium. Now I came out of a pastel oil painting background. I love doing pastel and I love doing oil painting because it was such a, I always say it was a Oil painting is a very passionate medium to me. It's a very exotic medium. I love painting with oils. It's just, well, let's not go there, but it's just a passionate, exotic medium that I really enjoy. And so cutting out that and going to this very simplistic mode was, at the time I was pregnant and I didn't want to use some of the oil paints because I used a lot of lead-based oils and things like that. And the pastel powder, you know, as you blow it and move it around, it gets inside, you know, you inhale it. So I didn't want to do that. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to not use those. And I wanted to go back to something a little simplistic. So I started using acrylic, which is a medium that I wasn't used to using. And I started using acrylic and like an ink. So these are some of the very first, this is the beginning. It was very simplistic. It was just acrylic. It was ink, nothing exotic, just acrylics and inks. That's basically what these pieces were. And then later, because anyone that knows these pieces, I'm sorry, is shaking a little bit. And then later, as you can see, I began to add metal leaf. So this piece right here actually has metal leaf in it. And I love doing these individual people or these solitary moments because it was more about peace, tranquility, those kind of things. So that's why these pieces are very simplistic, and because they're basically about peace and tranquility. And that's one of the things that I talk about in my actual work. That's what I believe my artwork is about. It is about creating peace and tranquility in a world where chaos has become the norm. And so years ago, we travel a lot, and I want to see if I can show you this giant piece up here. It's actually called Peace. There it is. It's up in the top part of my studio. It's a 40 by 60 piece, and it sits up there, and I don't ever think I'm going to take it down. So if anybody wants to buy it, they they better be really serious about it because it's my ceilings are pretty high. So that piece is called Peace. So I'm going to bring you over here. We're going to go through the gallery a little bit over here to some of the other ones. We'll come back over there. We'll go back over here. So when I started adding metal leaf to the piece, and you can see in these pieces I have metal leaf added to them. And I started adding metal leaf after a trip to Paris. And I have gone, you know, we had gone a few times, but this particular time we actually went into the Italian Renaissance section, and I just fell in love. I absolutely fell in love with the Italian Renaissance section because they use a lot of metal leaf in the Italian Renaissance section, you know, halos and all of those kind of things. So when I got back home, I had a new plan. I had a new plan. And so I decided that I was going to start adding metal leaf to my pieces because for me, it was like adding these really nice, this simplistic sort of grandeur, giving the illusion of a simplistic grandeur and giving this illusion of this very gold and silver. So, and it is funny because when I originally started, like this right here is a really nice variegated metal leaf, which is a Dutch metal. And then you have copper in here. And this one right here is called Safe. It's called Safe. She's cradling her baby and she's surrounded in this protected area of flowers. And so they encompass her. So she's safe. And that's what this particular piece is called, Safe. And so I started adding the metal leaf because I just fell in love with it. But the funny part is I had never used metal leaf before. So the process took me a minute to figure out because not only is metal leaf hard, it's hard on harder surfaces. I was actually doing metal leaf on watercolor paper. I was doing metal leaf on watercolor paper, and everybody knows watercolor paper is very absorbent. And but at that time I was using size after size after size after size, and it was getting insane because the size was the the size was just soaking into the paper, and I had no idea why my size kept soaking into the paper. And I'm thinking, what the heck? What the heck is going on? Why is this size continually soaking into the paper? I need this to stop, and I need this to stop immediately, but it didn't. So I had to figure it out. I had to figure out how to make this work. And and then I did. I had to figure out, I had to learn that when I use size, I had to use what is called a base coat. I had to use a base coat. And this is something that I did not know, because I just came home like, oh, I'm going to totally add this metal leaf into my work. and then I get home and the metal leaf is like, you might want to add me, but you better figure it out how. And so that's one of the things I had to learn how to do. I had to learn how to use a side. I had to learn how to put a base coat in, and then I was able to use the sides without the sides draining all out during the process. So this piece right here is called the provider. And remember, I said my pieces are called the caregivers of the earth. So this is a provider piece. It's called the provider. Sorry about that. And this particular piece has a white gold. So this is a white gold and then a variegated metal. And these are all done in acrylic on watercolor paper. And I chose to hang these in this manner because I always wanted to hang them like Japanese scrolls. And so my husband and I decided to make the frames because I knew how I wanted them to hang, and I didn't want to put them in just a ordinary regular frame. I wanted to put them in a very unique frame. And it's funny because when I first took these to the New York Art Expo, every framer at the show came to have a look at my frame. They were just curious. They wanted to know how I did it. They wanted to know what I did. And so I thought it was really interesting. So I'm like, okay, I scored points for the frame. So, but I always wanted to hang them open because you can see the wall through the plexiglass. So they're actually in between two pieces of plexiglass and with a wood on top and wood on bottom. And I hand painted all of the wood, and because I like that green natural color. So that's what I did with these. This piece over here, this is a fun piece. I'm going to bring this over here. This was a fun piece, and I'm getting some light, so it's a little harder to see this piece. This piece is called the Big Apple, and I wonder why. I'm trying to get an angle so you can see the Big Apple. This piece right here is called the Big Apple. This was a fun piece to do because I did this as a take on New York. and I had planned to do an entire fruit series of just big fruit and an image, and I still might, I'm not sure, but I thought this was a fun piece because that's New York, and I was doing the Art Expo a lot, and so I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do a Big Apple, and then I thought, wow, this would be kind of fun to just do a whole series of giant fruit, of my people holding giant fruit. So that's my Big Apple piece, and that's done with white gold and a variegated metal and copper. So this right here, this is the hardest. This right here, this variegated metal, this blue variegated metal is the hardest metal on the planet to find. The blue and the red variegated in that starburst pattern. I'm always looking for it. And then this piece, let me see if I can angle it a little bit. This piece down here is a little lower. That particular piece I did for the Museum of Art's biannual a few years ago. I did that for a show that they were hosting. The young lady, she was like, Louise, I want you to do this show. So I created that piece, and that piece is called It Remains in the Wind. Right there, you can see some of the glass that my children, I have in my studio from my children that I sell. I sell their glass here. And so let's go. I'm trying to see what direction we want to go in. Let's go here, because this particular piece right here is a piece that I house. I've actually had this in my home hanging because I just love it so much. This is called Refreshing the Earth. So this particular piece is called Refreshing the Earth. And you could see, and this is one of those other ones. Look at all that. Look at that. And I'm going to be honest, I hated drawing flowers. Now, I'm a gardener and I love gardening. Absolutely love, love, love gardening. And this was the first time that I drew, that I got down and did floral, because I did not like doing floral. So look at that bouquet. And so I did it like a bouquet. So that's my giant bouquet of first time doing flowers, believe it or not, in this particular piece. It's a full bouquet. Let me take it. I'm going to take it down a little bit and see if you can see it better. I'm going to move this cord. Thanks. So I'm going to take it down a little bit just to kind of show you a little better picture of trying to stop the bumping. But there you go. That's my bouquet of flowers. And I had it at a show one time and they were like, that looks like two different paintings. I said, I know. And I've always wanted to do a bronze piece, like a fountain of this piece, because I just love the way she's pouring the water down onto this big bouquet. And what I really liked about this piece, and what I did a lot on this piece, I'm going to come over to the bigger one because I really want to explain this to you. I want to really talk about this a little bit with you. What I really liked about doing this particular piece, the Refreshing the Earth piece, was I used all kinds of flowers to do this, and they were all live flowers. And it was such an amazing piece. And I would always get people that are like, Louise, why do you paint directly onto the watercolor paper? Why don't you cover it and do things like that? And I said, no, I wanted to stay white. And people would always say, well, how do you keep that paper so white? And I said, I keep it white by being neat and not touching it and not spilling anything on it. And this one, the reason I like the bouquet of flowers that are on there is because I love what happens with the negative space. I love I love what happens with, and that's the reason I left it white, is because I wanted the positive space and the negative space to do their own thing. And so I created the positive space, but the negative space created itself. And whenever I do shows, people are always asking me, well, Louise, your work has a very nice Asian feel to it. And I said, I know, because I absolutely love Asian work. And I love the way they handled negative and positive space. And so when I did these pieces, it was all about how to handle the negative and positive space. And the way I found how to handle that is by allowing the negative space to do whatever it decided to do in the midst of me creating the positive space, and not forcing the negative space, and allowing all of that white to come through the different areas of the painting. And because I really like it, I'm just going to bring it down to show the flowers a little bit more. And so if you look at the flowers, you could see how you see how the flowers are, but you could see how well the negative space plays into it. And it forms all these amazing shapes all by itself. And that's what I loved about creating this piece, is allowing the negative space to become a part of the painting on its own. And I would have tons of people say, well, Louise, you should paint it. I was like, no, a lot of times we feel like we have to fill the whole canvas ourselves. But honestly, the negative space fills the canvas on its own. And that's one of the reasons I created these particular pieces like that. And one of the other things that I would get when people came into my booth, because I feel that it creates a sense of calm. And I would get people in my booth and they're like, wow, your booth is so peaceful. Your booth is so calming. And I said, I know. That's because when you allow your negative space and your positive space to enjoy each other and to relax and kind of form on their own, you create this sense of peace. You create this sense of calm. And that's what these pieces were all about, is creating this sense of peace and then allowing people to experience that in their homes. It was all about taking this and allowing people to experience that in their homes. And so that's one of the reasons why I love creating these pieces. And I'm going to show you a short video. I'm not going to play the whole video of one of me, you know, since everybody's showing them working. I'm going to show you some of me. I'm going to show you a little bit of me doing a little work. So I did pull one up from off my channel. And this is this is an older one. Look how slim I am. I love this piece. And so this is a video of me. And this is one where I was working on two pieces at the same time. And these two pieces were dwelling daily in his presence, and it was faith and wisdom. And so let me see, we'll play that. We won't play any of the music, but we'll play the piece. And so as you can see, I'm working on faith and wisdom, and I'm working straight from, I believe in using my paint a lot of times straight from the bottle. I use acrylic, and I use a liquid acrylic, and I use a pearlescent acrylic. It's called a liquid acrylic. It's very, it's almost like an ink. It has an ink consistency. And so I would just paint directly onto the paper. And then the other thing I started doing years ago, because I didn't want to dumb down or dilute my paint, I started matching my paint and ink, and using the ink as to thin out my paint, as opposed to using water. And then that way I could have an even stronger color or pure color in my acrylics. So I started using, if I was going to use a red acrylic, I would get a red ink, and then that's what I would use to thin my colors down so that they flowed better, especially on watercolor paper. That's one of the things that I would use, and I love using that. And my colors weren't getting diluted or things like that because I was using a similar color. Now I could, of course, you can't match all the ink colors with the paint colors, because there's so many paint colors, but I think I matched them well enough to be able to do this. And so if you ever think about it, I always enjoy doing that. I'm just going to speed it up a little bit. And so as you can see, I have a piece of paper up here, because people are always like, well, how do you keep it so clean? As you can see, I have a piece of paper up here in areas that I know I'm not going to paint in. And if I have to lift my hand up there, I have that piece of paper up there to keep that area from me smudging it, because our skin has oil in it, and that will definitely get on the piece. So this is, let me see. I don't want to go through this whole thing, because I think I just put the camera on and just let it play. You can see down here, I've already worked on some calla lilies, which is my favorite plant of all time. But then over here, you can see I jump from one piece to the next. I'll paint the head on one, and I'll go paint the head on the other, because I want them to kind of look similar in how the pieces are, as far as the dimensions and the colors and stuff like that. So you can see now I'm working on this one right here with faith and wisdom, and this one over here. Let me see. I'm just trying to see if I worked on which one I'm working on. Oh, didn't mean to do that. So that one I'm working on faith and wisdom. And so there's other ones, and I'll show you that tomorrow when I'm working on something different. So this is basically how I work. I just color in the spaces. I draw out the piece. I do I sketch out. So I always tell people I'm more of a sketch painter, because I do sketch out what I do. And when I paint, I feel like I'm sketching as well. So I call myself a sketch painter, if that's a word, or an actual painting technique or style. I call myself a sketch painter. So we'll go over to a different one. Let's go over to something a little different. We'll go ahead and turn this one off, because that'll take forever. That's a long one, because I just put the camera on and let it go. So let's take that out. So let's go over to a different one. We're going to come up from here. But this particular piece, I wanted to show you. This one actually has, this one right here has my favorite colors and things in it. This has the variegated metal in it as well. That has the variegated metal. This is a variegated metal, and then all of this is gold. All of this is gold. And what I use to create this pattern is a stencil. I use the stencil to create the pattern. I don't know if you could see it. Inside of her garment, I use the stencil to create the pattern inside her garment. And I am a big fan of Renaissance art, which you might can tell. I'm a big fan of the Renaissance period. And so I create a lot of my pieces with sort of a Renaissance feel to them. I go through books and things like that because I don't have a lot of models here. So I will find Renaissance books and things that depict the Renaissance period because I love that time. And so here we have, this is another one of the pieces. Hold on. I'm trying to, there we go. So here we have, this is the waterer, and you're going to actually see some of the bronze pieces that were created from these, because like I said, I feel like my paintings have always been a catalyst for what's next in my life, what's next. And the next thing that came out of my paintings, my figurative paintings, were sculptures. And so we'll go over those sculptures tomorrow. And you can see one of my sculptures is right here. This was actually from one of my paintings called Mother's Love. I'm just going to turn her around a little bit, and then you can see her because she's facing the other direction. So she's from my painting called The Mother's Love, and I just absolutely adore her. But this right here, this was part of a 3-part series entitled, this is part of a 3-part series called The Caregivers. This is The Caregivers of the Earth. The other ones are Refreshing the Earth. So this is a part of my 3-part series called The Caregivers of the Earth. That is the waterer. And then over here, we have the planter. Over there, we have the planter. That's the planter that's in this series. I'm going to bring you a little closer to the planter. And you can see the planter is variegated gold, variegated metal. And I love this pattern. This is a totally different pattern for me, but I love the pattern that was in there. And you know, when you get patterns in metal leaf, it's because they burn the leaf to create the pattern. So she's a variegated metal and a copper. And I really like these because this is when I started allowing the metal to break up and not be whole. If you look at some of my original pieces, the ones that I originally started, I allowed, oh, you see the back of me. So if you look at some of my other pieces, you'll see that the metal is all the way and it's solid. But when I started doing Caregivers of the Earth, that's when I started breaking up the metal. The other piece that series sold a while ago, it was called The Gatherer, and she was absolutely beautiful. And she's like, she sold the day I put her up on the wall. And she lasted mere minutes of putting her up on the wall. It was an absolutely beautiful piece and sold right away. And so I'm actually creating another piece similar to that, also called The Gatherer, to put up. It'll be The Gatherer 2, and she will go up on as soon as I finish with that one. So I'm going to take you over here so you can see some of the other things that I've been working on. Let's go over here. Some of the pieces I'm going to show you tomorrow because they're a part of, I'm going to show you with the bronze pieces. And you've already seen these, and we'll talk about these too. But what we're going to talk about right now, I'm going to bring you down. We're going to talk about some of the pieces that are in the process of being worked on. This right here, this is another provider piece, which is what you saw over there. And I'm not sure, I'm still working on the concept of what I'm putting in his basket. Right now, they look like half, I could say, they look like half oranges or something like that. But there are either potatoes. And this right here is, she's going to replace the other gatherer. The first gatherer, she had her fruit or whatever in her basket, in her hand. This one, she's going to actually have it on top of her head. And she's going to have a sterling, not sterling silver. I used to use sterling silver years ago, but sterling silver actually, it was tarnishing on the actual papers when I used it. So now I use a white gold. So she'll be in white gold and a blue variegated metal when I finish her. But I can't, you know, I'm looking forward to finishing her, but I must tell you the truth. She's been in here probably 2 years waiting to be finished. Because sometimes people ask me, well, Louise, how long does it take you to finish a piece? And I tell them it all depends on the piece. It all depends on the piece. Sometimes the piece allows me to finish it right away. And sometimes the piece says, wait a minute, I don't know if I want that outfit on. And so then I have to wait and see what kind of outfit that piece wants to wear. And most of the time it's the outfit. So here's some of these pieces right here. These are all original pieces that I have done in that same kind of way. And then I'm going to show you this piece tomorrow because this piece was used for one of the bronze sculptures. This right here is called Peace and Tranquility. And these, it's funny because these pieces have sold quite a bit to men. And so I'm always thinking, I guess they want some peace and tranquility. And so this right here is going to be my second gatherer. And I'm looking forward to finishing her. And then we have the provider. This piece right here, this is one of my other larger pieces. This is, I'm going to bring you over. And she's also was made into a bronze sculpture. That is Sanctuary. And that is an absolutely beautiful piece. I had her hanging, but she's been in this bin and she's probably not happy about it. So she's probably like, I don't want to be in this bin anymore. That's a bird. And I have other pieces that are either on the back burner or in the process. Sometimes, like I said, some of my pieces might take me a minute to finish because I haven't gotten all of it. I'm one of those people that has to get all of the piece so that I can finish it. And I have to wait sometimes for my pieces to speak to me, especially these kind of pieces. I'm going to show you this one. This right here is called Fisher of Men. And this piece I had so much fun doing this piece because it has a lot of symbolism in it that deals with, so you can see down here, you have the wine, you have the grapes, you have the bread. And so that symbolizes, that's the whole Last Supper. That's the Last Supper of breaking of the bread, drinking of the wine. And then the water actually symbolizes the water that symbolizes Christ when he told her that he would give her, she wouldn't thirst after she drank the water that he had. And then you have the fisher of men. And that's when Christ went and he told them that he would make them fisher of men. And that's basically what this piece is all about. And I just love doing this piece because I love pieces that have symbolism in them. And that's why I enjoy looking at Thomas's pieces. Thomas has such symbolism in his pieces that make it so amazing. So I'm going to bring you guys back over here. I just wanted to show you that piece. And then tomorrow, we're going to totally dive into some of my sculptures and look at some of that kind of stuff and have some fun doing that. And I'll show you how my sculptures are developed and how I transform from painting to sculpting. So hold on, I don't want that to fall over. I'm going to leave you with the water as I come back over here and hang out with you, and you get to watch me carry my little post all over. Oh, let's see. Okay, lessons learned. Let the negative space live. Yes, Gail, let the negative space live. Let it live, because you just never know what it might want to become. Negative space wants to become something too. Lynn, I've seen you work many times and I never failed to take my breath away. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lynn. And so I enjoy doing these particular kind of pieces because they're fun. And like I said, I started adding gilding to my work, metal leaf to my work when we were in Paris one year, and it was either the Louvre, I think it was the Louvre, and I went into the Italian Renaissance section. But the other end of it, I started adding patterns into some of my leaf paintings, and actually Peace has patterns in it. When we went back again and I examined the leaf even closer and realized that some of it actually had patterns drawn into the metal leaf, which was absolutely phenomenal. And so I started adding these patterns into the metal leaf during that time. And so I get a lot from my travels, I add a lot of things when I travel, and anytime I find something that I find remarkable, I'll add it to my paintings. And I think that's with all artists. We kind of live through our life in our art. And that's what I do. I live through my life in my art. And so I always tell people my art is made up of people I've seen, people I've met, things I've done. You'll see a lot of paintings and things like that. Hey, Poncho. Poncho's hopped up. You'll see a lot of things like that in my artwork. So am I at my time, Poncho?
No, you're not at your time, Louise.
That must mean you have a question. That must mean you have a question.
There you go. I got a question. I got questions for you. We got to keep it moving, but we also want to make sure people get to see other dimensions of you. So my question to you is, I notice a lot of your pieces are faceless. Please elaborate on the facelessness quality of your works. I know a lot of artists that use that style, particularly Annie Lee. She made her career on the faceless figure. Talk a little bit about that.
Okay, so I would get a lot of people that would come in my booth, and I'm glad you said that because I did kind of not go over that. I would get a lot of people that would come in my space and they would say, why no faces? Why do you not do faces? And it also goes back to the time when I did flat fashion illustration where I was removing everything. And one of the reasons why I decided not to use faces, and because I would get people that are like, oh, you can't draw faces. And I would tell them, well, for years, I was a portrait artist on the streets of Chicago. So I'm pretty sure I could draw a face because I used to draw portraits with the street artists down there. And maybe I was tired of drawing faces at that point. But I started eliminating the face because for me, the face was irrelevant in these pieces because the pieces were about, it was a whole piece and it was about the composition. It was about what was happening in the piece. And I wanted to draw people into seeing the whole entire piece. Normally when you add a face, people are drawn immediately to the face. And then they're working on, well, how do I relate to the face? Who is this person? How does this person relate to me? And so in order to take that complication out, I decided to just eliminate the face because I didn't want there to be this complication on you trying to figure out if this person related to you or you could relate to this person. And and I always tell people, whenever there's a face, it immediately becomes a portrait of some sort. And I did not want these to feel like a portrait. And I didn't want people having to work hard at trying to figure it out. And that's what people do sometimes.
You also utilize elongated forms. Most of your figures are stretched out. Elaborate on why you do that and where did you get that influence?
Well, I think that probably came out of doing fashion illustration. When I went to school for that, models are elongated forms pretty much. They're not your typical eight people, they're 9. So they're elongated forms. So that's how that's how I learned to draw at that time, is to make longer forms, make longer people. And that's where a lot of that elongation came from. And also, here, I'm going to turn this just a little bit. We'll face this way so you can see more of my art and less of Wayne. And so I think that's where a lot of the elongation came from, is just from that fashion illustration, background and drawing those long figures. But I also am a big fan of, like I said, the Renaissance period. And for me, I always felt that in the Renaissance period, with the robes and the gowns and the flowing things, that's one of the reasons it was just such an elegance about it. And for me, in order to create that elegance, it came about in the more elongated, fluid form.
I noticed that a lot of your works that you presented today are 2-dimensional works. And I know tomorrow you're going to do a presentation actually showing some of your 3-dimensional works. But what would you say is the biggest difference between those two things in your work outside of the 3-dimensional quality?
Well, I think that, like, I can't translate fully the one-dimensional, the two-dimensional into the three-dimensional, because there's a lot of different aspects in there, and there's a lot of either florals or greenery. But one of the things that I do, because I always tell people my three-dimensional work is like breathing life into my two-dimensional work. So it's almost like creating, giving life to my two-dimensional work. And that's what I love about my three-dimensional work, is because it's amazing when I'm creating it. It's almost like I'm giving life to that piece of art. Mm-hmm. And so for me, the difference is being able to touch it. You know, it's like, it's one thing to paint it, but it's a whole nother thing to form it. And so for me, it's all about that, forming that piece of work and having it in your hands and creating that piece of work. So that to me is the biggest difference between painting it and actually forming it with my hands.
You got a question here from Lynn. She says, did you teach yourself metal leafing? Did you use books or videos?
I taught myself, which is why I used up an awful lot of size, especially teaching yourself on watercolor paper, because watercolor paper just keeps absorbing all of the size. And so over the course of time, I figured all of those things out, you know, but I do a lot of reading. I do a lot of research. If something's not working, I'm going to go find out why it's not working. So I do look up things. I research things. But yeah, when I first came back from Paris, it was just me and a bucket of size.
Gail Simmons asked, do your scrolls hanging behind you have glass or acrylic?
It's acrylic. They're acrylic. It's acrylic. Mm-hmm.
I encourage anybody out there that's watching to ask the Honorable Louise Cutler questions about her process, because you may find that some of her answers may help you with a process that you might be working on your own. Let's talk a bit about this whole situation of you wanting or desiring to do a Black Art Festival. Talk a little bit about that.
Oh, now I'm back in my host.
No.
Okay.
You're still an artist. You're still an artist. That's right. That's the trick.
As an artist, okay, all right. I'm still an artist answering this question. I had to figure out if I was the host answering or the artist. Actually, I've always wanted to do an art show. I've always wanted to do one. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was from day one when I first threw my hat into the art show arena. I've always wanted to do it. And so for years, I would be like, man, I would love to do my own art show. I'd love to do one myself. And so I had shared that, and I've shared it with several people. I've shared it with people. And then I shared it with a friend that I met just recently, Beverly. And Beverly's like, you should do it. You know, she was like, you should do it. You know, we women should get together. Beverly is a down cold, we women, you know, woman thing, you know. And so I was like, okay, Beverly, let's go for it. It's going to be an all woman thing. And so she was like, yeah, I got another friend. I was like, great, let's all do this thing together. And, but the other girl didn't show up, and then Beverly got, you know, was ill. And then I was like, what happened to my crew? What happened to the crew? We was doing this thing together. And come January, it was just me. It was me. And, but you know, I'm a firm believer that God knows how to orchestrate, and he knows who you need in your life at different times. And he was able to put it together. And he was able to put it together with the people that needed to be there. And so that's pretty much, and then with, because originally I knew I wanted to do an art show. And I was like, I just want to do an art show, especially in Fort Collins, because they keep getting it wrong, at least because they had did some fine art shows. And I was like, and so when I first moved to Fort Collins, I did a fine art show in Windsor. That they're not doing anymore, and which I really wish they had just kept grooming it and making it better instead of just quitting after day one. And then they did a fine art show in Fort Collins, same thing, did it, figured they didn't get it right, and stopped. And I'm like, no, that's not how you do it. And I had done enough fine art shows to know that, okay, these are some of the elements that have to happen in order for it to be a fine art show. And so that kind of got me back on my churn. Like, I need to do a fine art show here in this town because this is a great town to have a fine art show. And I would get people who are like, yeah, but how do you get the people? And how do you do this? And one of the things they used to do, they had this thing where I forgot the name of it, but they were just giving art away free on the street, and then that particular program paid the artists to do art on the street. And I told them, and they're like, Louise, you should do it. I was like, no, I'm not doing that, because you're giving art away free, so you're giving the idea that art is free. And so I said, I'm not doing that, because my boys used to sing on the street, and they're like, oh, you should let your boys do it. I was like, no. I said they can make more money singing on that corner than the money you're going to pay them singing for free. And so I said no, because I want them to learn how to do it on their own and not do it through this program. And that was the whole thing is, and then so then that program stopped, and I told them, I said, stop doing that. They would paint and do dances and all of that kind of stuff. Instead of putting out a hat, they would collect money from that program. And I said, no, don't do it that way, because then you make everybody that comes and look at it think this is free. We don't have to pay anything. We could just watch for free. And yeah, that's great. But when you train people to think that way, then you have to untrain them. So when my boys first came there and they would go out and put their head out, people would sit and watch, but they wouldn't put anything in it, because they were used to all of this being free. And so I would go up and I'd put money in the hat. And then people start putting money in the hat. It's like, you have to put, don't just be entertained by artists. Put something in there. Give them something. I always try, anytime I see an entertainer, if I sit there and listen to you or watch you, I'm going to put something in your hat. I'm going to give you something. And so for me, creating this show, wanting to do this show, and like I said, originally, I just wanted to do a fine art show. But Fort Collins had been dealing with some racial tension lately with the university and some other stuff that was coming up. And so they were having meetings and discussions and all of those kind of things with dealing with racial issues. And so for me, I was like, hey, you know what? Let's do an all black art show. Let's bring that into the world. Let's bring that into your world. Because, we only make up 1.6% of Fort Collins. And when I lived in Colorado Springs, it was just 1%. And so you're talking about coming to a town and bringing all black artists into a town. And for me, it was also about, it's bringing this, and it's also bringing that cultural flavor. It's like, I just wanted to inundate Fort Collins with this amazing culture that they weren't used to. And tons of people, were excited about it because it's needed. I feel like it's needed because we have so gotten out of, it's like, I was going to schools, I was going to my kids' schools, and I think I talked to you about that before. I would get all the black stuff. I'm in there assisting, and if they're talking about slavery, oh, Miss Louise will talk about slavery as if I was a slave at some point. I'm like, I know as much about slavery as you do. It's like, I've never been a slave. I had a kid, he was like, Miss Louise, have you ever been a slave? Literally. And I looked and I said, no, baby, I've never been a slave. And I told you about the African American. Miss Louise, are you an African American? I said, baby, I'm not, but I do know one. He's your president at the time. And so it was always funny because I'm like, they must enjoy having me come in and volunteer. Because, I'm talking, first and second grade. And they're like, ooh, it's a touchy subject. Let Miss Louise deal with it.
Well, I think you nailed it on the head. I mean, you nailed the show. If there were any misconceptions about what this is about, you cleared it up by your name. You cleared it up by what you put together. All the artists appreciate what you've done. And I think that the people who've taken the time to watch are appreciating what you've done, because this is really a historic situation you've laid out here. I'm hoping that you continue to gain momentum and just keep aiming for the sky.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to have to pause. And
I'm going to have to pause because I got to get ready for my presentation in a little bit.
Because you have to get ready for your presentation.
So we'll put up a board and some music until you come back.
Right. Put up a board and some music, and then I will be right back because I think we have Ephala on the.
No, he's not up yet, unless he's on one of your screens.
Okay. Well, we'll get Ephala up because I know he's in the room. He's just not in that room.
Okay.
So,
well, we'll be listening out.
Okay. All right. There he is. There he is. He just popped up. So I'm going to turn my sound down, and then you can bring Ephala in, okay?
Okay. All right, everybody. We're getting ready to bring Ephala to the house. We're going to close out Jesus. We've got a couple of open streams. How you doing, Ephala? Nice to see you, brother.
How you doing, sir? How you doing? How you doing?
Fantastic, man. Doing fantastic. We're sitting here now trying to get situated. We're going to turn the screen over to you. You are the offspring of Louise Cutler. So we're going to give you first time out doing a show and educate the people on what you're trying to do. So I'm going to give you the screen, man. You do your thing.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. I'm back.
You have somebody else on here?
Nothing, that's you. Hope everybody enjoying the art show. What happened? You sent it off?
Can you check your system to see something else is on? You're still buzzing. What else is open on your computer?
It's not buzzing. It's loud. Don't make it turn up.
Turn yours on the top of this.
Can you hear me? Well, I wanted to say we welcome back live in Fort Collins at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. My name is Wayne. Mine is off. What do you mean? My value? I'm muted. I'm muted. I'm muted on my computer.
We always have this. Is there something on your phone?
Coming from over there. Yo. But anyway, I've been enjoying watching the stream, listening to the artists from other places talk about their artwork. I think it's interesting. The show was originally supposed to be held in one location, but because of the coronavirus and stuff got closed down. Because you got to actually be live in multiple cities and multiple locations, which is kind of cool. It's kind of like, I guess you could say, some state-of-the-art stuff. But like I said, the name of my endeavor is the Ephala Art Department. So I kind of named it as a corporation type of thing, because I guess at some point I hope to have other artists that I can help promote, market, and stuff like that. And help them get their art showcased into certain arenas, you know, being art shows and stuff, if that's what they wish. And sometimes people just need a little help. Me neither. But it's an art show we here trying to sell art, I guess, showcase art. And like I said, this is one of my bigger pictures. This is called Watching You. See that? Black and white. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, turn it off.
Turn that on.
Your son is on mute. He needs to unmute his device.
You're on mute. I like you.
You can hear me now?
I hear you now.
All right, cool. So then this was, I guess I'll go back then because nobody heard me. So basically, like I was saying originally, this is a picture. This picture was entitled Watching You. One of my goals with the art is not to make it too complex or complicated or anything like that. And then kind of like, I guess you could kind of say it's influenced by like the emojis that we deal with on our phones most of the time. So it's just simple stuff like facial expressions and things of that nature to kind of inspire the emotions. And then, like I said, it's a big U. Which one is it? Oh, right here. All right. So it's a big U watching you. Like if you see the two people at the top, they kind of like, it's kind of like a couple, the two gold people. And then you just got random people or other people, like the circle face with the X's on it, probably like the police. And then like this piece right here, with the peach face, that's like the most detailed. I thought that was something I would put a little more focus to. So that's why you got outline colors on the outside of it. So you can kind of direct to it. It's a little more intended to be like a focal point of the piece. And then there's also something similar at the bottom. And I did that to, I guess, to make an attempt at making it a little more balanced when you look at it visually. So it's one thing up there and one thing down here. And then these two guys, I was saying these were a part of a series that I just started. And it's and like I said, it was symbolizing like how people watch things and you never really know who watching you. And so it's like this person in the car, or in each car, in each picture, actually like focused on the guy paying attention to the actual event. And I was comparing it to, I'm not sure if you guys watch this movie or this TV show called Friends, but they always have a observer. And so the observer is always at catastrophic events and he's just there watching and paying attention to it, documenting what's going on. And so these two pictures are similar to that inspirational wise, because the people in the car are watching you. And so it's similar to like you being watched all the time. And so these pictures kind of tie into each other because it's like watching you and then they watching stuff too. And then like if you see, look into the blimp, like inside the blimp, it's the words FLI for the FLI art department. The tires got G's in it. It's kind of like a little secret message to myself or a secret shout out to myself because I go by the name of Wayne G as a musical artist. And then I said, so I did a red one and a blue one because I was in California a lot. And so I seen how important those colors were to like street gangs or whatnot. So I just figured if I was going to do one with mainly blue, I'd do the other one with red. And then I'll start tying in other colors. And then like if you pay attention to the backgrounds, like the one thing that's consistent in all of my art is the gold backgrounds. And so just to tap that a little bit, so what I do mostly is to keep the urban feel to the art is I spray the backs down, or I try to cover the entire canvas with gold paint and mix it with some metallic so that anytime the light hit it, it's a nice reflection, or to give you a glare either way. But it's a visual reaction to seeing it firsthand. And so that's something that I use consistently in all of my pictures. And I use spray paint, and then I paint on top of the spray paint background with acrylic. And it kind of gives the picture give it an element of elevation, because like the acrylic kind of like stands out on top of the gold. And I don't know if you could really see from the camera, but I made attempts to intensify the brushes and the actual bodies of each of those characters, the blue one and the red. You see that? I don't know if you see that, but it's a heart on him. And then you can see the ears on this one. If you get closer, you got the ears and stuff like that. Brush strokes. And then it's this picture which is let me see if I can get that right. All right. Big brown face. Big brown, big face, big face, big brown face. But when we used to live in Colorado Springs, my mom, me and my homies and my cousin, we had a friend. He had this like Asian dude, and we used to call him Big Face Yin. And so this was a little. When I come up with the title of this picture, it was kind of like in reference to him because I don't know what happened to him or whatnot, but he was a good friend of ours. But this picture was inspired by just the show in the canvas because, like I said, most of my inspiration comes from recreating things that I see all the time, like during the urban outfit. And so I went to Egypt a few years back, and so this was kind of like my interpretation of what a Sphinx would look like. You see, because they cut the nose off of it, and so that's why I wanted to make sure that the nose was huge on this, so it would be so it'd stand out. And then it was almost like the background. So I wanted to create something like a portrait or a photograph, like a selfie type thing. And then you see all of the stuff in the background. It's like abstract trees and the sun and stuff like that. And so that's where the color schemes come from. But a lot of the stuff is abstract in nature, but it feels like landscape, sort of, so to speak. And so a lot of times, like I like to challenge myself by not altering anything. So it's kind of like a fluid motion. So like with most of these pictures, or probably all these pictures, aside from the three that was silk screen press, anything that was error, I tried to keep it in and just turn it into something else. So you'll see like some additional squiggly lines or maybe some circles or some additional colors on some of the objects. And that was just because I think I don't think that you can make mistakes. I think it's just something that you should be able to go with and change it to make the picture better. So if you make an error, I feel like it's a challenge to yourself to like turn it into something that'll be impactful to the actual art aspect of the picture. And so this is what I came up with. And like I said, this is my first time showing any of my actual art. I generally do silk screen press and make t-shirts and press clothes items. So this is actually a great experience for me just to showcase my work and just to see what type of response I get for the actual art. Because I do art for several different reasons. One of the main reasons is something that's been consistent in my life for a long time. So it's something I always do as like stress relief or even just a way to entertain myself. So I put some time into it and try to come up with some unique stuff that could also be. I guess you could say I'm always thinking about fashion. So I always, even with my art, my regular art, I try to come up with things that could be mass produced or replicated, like you put it on a t-shirt, maybe put this on the back of a jacket. When I first posted this picture, a lot of people were asking me if this was going to be an item on some clothes. And it's not at this point, but potentially it could be. So who knows what'll happen next. So what now is So there's no customers here. It'd be like a simulation. So most of the time you ask people like, what type of art are you interested in? Or what are you looking for? Something like that. Yeah. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put together a collection. So I want to make like maybe 2 or 3 more pieces this big, and like maybe 4 more of these with the smoker faces, and then I'm gonna take them to Pasadena and put them at the Coin Academy. If you ever in Pasadena, look that up. We're putting together a little art exposition where we'll have art displayed permanently as well. But my goal is to have like I don't know, maybe 2 pieces to showcase on my spot, so it's all like unified effort situation. But then inside that room, I can also have clothing, t-shirts, and apparel. One of the main things I love doing is like customizing stuff for people. In the world where everybody wants to be unique, and they try to buy super expensive stuff that nobody else got. I like to contribute to your fashion. But this right here is this is dope right here. You see the hair, the color in this hair. What'd you say? I can't see none of the comments. Huh? Well, yeah, I was trying to say those. I got some more stuff. Let's see. And so this collection, and so basically like this is one of my original art collections for the t-shirts. Is the FLI stamp, and that's the first stamp. Well, it's not the first stamp, but it's one of the most popular stamps that I made when I first started pressing clothes. And so kind of like as a homage to the silk screen press or the actual screen, I decided to press this item or this screen particularly up on canvas. And then so what I try to do is like matching. So like this silver with the gold lines, that kind of match that gold with the silver lines over there. And so the goal is to get these, is to make a bunch of them so I could put them together and sell them as pairs. And then like to sell them as pairs to different people. So one day we'll have like this website or this huge connection situation to where we'll have people who have all of the FLI stamps. Then you'll take the time and try to find the person who has the counterpart or the opposite of your set. So it's kind of like making twins or something like that. Let's see what else. Yeah. Huh? Right. Yeah, so all this stuff is available online. Find me at the FLI Art Department on Instagram if you're looking for some of the clothing items. Some of the art is not, I haven't put it out. Aside from this art shows, none of this art has been shown to anyone, so it hasn't been available for purchase yet. So contact me, reach out to me, and we'll be able to make them happen.
No, it should pop right up on the pop up on all of your
Yeah, well, well, I also make music. We got a company. I make music under the name of Wayne G. Me and a friend of mine, John Woods, we started G-Doll Entertainment a couple of years back. And so basically what we do is we try to create inspiring music, but a lot of music that reflects our background from where we come from.
I think you're muted. I think you're muted.
What?
I think you might be muted. I don't know, or I'm already muted on mine. Or I'm muted. Can you guys hear me? I don't know if I'm muted or not.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I appreciate my time today. See y'all tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony, Alpha Love for coming in. I don't think my mic is muted, but thank you guys for coming. Let's thank Anthony. Now we're gonna take a short break, and Larry Poncho Brown is coming up to speak, but he's on a separate link. It's still in this. It's still, if you find it the same way you just found this one. We just started a different link so that we can have his speaking time separately. So I want you guys to just go in, and it's still on all of the Facebook pages, and it's still on. It'll still pop up on the YouTube channel. Just go when you come out of this one. Just go ahead and go into that new one. Because I want to have his, like we did Charlie Palmer's last night, where it's a separate link, because we want to keep that separate. So go ahead and come out of this one, because we're going to close this. We're going to close this broadcast out, and then we're going to go back and we're going to go into a different broadcast so that we can hear Larry Poncho Brown speak. So I'll see you guys. I'll meet you guys in that new broadcast. Okay. All right. Take care. Bye-bye.